just works. It just works. Alright. It's not the highest quality. Oh, whatever. My setup's so, or well, not my setup, my room is just so messy. Oh my gosh. At least I don't have like trash on the ground or whatever. Kiwi, what are you doing? What? Why have you done this? Oh my gosh. I don't know what she wants. She has food that she eats. She has water here. Gotta remove my long pants. Alright. That's better. I put on a long sleeve t-shirt or a long sleeve shirt this morning and some pants. I think, cuz I was like cold this morning when I woke up. But then, I go make food and then I come back to my room and I'm like hot. So it's short sleeve shirt and short shorts coming in here, which I am a little chilly now, but I'm sure that'll get better in a bit. Anyway, how's it going, everybody? Big Pasta Gaming here once again, and today we're gonna have to jump into homework. We're gonna play Idols of Legend first. Wait, Legends of Idol first, and then yeah. So anyway, if you guys want to see what I got for food, I got look at it. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. It's I don't know if you can tell. It's tater tots with chili and cheese on them. Kiwi, you are not coming on my desk. No. You are not coming on my desk. No, that's what happens. She just wants the food. She's a full bowl of food. A food that she's actually willing to eat, but no, she wants to eat my food instead. She doesn't get to. But yeah. Anyway, we'll just jump right into it. I ended up not doing anything last night as far as homework goes, so I slacked on that. So I got two things to do today. I got this letter to my employer, new assignment, and then I have the last week's assignment. So I'll talk about that in a bit. My family always goes to Sonic. It's a fast food place around here. Oh. Anyway, so they go to Sonic and they get They have a variety of things over there. But what they normally get me, because I don't go with them, they normally bring back, um, they normally bring me back chili cheese tater tots. So, which they're pretty good. But they pay like $2 or $3 for just this little thing of it. So I was like, oh, I can just make that at home. So that's what I did. Half bag of tater tots. Go into the air fryer. A can of chili. Heat it up in the microwave. And then just some shredded cheese on top. And there you go. It's basically nachos, but with tater tots instead of chips. Instead of chips. I keep forgetting I have this check here. Oh. Too much stuff. There we go. Okay. I'll check on this guy first. He's chopping birch trees. I got 2,000 bleach logs. Nice. Put them all in my inventory. Oh boy. Wow, I came back just in time, didn't I? Bye-bye. Alright, let's see here. So I needed 700 of them for something. And I have gotten way more than that, so it's pretty nice. You can do that. I can go over here. It's gonna take me a while to level up my smithing. I don't know what these anvils do. I needed... Oh, yeah, I was gonna make a bleach designer woad patch pants, which increase my defense, agility, and chopping efficiency. Okay, so I need 3 worn pants. I need frog legs for these. Do I even have enough frog legs? No, I need 4 more frog legs. What what's it gonna do? It's gonna do something. Buy Kiwi. Oh, I just forgot what I was... I was probably gonna check my material here. Yeah, I don't need strength, so be good if I dispose of these. Let's see. Frog legs. That's right. I'm trying to keep track of what I'm gonna do when I'm doing this game. Oh my gosh, bumps. Wow, all of those iron bars. Iron bars. There was something I needed birthday cakes for. What do I need birthday cakes for? These require iron bars, but they also require corn kernels. I don't want to get corn kernels. A lot of this crap is, at least... branches, yeah, so... corn kernels, one circular, the branch drops, and then freaking, I also need this, potty rolls. They all come from, it's a log. They all come from the stupid sewers. The sewers are like this insanely high level area. You should dumb. I don't want to. Okay, I just need like 4 of these. So that's why I'm doing this job. I got 2. So if you guys want to hear about something completely uninteresting and like unnecessary or whatever, but still whatever. The Golden Age. Kinda wish I had a cooler title. What am I doing here? 275 planks and 400 logs. That should be 700. And then 275 what? Planks? Yeah, I have a bunch. There you go. Bam. Nice. Hardly levels me up, but whatever. Awesome, okay, so if I do this, my defense and accuracy went up. Just a little bit from that, but it's a big butt. I like big butts. We're gonna do 2 of these, 1 of these, 2. We could do 3 of them. Another 2 of these. Great. I believe these pants have 3 upgrade slots. Yep. Do I have any in my chest? Nope. I have a chest. Bam. So they're at 3 agility, 7 wisdom, 11 defense right now. Bam, bam, bam. I got 2 more agility, 2 more wisdom, 2 strength, which doesn't matter. And then I got 6 more defense than normal. So, boom. Oh my god. An extra 7 defense and an extra 12 Whatchamahoots. Brew it. Oh, it failed. Well, brew. It failed. Brew it. Failed. Wow. You would think that almost 50% chance would actually succeed every time. Boom. There we go. Where's my water? I'm gonna take the anvil out here. Wait, where did my... Oh, the pants went over here. Okay. Here we go. And put the... I put these there. Nah, I'm gonna put the anvil here. Oh, whoops. I know you're not supposed to sneeze into your hand like that. But, screw you. Where's my water? Oh, there it is. I have 22 water. If I go here, it says 20 water. I got a second cauldron. Decant. Oh, I can decant. Gems. Starving orphan monsters. Okay. I guess nope. Boom. What am I doing right now? I should be finding cakes. Oh. Okay, swap players. More cakes. How many cakes did I need? I don't even remember. On the road again. She's gonna spend her whole life sitting behind me. There we go. Dirty coal mining pants. Why am I using the dirty coal mining pants? I should be able to buy a ring now. If you like it, then you should have put a ring in it. I need one of these. He's a good pickle. This one. Steel axe, birch longbow, and quarterstaff. That's what I'm gonna have to do. We'll do that today. It's fine. Wait. Wait, what am I doing? I thought about doing something and then I lost my train of thought. Dang it. I like that helmet. There we go. We're gonna get extra XP. Oh. Even more extra XP. There we go. And then even more extra XP. There we go. Nice. Nice one. Full inventory. Boom. 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 Dun da 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 da. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Oh. I'm gonna put my birch bow in here. Where's... Oh. I'm gonna take this one out. Okay. That's great. But, you know, beggars and all that. And we'll leave him AFK at the slimes. Auto. He's shooting carrots. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What's my max capacity? 370. Okay, it's not that bad. There we go. Boom. Then he can also do auto here. Okay, swap players. We're going back to the cake guy. Why did I even come over here? Why did I even come over here? Why did I even exist? Boom, boom. And then boom. There we go. Bring cool proof. Don't worry, you'll get to keep the items. Thanks. These are definitely cool gamer items. Oh. Is that it? Is that all this was? 25,000 damage in a single hit? When did I do 16,000 damage in a single hit? I have a bunch of unlocks available. Sell one of your boss keys to the tiki vendor. Why would you do that? I mean, I know why you would do that. It's to do the achievements. Oh boy, oh boy. That sounds like a pain in the rumpus. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Oh, I should probably find a spot for this time candy. What can I get rid of without feeling guilty about it? I mean, technically I could fuse these. Okay. And put those there. I put the time candy there. Actually, time candy goes here. Replace nails. There we go. Awesome. Let's have my guy. Nope. Swap players to Speedy Guy Joe. Oh, I only need to do it once. It's accessible on all my characters. Okay, that saves me trouble. What the hell? Wait. Oh. We're talking about DPS though. Okay. What am I doing? Technically, I mean, I should be trying to figure out how to get my next class upgrade. Realistically. But I am not going to. I'm lazy. Too lazy for this game. Smart guy Joe. Anyway, so basically, and by basically I mean I know you guys didn't ask, but I'm going to say anyway. I so on the so there's this game I love. It's called Fantasy Life. It's on the Nintendo DS. It's great. It's a fantastic game. It's about grinding, leveling up your skills, all that sort of stuff, right? It's a time killer, but like it's a satisfying sort of time killer. So but anyway, so it's a game I love. I've played through it like 2 times already, and it's like 100-hour game. So it was great. But do I have special pants? Yeah, I have special pants. For strength. What were these? I have not put much points in my talents, have I? Oh, no, I have. Why am I so weak? Yes, anyway, Fantasy Life, it's fantastic. It's for the 3DS. It's like probably my favorite 3DS game. But anyway, click on this one. So they came out with a version of it on the phone. They came out with a sequel to the game. It's on the phone. It's called Fantasy Life Online. And so I had been waiting for this to come out on because it was only released in Japan. The game itself was only released in Japan, or the phone game version of it, I mean, was only released in Japan. And so, that was like 3 or 4 years ago. And so I've been waiting for, and it's all in Japanese and stuff, so even if I got the Japanese version, I wouldn't be able to like read any of it or whatever, so. Anyway, so I just, and there's no news for an American update, or for an update, or for a version to come out in America in English, so. Some people had been playing the Japanese version. They had to mod it so that they can do English translations, which would be Google Translate. And it's like, I didn't want to go through all that trouble for this, But I really wanted to play it still. And so so eventually, and just recently, they came out with the phone version of Phantasy Star Online in America. They came out with a Western release. It's all in English, fully translated, officially translated. And it was cool. I was super excited for that. So I was like, yes, finally, I'm going to be able to play this. Apparently, the game had shut down in Japan that same time. So just a few months ago, the game shut down in Japan, and they were trying it with a Western audience. So I don't blame them for that. It's not too much of a cost for them to take an already made game, already designed for the phones that Americans have, and just and double XP, hell yeah, nice. What's my AFK info for here? What, I already have silly pants. Let's see. What about the ring? They don't sell a ring here. Oh well. Meat pie. Gold doubloon. So yeah. So I played the game, or so you know, it came out on the phone, and I downloaded it, and then I hadn't played it for a while, but eventually I did. So I would like to upgrade this. But you know, last night I did. I tried it, and it wasn't working for me, so I had to reinstall and all that. But no, whatever. Oh, it does have luck. Okay, cool. I believe I needed 198 accuracy, so there we go. So yeah. I played it last night. I was expecting a sequel to the game. It's a free game, there's going to be microtransactions, whatever. But these people, I mean, first of all, they just went full on, like, gacha, get money. You know, just cash grab sort of deal. I think it's terrible, but whatever, right? If they're gonna, if as long as the game is, as long as there's a playable game, you know, beyond that or whatever, or as long as there's a playable game behind all the microtransactions, that's fine. And there is. But what they did with the stupid phone game is they put, okay, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go here. How am I supposed to sell one of the keys? Tasks. Sell one of your boss keys to the Tiki vendor. Okay. So I gotta go back. I know how to do this. Split stack 1. Oops. Split stack 1. Split stack 4. Okay. And then we'll waste another teleport. That's fine. Wait, this is the Tiki vendor in the... Yeah, Forest Villa. Okay. Bam. There we go. Now I get the achievements. You did a gamer. You did the thing. New task in 13 hours. Yay, now I only have to fight 4 bosses. Do I have the items up? Yeah. Yeah, so... Basically, what they did is they put a whole bunch of gacha behind it, right? It's, the loot boxes. Which, whatever, right? So many games have this nowadays that I'm, like, numb to it. Oh, whoops. But, that's not the issue. The issue is that they basically, they took basically the entire game from the 3DS and they just copied it. They just copied the entire game pixel by pixel over to the phone. That's what it is. It's basically a mobile port of the game. And it's so stupid, which is fine, right? They added a little bit of new content, a little bit of new nuance to it. There's some extra material, but or there's some extra content, I suppose. But they did that, so they basically just made it the exact same game that it is on the 3DS, map-wise, content-wise, everything like that, except they added a gacha system so that instead of, like, because it's a grinding game, you're supposed to, the whole point of Fantasy Life is that the whole gimmick of the game is that what's this? Roll the dice. Nice. Hey, cool. Ooh, very cool. Hey, that was a good run. The whole gimmick of the game is that you're supposed to level up, these classes. Some of them are combat classes, right? You got a warrior, and you got a mage, and you got an archer. So, but then there are other classes like gatherers, there's a miner, and there's a tree chopper. I don't know what the official name is for it. A woodcutter, yeah. And then there's a fisher. And then to complement that, there's crafting classes like blacksmith and carpenter and tailor and all this sort of stuff. So basically the game is, okay, you play a combat class, right? And then you need gear. The game on the DS is, you play a combat class and you need gear for that combat class. So, you need to make a new sword for your warrior. So you become the blacksmith class, so you can craft a new sword for yourself. But in order to craft a new sword, you need ore. And so, how much does this increase? Base damage by 30. Pizza. And so, so you become a miner to mine the copper ore, and then you switch to blacksmith so that you can craft the sword, and then you switch to your warrior so that you can use the sword in combat. and that's the whole game loop of the game, is that you're leveling up all of your classes because they all benefit each other. So with that in mind, that's the whole point of the game, right? So in the mobile game, well, they added a gacha system and microtransactions. What can you buy with microtransactions, or what can you buy with the gacha? You can buy new equipment. You can buy your armor and your weapons in the gacha system. And guess what? In order to make the game profitable, they made the best weapons and the best armor locked behind the gacha system. So if the best equipment in the game is for money, what, what's the point of having a crafting class? Spoiler alert, there is none. There is none, because you don't need to craft anything, because you're already, excuse me, because what am I doing? I want pizza. Cheesy pizza. But you don't need to craft anything, because the stuff you do craft is going to be inferior to the ones that you get from the gacha. And with the gacha system, you don't have to spend money to use it. They give you free gems, for the free currency, in order to get the gacha rolls. So it's basically just a percent chance, and then you just gotta wait to earn more free currency, by playing the game, or by just doing like daily login rewards. So you don't necessarily need to spend any money. So let's say you don't spend a dime on this game, which you can totally do. You're eventually going to get just the best gear handed to you. Because you're going to use those free gems in order to get the best gear. And so if you can get the best gear through those means, why would, you don't need to upgrade or increase your crafting classes. And if you don't need to increase your crafting classes, then there's no use for you having the mining classes, to collect materials. In fact, there's no reason to collect materials at all, ever, in the first place. So, awesome, that was all. So, I mean, sorry, I have to. So, the majority of the game is rendered meaningless because you can use money or the free version of the money in order to give yourself the better gear, and to just skip all of that or whatever. So there's no real it's a grinding game where the whole point is to grind up, but they eliminate the grind. So what's left? Well, there's nothing left. So, and it's sad, you know. Or well, it's like, okay, so what's the point of playing? Well, the point of playing is to get free stuff. That's what it is. So. I need 5 of them. The point of the point of the DS game was to grind and to level up all of your skills and your jobs in order to get better gear, in order to do the harder content. But the point of the mobile game, even though it's literally the same exact game, it's the same maps, it's the same class system, it's the same leveling up, it's the same quest lines, it's the same everything. The point of the mobile game is to just simply wait until you get the best gear. So it's unfortunate, right? It's like the whole game is just it's meaningless basically. So it's sad, you know. It defeats the purpose of playing it at all, and it's sad. Let's roll a dice. Roll a 10,000 sided dice. If it lands on one, you win a special trophy. Okay. Is this an attack? Yeah, it is an attack. Huh. Ooh. That just crit me for 1,600 damage. the upgrades to this are the die only has less sides to it. Okay, so if I upgraded this to 100, then the die would only have 750 sides. Or 7,500 sides to it. Why would I upgrade this at all then, if the chances are so minuscule? Best beginner. Caps at 4. I was gonna go to codex, not tasks. Anvil. Yeah, I gotta go back to my anvil. But yeah, it sucks. Because I was really looking forward to this phone game too. But. And no, it's not just that every single thing that I try, ends up being a disappointment because of my mindset. It's not like that. It's still an enjoyable game. And I'm honestly, like, I'm probably still going to play it. Like, just to burn through the content. But, I can start producing chain links. Nice. Awesome. I never bought. No. Buy points. There we go. Hey, 20%. Alright. Fantastic. But yeah, it's not like, every game's a disappointment. Or, I'm so. It's not like, I'm so, just critical of games or whatever. I am, but I don't necessarily let that ruin it for me. And again, I'm not letting this ruin it, this phone game for me. I'm still gonna play it, but I just it's like it's just it's so stupid how they completely like make the main point of the game has become meaningless because of the money making tactics that they put into it. So other games, it's like this game is very similarly designed to other games I've seen on the phone. It's one of those where on your title screen or whatever they just throw a whole bunch of crap at you. All the events that are going on, all the login bonuses, all the daily challenges, all the special deals that you could get bundles for. Limited time only. You know, oh, limited time only, you know, for the next 48 hours, you know, spend only $3 and get $10 worth of gems, you know, things like that. It's one thing after the other. And people in the reviews for this game were complaining that there is just so much crap you have to sift through. I was like, you know, I booted up the game and I log in and, you know, they have a tutorial, which is like 10 seconds. And I finished the game. By the way. They have a tutorial, you know, whatever, and then past the intro scene or whatever, they just throw all this crap at you, right? They're like, okay, welcome to the game. By the way, this and this and this and this and this, and then, you know, your whole screen is filled with like a bunch of exclamation points and, you know, little check marks that you gotta check off and tap on and all this sort of stuff. And I was laughing to myself last night because it was like I started the game, and it took me 15 minutes to collect all my free gems and login bonuses and daily events and all this sort of stuff. And so it had been 15 full minutes since I started the game from the main zone before I actually got to play the game. Right? I didn't get to play the game. I'm just in all of these menus or whatever. So I would show it to you guys, but I can't. I mean, I could technically webcam while I share screens with the phone, but I'd have to download the program for that again because I only did it on my PC or on my gaming PC that I returned. I've been thinking I need a new PC. I want a gaming PC. Like I'm back in that mode where it's like I want a gaming PC. But I already got a gaming PC, and what did I do on that? I did screw all. I didn't even have my PlayStation set up when I was using my gaming computer. So my gaming PC was my only form of entertainment. And what did I do? What did I do streaming every day and whatever, right? It's like I had to find a new game to play. I had to play Rain on Your Parade for 2 days in a row, and that was such a drag. And then, Xbox Game Pass. It's like, I didn't like Forza, and I beat Ori already, and you know. I was like, at the end of the day, you know, the only thing I want to do on the computer is just browse memes, like, or play something like this, right? Which you know, you could run this game on like, you know, the crappiest laptop that you can find. So that's. God, I need like 50 levels in that game, in this game, in order to actually do it. Ideally, when I turn the game off, my characters still go, technically, and they still fight the monsters and stuff, but they don't fight them at like as fast as it is when you have it on, so you get about a quarter of the gains. So basically, if you were logged, off, if you're offline in the game for an hour, then your character might get like 10 kills, 10 monster kills, let's say. If you're logged in, getting 10 monster kills is only going to take 15 minutes. That's what I mean. And so there's a huge difference between being logged on and logged off. So ideally, you have the game running in the background, but I'm not going to do it on my PC today, or, when I stream, because it's going to be another thing that's going to run my computer, and I don't want the stream to break. Even if I have it off in another window, there's still a risk there. So I can't run it on the computer, and I can't run it on my phone because I'm using my phone as a webcam. So, and my phone already heats up, it's almost like scalding hot by the time I end stream. So I have to turn the phone to standby and to get out of the case and let it cool down for a while after the stream every day, because it's, for some reason, this webcam program is just very taxing on the phone. So Northgard, haven't played since June. Wow, it's almost been a year since I played this. These developers seem to be, this game seems to be very PvP focused. Like, you're supposed to be, the main point of it is you beat the single player and then you go online, fight against other people. Every update that I've seen for Northgard has something to do with multiplayer balancing, or multiplayer lobbies, or multiplayer game modes. So, which is what, that's the focus of this game. Whereas Civilization 5, which is a very similar game to Northgard, this one focuses more on the PvE aspect, the single player aspect. So, just fighting against more and more difficult enemies or whatever. My old friend Justin, he loved this game. He was one of those very hyper intelligent people, but he was playing on the highest difficulty of this. I don't even know why I'm saying this. I'm just remembering stuff. Anyway, I love this game. Oh well. Civ 6 apparently, the next version apparently sucks. They came out with an update? What'd you add? You added translations, full screen borderless. Nice. Wow, it took you till 2021 to give a borderless window mode. The game doesn't crash when you Alt-Tab anymore. Nice. You can close the game using Alt-F4, okay. And the game doesn't crash when you change the resolution. Did you guys know Spelunky is this is basically an HD remaster of a game, of a browser flash game that came out back in 2003. They basically took that free browser game and then they actually put resources into it and actually made it into a full-fledged, an actual video game that's not just a bunch of pixels on your screen. Guys, people get so involved in this. I can't hear. It's fun to look at, though. Oh yeah, if you have the freaking jetpack, then why would he do that? How did he die? I've had this happen so many times. He activates the trap. He knows that the trap is there, and he activates it. He baits it out and activates it, but even though he doesn't get hit with the arrow going, in its path, the arrow ricochets off the wall and then falls right on top of him. And you think about, okay, not being in the way of the arrow when it first shoots out, but then you don't think about the ricochet, right? You're not going to, right? You only have like 3 minutes to finish the level, and that's just one little section of the level, so you don't think about that, and then you get hit with it. So, anyways, great game. When I go back to my PlayStation, I'm gonna play Spelunky 2. I'll try to get good at that. So. That'll be fun. I haven't played Eternal Return for a while. I haven't played it since my birthday, or since before my birthday. Oh, I didn't play it on the new gaming PC then, huh? I'm surprised. This computer ran Eternal Return? Wow. That's surprising. Ugh. My computer can actually run a really good majority of these games. So it's not like I need... I'm trying to make the game look prettier. It's not like I need a gaming PC. This computer runs fine. I mean, if I just fixed... it just needs a de-dusting a couple times a year, and that's about it. So, I can run games such as Euro Truck Simulator 2 and Getting Over It with Bennett Folly. I want to play... I've been really hunkering to play Endless Legend. This is basically, if you guys remember me playing, Northgard, Civilization. These games where you have, you start off with, one little town, and then you slowly expand, and then you send your units out to do more stuff along the way and whatnot. Don't they have, yeah, they do have Northgard on the PlayStation. I just play it there. Has it gone on sale? PS prices. It came out in 2019. Wait, this came out on the PlayStation in 2019. Why did I get on the computer? Why did I get Northgard on the computer if it was already on PlayStation? If something's on the PlayStation, I get it on the PlayStation. Because there were 2 reasons. Playing on the PlayStation is easier because I can just sit back and it's my big TV and all that, right? I don't gotta deal with this keyboard mouse setup, because the keyboard mouse setup, you gotta lean forward for it. It's bad for your back. But even if you lean back, if I had a really custom setup of leaning back and playing like that, I still have to push my arms forward. Waifu Impact. But what the fuck is this? Do not keep track of my data. It's a game about shooting water guns at bikini girls. Stupid game. I hate that this game exists. Looks like it's been on sale for $1 off during its entire existence. Waifu Impact. It's like Genshin Impact, except it's Waifu Impact. They are blatantly like, oh, people will associate this game with Genshin, with the popular Genshin Impact, so it'll get sales. But yeah, so anyway, I do. Oh, it went on sale for $12. When? In February. Isn't this when I bought it? Didn't I buy this game in February? Or no, it might have been before. I might have bought it in like January. What? When did I buy this? Oh, I'm on Endless Legend. Northgard. When did I buy this? Yeah, it'll say in my account history. Account details. Purchase history. Here we go. Oh, yeah, I paid $15 for friggin' Lost Ark, and I ended up not liking it. I only paid $13 for Dismantle. Dang, was that on sale or something? Nice. I have not bought that many games. I think I redeem codes for my games. I think that's what it is. Did I really pay $8 for... No, I didn't pay $8 for Getting Over It. Halo 3 was $5. And then Getting Over It was another $3. Okay. And then I refunded Halo. So... refunded Islanders. I bought Dead by Day. Oh yeah, that's right. I had a friend who had Dead by Daylight on the PC, and it was easier to play with him on the PC, so I bought the game, but we hardly played. And then I got busy with stuff. I bought Star Wars back before the pandemic. And I never played it. Oh boy. Ah, Rivals of Aether. Oh, I freaking miss Rivals of Aether. Dang, I really paid $15 for Ken Follett's The Pillars of Earth. That's expensive. I bought diamonds for Battle Royale. Ooh, I don't know about that one. Wow, these are embarrassing purchases. Okay. Oh yeah, Tales of Symphonia, which I never even wanted to play. Or wait, was that my refund? No, my refund was for Halo. No, whatever. Speedrunners in 2015. I paid $7 for Speedrunners on the PC. Hero Siege, I remember Hero Siege. A lot of gifts. Oh yeah, it was weird. My friend Justin, he made money, but he like wanted to hide it from his parents, I think. So, what he would do is he would have the cash, and then he would buy $100 Steam cards in cash at like GameStop, and then he would give them to me, and then I would redeem, see the $100. I would redeem the $100 on Steam, and then I would buy him games, and then I would just keep track of the games that I bought for him. And he would be really nice to me. He'd be like, okay, you're doing this for me so you can have some of the money. So he'd let me spend like $25 of it on myself. So it was super nice of him. So I didn't mind going through all of this if it's what he wanted to do. So anyway, if you see, there's a lot of gifts to him, then it's innocent. Who's this? Marshall Phoenix. You can change your name on here. And so I gave a fucking cube, man. You see, my first purchase was back in 2008. I got Portal 1 on a CD at Target, and I wanted to play it on, I think, my dad's computer or something, or like on the family computer, I think. But then I put it in, and they're like, oh, you gotta set up a Steam account. And this back in 2008, didn't know about, all these online services, because like I grew up, I was a kid during the time when you have a CD of like Space Invaders, or you have a CD-ROM of like Pinball RX, and you put it in your CD drive, and then you can play the game, right? And you play the game off the CD, saying you have just a big case of CDs of games that you want to play. That was the era I was growing up in, so I assumed it would be the same for Portal. Portal 1, it was $10 at Target, and so I bought it. It looked nice. I was seventh grade, 8th grade, something like that. And so I put the CD in, and they're like, oh, in order to play the game, you have to make a Steam account. A Steam account? What's that? I've never heard of this before. I just want to play Portal. So, okay, I got my dad to help me. And he's like, oh, this is what they're doing these days. It's like when they ask you for your email when you go get a haircut. That's what he would say. My dad would always complain about how like the Supercuts, which is the franchise haircutters in my area, he would always complain that, oh, in order to get a haircut, they would ask him for his email, and he would always come home and be like, I refuse to give them my email. They don't need my personal information just to cut my freaking hair. That's great. And as a little kid, I was like, yeah, Dad, go tell him. But so anyway, so this is something he would complain about for sure. So I believe he did while he was helping me. He was like, oh, this is terrible. They make you make an online profile and you need to put in your email address too, just to play a CD game that you already paid money for. It's like, yeah, and at the time that was a valid complaint. So anyway, so Portal 1, it's not listed here because I didn't buy it on the account, but I made the account. This account originates back to when I was in 7th grade playing Portal. So, and then on Steam, I still have to boot up Steam to play Portal, and then they had a little advertisement. One day they had an advertisement. They were like, oh, did you like Portal? Well, Half-Life, who's made by the same company, and I'm thinking, oh, I heard of Half-Life before. Maybe I'm interested. They're like, we're having a special anniversary sale. It's 90% off. Half-Life 1 is only $1. I'm thinking, $1? Oh my God. So I go to my dad. I'm like, Dad, you're not going to believe this. They're having a once in a lifetime 10-year anniversary deal. Half-Life's never going to be this cheap ever again. It's only $1. And he's like, okay, $1, here you go, right? So I buy it. I never played it, right? This is November 2008. This is 8th grade by this point. I never played Half-Life. I bought it because I saw it was on sale and I never played it. This is the beginning of me having all of these games, and never playing them. Why do I own all these games? Why do I own the Tiny Bang Story? Why do I own freaking Super Splatters or Scribble Knots? Or, I mean, I know why I own Scribble Knots. I actually played that one. Or Cult of the Wind. Look at this game. Look at what crappy game this looks like. You know, you'd have to pay me to play this kind of game. I mean, why do I own The Darkness 2? Look at this. I'm sure it's a cool art. I'm sure it's a crap game. The closer. Why do I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different versions of Company of Heroes? I haven't touched a single one of them. I'll tell you why. Because freaking all the way back to the 8th grade, God, how am I? 13 years old? 13 years old. I bought my first game that I wasn't gonna play. Whoopie-doo. I spent... It's not, oh, it was a good deal because it's $1 anymore. It's, I just wasted $1 on something I'm never going to use. That dollar at the time could have gotten me a double cheeseburger at McDonald's, and I would have been more satisfied with that double cheeseburger than I would have been with the purchase of Half-Life, a game that I never played. So, of course, then 3 years later, you know, my friends and I, you know, so you see, it's hard to see, but it's a spider. I have a napkin. Just kill him. I don't want to kill it with a napkin. Ugh. We'll kill it with a bottle. So I killed it. There we go. It's a daddy long legs, so I had to actually like wipe it off the wall. Otherwise, it's just gonna be this giant like mess of lines on my wall for the rest of eternity. I already have one like that in my shower, or I had one like that in my shower, and it was a little irritating to look at all the time. But we had a cleaning lady actually get that off the wall. It's embarrassing. So we hired a cleaning lady to do to clean the bathrooms. It's one of the things she had to do. It's not, I mean, it would take 2 minutes to do, but anyway, what was I talking about? Where do these spiders come from? That's like the third spider I've seen since I started streaming on Friday. Whatever. Anyway, so 3 years later, so I bought Half-Life and that was it, right? And then, you know, after that, I didn't play Half-Life. I beat Portal. I beat Portal 1. I got really scared playing Portal 1. So, because it got scary towards the end. So I was so scared I didn't want to play it by myself. So I forced my sister to watch me play. I didn't force her, but I like strongly nudged her to come play, or to not to play, but just to sit in the chair and watch me. So, I mean, she didn't know what was going on. She had free time, so it's whatever. But it's not like, I mean, I doubt she even understood what was going on in the game. So, but I only needed her there for like 20 minutes until I got past the scary part. So, and then I beat the game in front of my sister. So weird, but whatever. Right? That was a really weird memory for me. So again, the 7th grade, right? I'm like maybe 12 years old, 12 or 13. So at the time, she was like 10. But yeah. Anyway, so that was that. And then I beat Portal. I bought Half-Life but never played it, and then I didn't touch my Steam account for looks like 3 years. And then 3 years later, because I had an Xbox. I had an Xbox 360, and all my friends had Xbox 360, so we were all playing on the Xbox together. And then 2011 is the end of 10th grade. So yeah, the end of 10th grade. I have this computer with a decent graphics card in it. We've run out of content on the Xbox. I think the Xbox One was about to release or whatever, and the PS4, which we weren't really interested in either of those. So a couple of the friends got the newer Xbox, but most of us didn't. So most of my friends and we transitioned to PC gaming. And what's our first game on the PC? Well, our first game was technically Killing Floor. We were playing that. We wanted to play zombies, like a Left 4 Dead knockoff. That's what Killing Floor was. But then our first real game was Terraria. Oh boy, freaking Terraria. Well, actually, scratch that. Our first game was Minecraft. We played Minecraft during sophomore year. It was an alpha, but we were playing it a bunch. We were trying to get mods, but we couldn't get them to work. We were playing on servers. One of my friends was in the server and in the YouTube video of a mid-level like Minecraft YouTuber at the time. So mind you, back then YouTube wasn't like the most popular thing or whatever. Right? It was up and coming. So, but my friend was in a YouTube video of somebody in their Minecraft server, so he sent us all the video, and we thought it was really cool and stuff. Oh, you're so popular with the popular YouTuber or whatever. So we played Minecraft, and then we exhausted it during sophomore year, and then during the summer, we were like, hey, Killing Floor, Terraria, Borderlands, Magicka. We can play all this stuff on. We can play it all on the PC, on Steam. Oh my god, and look at that, they have sales. I got Killing Floor and Terraria, both, for $15 total. What a steal, right? This is back in the day where we were paying $50 per video game on the Xbox. Portal 2, $50. Fallout New Vegas, $50. Or I think at that time it was actually $60 per video game. Holy crap. And GameStop wasn't having that many sales, especially not on the games that we wanted to play. Call of Duty, $60. Oh my god. I gotta break my, I gotta empty my wallet every single time I want to play a new video game. Then we get to Steam. The Steam summer sale was actually good back then. Steam summer sale. Bam, Killing Floor bundle with all the DLC, a full-fledged game with its season pass for $10, and then Terraria, a game that I've put 500 hours into, for a $5 bill. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Like, this blew my mind as a kid. I was like, oh my god, they're just giving these games away. How can they even afford to give these games away? Oh my god. So anyway, ever since then I went on this huge buying spree. I didn't have any money as a kid, right? Maybe for my birthday I'd get like a $100 bill. And that was like, okay, you gotta make that last the entire year, right? And of course on the Xbox, what's that? That's 2 games for me on the Xbox, right? Maybe a third one if I get one of those cheap arcade games like like Explosion Man or something. But you know, on Steam, $100 bill is gonna get me all of this. I mean, look at this. My next like year's worth of purchases don't even add up to be $100. I mean, you have 15, 10, 7, 5, 9, 4, 7, 20. Oh my gosh. I pre-ordered Torchlight 2, really? Ooh, pre-ordering a game, I don't know about that. That's a full price purchase. That's a full price purchase for sure. But I had fun with Torchlight 2, so I understand that. I've bought Dungeon Defenders like 3 times. Cross platforms, oof, big oof. And then then we bought games that we actually wanted to play, and then I started buying games that I wasn't going to play. Oblivion, I played it for like an hour and I got bored, so I didn't even get my money's worth out of it. $5, but still, it's like I could have that extra $5 right now, right? Or as a kid, it's like, okay, I could have put that $5 towards something that would have been worthwhile, right? That could have put me over the top to get a more expensive game that I would have liked or whatever, right? Homefront, I did play Homefront with my friends. Got the shotgun. This is the one where the shotgun DLC, you pay real money to get the weapon, and then you can pretty much just snipe people across the map because crosshairs are like a dot, and then you just aim at somebody like on the other side of the map, and you just pull the trigger and they're dead. It's awesome. Magicka, the DLC, which I don't think we got through. Dungeon Defenders, we played Dungeon Defenders a lot. And Torchlight 2 we did as well. Cubemen, oh my god, I loved Cubemen. I loved this game. But it was so indie, it was so niche that like nobody else liked it. So I got to play maybe one match of Cubeman with each of the people that I bought it with. I think I remember who I played with as well. And then, one game, I win and they lose, and they're like, I don't really like this. Let's play something else. And they never touch it again. Which obviously, it's not that big of a deal. It's $3. But still, it's like, come on, like, I want to play Cubemen. I want to play Cubemen. It's this cute little game where you control one side of the map, or you control one. It's like a lane, right? It's just like a straight line, and on one end of the line you're there, and on the other end of the lines, the opponent is there, and you're spawning in different soldiers. You can spawn in people with like pistols, or people with like sledgehammers, or people with like rocket launchers, or whatever, and each unit costs a certain amount, and some units are strong against others and some units are weak against others. And so it was a strategy game where you had a certain amount of currency to spend on buying your units, so you had to make sure you bought the correct ones compared to your opponent, so you could defeat your opponent's army against whatever they bought. So it was nice. It was like, on the surface level, it's just simply buying units. And then, once you get to know the game, it gets a little more complex after that. It's like, okay, he summoned a soldier, so I gotta summon a anti-tank person or whatever, right? So, things like that. But then, yeah, you guys can tell here when summer hits, there's, in the whole past year, I made just a few purchases. But then once, July 13th, the start of the summer sale, bam, just all these purchases. Like within a week, I made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 purchases. And mind you, I'm a kid with no money. And I bought, what's this, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 games. In a week, I bought 15 games on Steam during their summer sale. As a kid who had no money, I didn't have any money. That's what this was. Nowadays, I can drop $200 on Steam and I probably won't even feel it. But I mean, I will. I shouldn't be doing that. But it's not going to be the end of the world if I do that, right? But here it's like, okay, where did I even get this money? Where did I get $20 to buy Assassin's Creed and Binding of Isaac? Where did I bought Portal 2 on Steam, even though I already had it on Xbox. Where did I have the money to do all this? Like, I got Just Cause 2, which I hardly played. I did play a little bit of it. I got Red Faction Guerrilla, which I was like, oh, this game says it's co-op, you know, this friend of mine, let's both buy this. So I convinced one of my friends to buy it with me, and then we never played. Cube, I never played. East Origin, it'd be years before I actually played it. Civ 5, though, $12 for Civ 5 with its DLC. Oh my god, I've gotten 300 hours out of that. That game was worth it. Mirror's Edge, I already owned on Xbox. Fortune Summoners and Reshitir, I put like 1 hour into each of them, so I did not get my money's worth out of that. I gifted one of my friends Cubemen, who, you know, he didn't even like it. I gifted him the 2-pack so he could give a second copy to somebody else. And neither person liked it. Oh boy. And then they were selling an Awesome Knots 3-pack? Oh yeah, I got CSGO. My friends only wanted to play like the popular games. One of my friends only wanted to play the popular games like CSGO or Left 4 Dead or whatever. And another one of my friends only wanted to play like either strictly co-op or strictly strategy games. So, you know, Dark Souls was popular. So, looks like I got Dark Souls 1 on on my friend's dollar. Because then, yeah, this year, 2013, he joined the group. And so, I remember that. I remember, like, him talking to me about, like, oh, I gave you this much money, where did all the money go? And I could be like, I got the receipts right here. You know, I bought you this and this and this, and then you said I could buy this stuff, so I bought this stuff to be in my quota or whatever. And he's like, that doesn't seem to work out. And so, you know, we were arguing back and forth about, you know, who spent what money or whatever after he gave me the $100. So he's very, even though he was doing all this with his entrusting me with his cash, he was still very stingy with his money. So, I remember he had so much cash because he as a high schooler, he ran a business, but so he was bringing in like hundreds of dollars in profit, so over the course of like a couple of years, but he couldn't spend the cash, or he couldn't, you know, he could hardly spend the money on anything. He couldn't deposit into a bank account. I had a bank account, right? I had the Steam account, and then I also had my mom's PayPal, which she didn't use. So I was able to make online transactions, but I just didn't have the raw money in order to do it. So he just used me to do that, which is fine. But who's innocent? Oh, he's a bard main. Florida man. Since when did Billy move to Florida? He removed me from his... Did he block me too? No, I can still see some of his stuff. Of course he plays GTA 5. He's put 5 hours into CSGO. What a loser. That's the guy who who I our friendship was destroyed over a game of League of Legends was hilarious. DLC course was 75 cents? Dang, you're not going to find a game that's 75 cents anymore these days. Not a decent game, at least. The Witcher 2. I got The Witcher 2. I gave my friend The Witcher 2, and neither of us played it. Ace of Spades. Swagger Rooney. LA Noir, the complete edition with all the DLC. Hardly played it. Only February 2013. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, it's whatever. I got CS:GO. Ugh, I paid $7.50 for CS:GO. I think it's free now. I got Gary's mod. I got Gary's mod because I had seen that people play Gary's mod, but I had no idea like how to work anything in it, so I didn't ended up not playing it. Plus, it's a multiplayer thing, and none of my friends got it. So, whereas Saints Row the Third, that was a multiplayer thing, and did play it. There are a lot of arguments over this. Not like bad arguments, just like debates, I suppose. Ugh, I hate that. I hate how I can't use the word argument without making it sound like something bad. Arguments aren't bad. Arguments aren't bad. An argument is a debate over a disagreement, but an argument doesn't have to get hostile. That's the thing. Arguments have a bad connotation to them because nobody likes disagreeing with other people. You don't like talking about your disagreements. People just like circle jerking, right? They just like, I just want somebody to agree with me and, not have to, and, I don't want to associate with people who don't agree with me. So because of that, people use the word argument. Or people, the word argument is bad. Whereas if you use it in like an academic sense or whatever, present an argument, right? That's how it would be phrased. Your assignment is to present an argument to support or go against this idea. That's what it would be, right? An argument to support an idea. That's what it is. It's not anything more, right? It's just you have an opinion or an idea that somebody else will disagree with, and you have to defend yourself. You have to defend yourself. That's what it is. That's what an argument is. It's all it is. So it's like it's a dispute, right? A dispute is the better way of saying it, I suppose, or debate. But we're not getting in the freaking debate hall, the academic debate hall of Princeton, to discuss, where did my $100 go? We're not doing that, right? It's just an argument. It's an argument, like, who cares? Oh, whatever. Oh yeah, we played Worms Revolution. That was fun. Oh, we played Worms. I wish. He's playing Fallout right now? Huh. I wish that I had someone to play Worms with. It'd be nice. God. Worms 4-pack? We did get 4 of us to get together and play Worms. Worms is great. It's this game where you're a worm and you have an arsenal of weapons and you take turns firing weapons at each other. Firing, bazookas and rocket launchers and homing missiles and, giant bananas at each other and from across a map. And last man standing wins. It's one of those games. is cool. It is really fun. It is really quirky and it's really hilarious. What's Starvoid? What's Starvoid? You can get a refund. I was charged the wrong amount. God, Smite. I spent $100 on Smite. What's Starvoid? I spent $3 on this game. It doesn't exist. Why does Starvoid not exist? What? Starvoid. Oh yeah, someone bought me Starbound and I never played it. Starvoid. Star. Starvoid. Here it is. What is this game? It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. What was this game? All the servers don't work. I want a refund. Who's with me? I am. Me either. What is this game? Why did I pay $3 for this? What the oh, this looks so crappy. Oh my god. Oh, it's a multiplayer game. Is it a multiplayer game? Did I buy it just because it said co-op, online co-op on the Steam page? I'm pretty sure I bought a lot of games just because they said co-op and I wanted to play them with my friends. See, even as like a high schooler, I was like, man, I just want to play games with my friends, or I just want to play games with people. So the the trauma of being neglected as a kid really seeps into the rest of my life, doesn't it? It didn't matter. My friends wanted to play games too, but they cared more about the quality of the game than actually just simply playing. So goddamn, like if I didn't have the friends that because the friends that I had were willing and were, were eager to play games with me, right? We played Maple Story, we played Terraria, we played Civ 5, we played League of Legends together. We played all of these. We played Minecraft together. We played, I mean, each of those was like hundreds and hundreds of hours per game. And we played smaller games too. We played Portal 2 together. We played all this sort of stuff together. So it's like, I found a really good group of friends. Like, I found a genuine group of friends when I was in high school. But then when I went to college, I stopped needing that. So eventually, they stopped needing it, and so eventually we drifted away. Or drifted away. That's a nice way of putting it. What is the gameplay of this game even like? How do you control your character? Duh. I can already hear the voice actor. in the Fantasy Life Online game on the phone, they have part of the gacha game, the loot boxes, is that you can get characters, you can get like companions who will join your party and help you fight. So one of the characters was in some the rarest characters, the 5-star guys, are voice acted, and they tell you who voice acts, who does the voice lines for the characters. It's only a couple of voice lines, but still. One of the, I don't know voice actor names, but I recognize them. So one of the characters that you could get in the loot box was voice acted by this guy I love, by this voice actor I love. I just love his like his deep aggressive voice. Oh man, I just love it. And like he's in the Bookworm, the Ascension of a Bookworm anime. He plays one of the side characters. And oh, it's just every time I hear his voice it's just so satisfying, and I just think back to him from the anime, and he's been in other anime that I recognize too. So it's I love it. And so anyway, I spent all of my gems, I spent all of my free currency in the phone game, in the phone app, just to get the character who he voice acts. Just and then and then I spent them all, and luckily I got him. It was a really low percentage chance that I was gonna get him, but for some reason they gave it to me. So anyway, so he voice acted two of the characters in the game. I got both of them in the game on tape one, and so now I just have those two characters, both voice acted by the same dude, in my party. And so whenever I go out and play, this is the only reason I'm going to continue playing the game, by the way. Every single time I go out and all of us go and fight monsters in the field, these my two companions are both going to say aggressive voice lines with the voice actor from this anime that I love. Oh my god. That's the only reason. That's the only reason I'm even gonna play the game beyond like last night. It's just just because of that. It's so pathetic. It's so pathetic. And that's how they sell you, right? That's how they sell you on it, because there are people who are obsessed with some of these voice actors, and they'll pay real money in order to see them, or like they won't watch an anime if it doesn't have one of their favorite voice actors in it. So anyway, this guy's the voice actor. Oh yeah, Northgard. I'm gonna buy this on PlayStation when I can. It seems like it only goes on sale like twice a year, so I can't believe I didn't buy this on PlayStation. Did I even know this is on PlayStation? Anyway, I don't remember the voice actor's name, but I know what character in what anime he's in. Ascendance. Here we go. Bakemonoe. Here we go. Benno. Yes. Koyatsu Takehito. Let's see here. What are they? Oh my god, I did not know he looked like that. I did not know he looked like that. Oh my god, his voice does not fit. He's in Kaguya-sama? Oh, he plays a background character. Can we go to favorites? He's Dio? No freaking wonder. Kono orega Dio. No wonder Dio is such an icon. I mean, there are people like to this day mimicking Dio voice lines from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So that's how much of an impact this kind of voice actor has. So I'm surprised they got him for a freaking gacha game. He only recorded, I mean, like 3 or 4 voice lines, so they only needed him in the studio for, well, like 30 minutes. So it's not like it's that big of a sacrifice. He played a character in Gintama. He's Zeke. It's Zeke. No wonder I started thinking about it when I saw freaking Zeke's Beast. He's fucking Zeke. No fucking wonder. No wonder I like this guy so much. He's Dio. He's Zeke. He's that character from the Ascension of a Bookworm that I love. I don't love the character. I love the way that he sounds. He's Aokiji from One Piece. He is. Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like replaying voice lines from the anime, from these anime. He's Bobobo. Oh no way, he's Bobobo. There's no way. God, I gotta watch Bobobo. It's a kids show. Bobobo, 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 Bobobo. It's not like a good anime by any means. It's a kids show. He's Roswell from freaking from ReZero. Of course he is. Of course he is. Yeah. Okay. Now I think about it. Okay. Oh my god. I'm getting down the voice actor. Um, I'm going down the voice actor rabbit hole here. He's Luck from Bakano. God, what did Luck even sound like? I don't remember what he sound. I remember his existence in the show, but I can't remember what he sounds like. He played a main character in Tales of the Abyss. Nice. I can't I can't play the Japanese version of Tales of Abyss because I need a modded PS3 in order to do that, which I have, but the game crashes. I don't want to replay the game up until that point. So this dude played a lot of roles. Yeah, Benno from Ascendance of a Bookworm. Will I recognize him from anything else? Sasuke Sarutobi. Sasuke is a character in Naruto, and Sarutobi is another character, is a different character in Naruto. And so the fact that this, whatever this anime is, Sengoku Barasa, named a character Sasuke Sarutobi, it's just they're really taking inspiration from other things. Anything else? Kemono no Kyojin. It's Zeke. Oh. It's freaking ringing in my ears. Just all of a sudden. Oh my god, he played Julius Monray in Hearts no Kuni no Alice Wonderful Land. Oh my god, that's my favorite Otome Harem game. Is this a girl? Did he play a girl in Species Human? There's no way this guy cannot play a girl. That was a guy character, but there's no way this guy play a girl character. He's too deep. Hey, he played the villain, the evil dude who wanted to commit rep onto Asuna. I guess he did. I guess it is the same voice actor as this dude from Sword Art Online. Originally selected as by Asuna's father to marry Asuna, he was adopted into her family on her father's wishes. He played someone from Neon Genesis. He played, I don't know. He played someone from Food Wars. Well, that's what it is. He's Dio. He's Zeke from Attack on Titan. He's freaking Aokiji from One Piece. He's Roswell from ReZero. And he's Benno from Ascension of a Bookworm. That's where I know him from. I'm sure other people know him from other places, but He's also a main character in Captain Tsubasa. Huh. I don't know. Did did Kaguya's father get any voice lines? Wait, who's Shirogane? Who's Miyuki Wait, who's Kaguya? His current occupation is a YouTube streamer with 50,000 subscribers. What? We're talking about anime here, right? What? This is Kaguya-sama? Ya love me, mister, oh mister, shiranazai wa. Shirogane. It's the dude. So, his father is voice act. I didn't know he got voice act. His father. Okay, so it's pretty sad. His wife left him and their factory shut down, leaving him with not any stable employment. He's in strong support of the relationship. He is a YouTube streamer. He's a YouTube streamer. His wife left him. What a weird, what a weird premise. That's hilarious. This guy from Kaguya-sama is voice acted by a girl in the Spanish dub of this show. Wait a second. No, he's voiced by a guy. Wait, why does he have two voice actors? Why does he have two Spanish voice actors? Or are there like certain pitches? Like, I normally don't. Like, I know like Luffy is from One Piece is voice acted by a girl. Luffy, One Piece. Luffy is like always the most popular anime protagonist in the Shonen Jump surveys. Wait. Yeah, this old lady is they don't have the gender on here. Tanaka. This is the only kanji I can read. Is Tanaka. The oh, look at that grandma face. The box, the 4 boxes. This means rice field, and then this one means inside. So Tanaka is like a very common Japanese surname or last name, meaning within the rice fields. So you guys know how last names are, at least in Europe and Asia. Last names are, I'm sure other places too. Last names are reflective of like what kind of work you did, what kind of work you and your family does. So, like Smith, right? Like John Smith, right? He comes from a family of blacksmiths, right? That sort of thing. So, and they give that to you. You know, they gave that to them back in like the 800s. So it's like, oh yeah, you know, my family, you know, my relatives would never be blacksmiths or whatever. Well, yeah, but your ancestors were. So. But anyway, Tanaka, right, in the rice fields. It's basically because so many Japanese people worked in the rice fields, right? Because that was their main agriculture over there. So, of course, that would be a lot of people's last names, right? Just every rice farmer was a Tanaka, basically. So, anyway, look at how many Luffys there are. Look at how many. I mean, look at all these Luffys. Oh my gosh, all those Luffys. There's too many to count. And then he was, oh, she's a Dragon Ball character. Look at how many Kuririns there are. She played Oars from the same show. Dang, 55? Or 1955? When was my dad born? So she's as old as my father is. Oh, so she's getting up there in years. One Piece is going to be going on for a few... The anime is going to be going on for a few more years. And they're going to keep coming out with movies and stuff. They have 14 movies. Why do they have 14 movies for One Piece? Whatever. Anyway, so she's... I mean... My dad's retired, so she's gonna she's probably gonna be working till she drops dead, like, just voicing Luffy. So terrible. Like, she committed to she got this voice actor role, not knowing that, she got it back in 1999, which is when One Piece started. Where's the main listing for One Piece? I can't find it. I just can't find it. It's just, oh, here it is. Okay. One Piece started in October 20th, 1999. So, she 23 years ago, she was like, yeah, sure, I'll voice act the main character. I have some time. And then her her entire voice acting career has been voicing Luffy. She did a Dragon Ball character, and then she did Luffy, and that's it. That's it. So. They really pump out these episodes. They've been doing one episode a week for One Piece since 1999. So whatever anime studio is working on this they got a lot of work on them. So, which is why the quality of the anime has gone down. But who is this? This whole page is going to be spoilers for me. I haven't caught up. Oh, they have all the opening themes? Nice. I love some of these. I love, Shining Ray, which is... Where is it? Shining Ray, yeah. Before Dawn's a good one. Run, Run, Run. I love Run, Run, Run. Oh, I want to listen to that right now. I want to listen to it. I don't have my phone. It's on the webcam. I can't listen to it on the computer. I mean, I could. I would just mute the desktop audio. All the first 10 or the first 9 openings for One Piece are just such bangers. Oh my god, I love it. They keep remixing We Are. I don't like it, but Brand New World, Crazy Rainbow, Jungle P. Was Brave New World? This was... No. Bon Voyage. Was it Kokoro no Chizu? Saisho bizanai misusuro wo Dai omoi tsu no mune ni Arashi ga kitara katakunde Sono saki yo hikari wo iyo Mune wo tokera hatsumareba Hatsu ni iru kanjizu ni naru Onaji yo ka ni natte ho wo Merai no tsuka no e yo yo Bokura wa hitotsu One Piece Boom 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 boom. Anyway, I like this voice actor. So, who is he in One Piece? Oh, yeah, he was Aokiji Kuzan. What's airing this month, year? Oh yeah, they're not coming out with the next season, the final part of the final season of Attack on Titan until like next year. So, anime only fans are gonna have to stay watching. This is why I was like, okay, I'm just gonna read the manga. Like, I knew it was gonna be like at least like a year before I got to see the ending in the anime, and lo and behold, it's gonna be 2 years. So. Not that cold now. I only ate half of those. I ended up being too ambitious with it. I count the calories, right? So I look on the tater tots package and I see like, oh, it's it's only like 600 calories or 800 calories for half the bag. And I was like, oh, that's like, what, a third of my daily intake, right? So I'll be able to eat that for a meal, right? 800 calories, that should be a meal for me. But I think I underestimated, well, because I'm also having the chili on top, which I didn't look at. And then I got like a giant handful of cheese that I just slapped onto it, which I didn't account for either, so. I think this is like, I think with the chili and the cheese, it's like a 1,200 calorie meal. So this is basically like breakfast and lunch for me. These anime look cute. Or, well, I mean, this one does. I guess. They're really freaking, how many, goddamn, it's 3 seasons of Kaguya-sama? I didn't even finish the first season of Kaguya-sama. And they're coming out with 3 seasons. How long can they stretch out this show? Like, god dang. It's what's her face? He's doing the dance. Were these only 12 episodes seasons? 2019? Dang, 2019? Really? What was I doing in 2019? Oh, that's right. Someone was trying to kill me in 2019. I remember. Oh, well. Bum, 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 boom, bum, boom, 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 boom. Anyway, if we're getting a new season of Kaguya-sama every 2 years, then by the time I start rewatching it, it's gonna have a whole bunch. Oh boy. Let's see what anime. It's nice because, Crunchyroll subscription is only like $8. So if I want to watch an anime, I can just get a Crunchyroll subscription and then I just need like 2 anime on my queue to watch, and then I can just watch those in a month and then unsubscribe. Arifureta, a fantasy world. I'm not even like looking at these. I can't, I can't tell what the anime are about by looking at the picture. Sailor uniform. Well, it's about 4 girls who look like they have an objective, so that looks promising. Strongest sage with the weakest creed. Yeah, that's gonna get a 6. I'm surprised people even rated it that high. Ooh. The case study of Valdis, part 2. What is this? Supernatural vampires. Ugh. I don't like supernatural vampires. Oh, whoops. I mean, if it's getting good reviews, then okay, but why does Mal like this? If there's anything of the next big thing for hardcore fans of Jun Mochizuki to receive an anime adaptation of her immaculate work that properly does its translation onto the small screen well. God, you really ran on with that sentence, didn't you? We finally got it in Vantis no Carte, and as someone who has watched the Pandora Heights adaptation and felt someone burned by the last stretch, oh god, Pandora Hearts. This is probably another supernatural one, isn't it? Supernatural, but it's fantasy shonen, so this one looks a little more up my alley. But they said don't watch the anime, so we're gonna read the manga. Here we go. Bookmark that. When I have a free day, I'll just read. I'll probably just binge it. Or maybe I'll watch like the first episode and then I'll read the manga. Oh my god, what the fuck? This person's putting more effort into his review than I do into my college essays. Look at all these words. It's too many words. It's too many words. Oh my god, I'm not here to read a freaking like peer review of freaking anime. Just tell me if it's good or not. Whatever. We're gonna give that a maybe. Oh yeah, they have Demon Slayer. Should I watch Demon Slayer? I'm not really in the mood for Demon Slayer. Oh. Dang. Demon Slayer got the same score as Attack on Titan. Demon Slayer must have sucked then. I am just kidding. I wasn't all too thrilled about the Attack on Titan season. I guess it's because it was stuff I already watched, but it didn't seem like they got very far. In the 12 episodes, no, they did get far. That's right. I'm only thinking about the last part. The whole freaking Zeke catches Aaron's head, and then they go into that world, and then they learn the backstory of the Titans and whatever. That was good. Honestly, I'd rate this season a 10 out of 10 just for how they depicted Aaron's anger during the looking at the memories part. God, it was so perfect. The manga does such a good job too. Oh my god, I don't want to browse manga on stream. God dang. If I'm gonna do anything like watch YouTube or browse manga or watch anime or whatever, then I have to do it on Twitch, because YouTube has like an auto detect thing where they automatically detect if you're doing something suspicious. If I sing a song too well pitched compared to the original, then they'll shut down my whole YouTube channel. So I gotta switch to Twitch if I want to do any of that stuff. I heard Son of Bisque doll, my dress up darling, was actually like really good. That's probably gonna be my next one to watch. I don't know what it's about. I have no idea. But apparently the main girl is like top tier waifu material. So that's pretty much that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know to watch this show. I wouldn't watch it because she's the best waifu of the season. I when people are able to say, but you think about if people are able to say that someone's like best waifu or whatever, that means that the entire show itself has been able to exemplify the good character of that character, right? Which means that the show itself is organized and directed well enough to bring out the good qualities of these characters and whatnot. Which means that it's going to be a character-focused story. Which means it's going to be right up my alley because I like character-focused stories. So I don't know how you could not like character-focused stories, but because a story is about the characters that are in it. It's about a story has a plot and characters and a setting. The setting is basically your premise, right? It's the situation that your story takes place in. So that's what gets you interested before you start watching the show or before you open the book, is the premise of the story, the setting. The plot is what keeps you going, is what keeps you hooked and keeps you interested in continuing it, but the characters are what immerses you and gets you emotionally attached to the story itself. So all three concepts need to be in place, but you could do without the setting, you could do without the interesting premise, and then just go with the other two. So if I find a story or a show or a book that that is able to make people remember the characters in the story, then that automatically means that it has good character development, and that itself makes it a good story. So it doesn't matter if I think this show is about. It doesn't matter what the show is actually about. I think this show is about some average high school dude likes sewing clothes for his dolls. I guess that's what it says. Gojo finds bliss in sewing clothes for his dolls. It's literally what it says. But he's gonna keep his hobby a secret until I'm sure the main character girl finds out about it. Anyway, so generic premise, right? Not normally something I would be interested in. It's fashion, right? Making clothes, but I could see how you could do a lot of great things with something like that. So, and if 8.4 on Mal, which is great, right? 7 is average, 8 is fantastic, and 6 is terrible. That's what my anime list basically is. So. Everything that's like a 6, right? If it's down here. You click on any one like Shenmue the animation, right? 6.8, and you're gonna get most of the top reviews are positive. Preliminary. Shenmue. This fucking game. Shenmue's a video game series. I know nothing else beyond that, but Donkey makes some good videos about it. So, I didn't look at any of the other anime, did I? Oh yeah, 86. Is the light novel for 86 done? So if it is, I can dive back into it. Let's just jump right back into it. Adapted from 86, here it is. I like that cover art. It is not finished yet. They don't say when it was released. No. Live to fight, die with honor. That was all they knew. They were proud. But as they saw themselves reflected in the sirens slaughtered by the thousands with nothing to show for it, a cracked form of their ironclad resolve, Shin's mind festered with doubt. Lena's heart tore at the seams as she struggled to understand him. Would they find common ground over the course of the United Kingdom operation, or would they just drift further apart? Ooh. Sends goosebumps down my spine. Oh boy. Light novel, read online free. Here we go. 86 scans. Very nice. Nope. Buy me a coffee. Oh, well, that's gonna be something. School if? I don't want to read a if. Wait, how many chapters are out? Why is there a school if for this? Oh, whoops. J novels. Here we go. Don't know how to download? Click here. I don't know how to download. I can't figure it out. There are 9 volumes. 86LN, okay. So, that website had 9 volumes out, which is the ones that are released. What I was going to do, I was going to watch the anime for the first 2 seasons, and then I was going to continue where the light novels, where the anime ended, just like what I did with Ascension of a Bookworm and everything else I read. Barukiri, Valkyrie, Hazu, landed. Valkyrie has landed. Okay. So it's not a school if. Mist. Gansumoku. Gunsmoke. On the water. Gunsmoke on the water. Okay. The rest are in kanji. Okay. Just here we go. Under. Pulesha. Under pressure. I should have been able to guess that. Oh, the English titles are right here. What am I... Fucking... What am I doing? That must have looked so stupid. I'm like trying to translate the Japanese. When the English titles are right there. I wasn't faking that. Alright, guys, I promise. I literally, I was looking at the Japanese only. And I was trying to read the katakana and trying to translate that to English. Fragmenter Newtoni. Whoa, look how fast I did that one. Hey, this one's coming out in 2 weeks. This looks decent. This is a great story. Oh my god, I love this one. When did I watch the first one? Login. Anime. Where's the anime? Media. Anime. List. Core 2. So. Adaptation. Volume 1 and 3 epilogue. Volume 3, Chapter 9. Super Nox Tokida. Why? Wait, what's this release date? English air date? Wait, no, Japanese air date. They had the season go from October to December, but then they skipped to March. All that's left. Okay, so it looks like Handela 1. So it looks like they get to the end of volume 3 by season 2. So when did I say I watched this? I gave this a 10. Oh yeah, that's right. I gave this a 10 out of 10. November. I watched it in 4 days. Dang. I never do that. I should have watched season 2 while it was up. November? It's been... Dang, it's been 7 months since I watched this. It does not feel like that long. God, my life has just stagnated. God, it's May. I need to get a job like a month, like freaking months ago. God. Anyway, so if they go to the end of volume 3, then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7 volumes. I would need to buy 7 books. Can I get them at Barnes & Noble? $10% off, $40. 15% off, $60. They overcharge for their books. So this isn't... Okay, so they have... There's another book about war that's specifically titled The Panjir Valley, 1980 to 86. So when you look up 86 on... Okay, so I need to type in the words 86. Paperback. Here we go. There you go. Nice. 85 results? What is... What? Okay, so it looks like each paperback's $14. If I need to buy... Or $15. Which is how much the other ones were. So if they're with my discount, they're like 9 each. Which means buying 9 of them. Wait, no, 7 of them is gonna cost me $63. Sales tax. It's gonna be about $70. God, I'm gonna spend $70 on fucking books. Again, why are books so goddamn expensive? Holy hell. I'd have to get them secondhand from somebody if I want them cheaper. Mushoku Tensei Part 2. I watched Mushoku Tensei because people were saying, oh, this is a great isekai. It was really meh to me. It was good animation. But good animation is not going to save you from a crap story, so. Anyway, I don't know why this is getting an 8. Above an 8 or whatever on here, but I don't know. It's fanboys. So anyway, I watched the first season. It ended. It had a kind of a confusing end. So I looked it up. I was like, okay, explain the ending. And they explained it. It's like, okay, stuff happened off screen that they didn't tell you about. Whatever. Anyway. So while I was at it, I was like, okay, I'm not interested in this series. And so I just read what the ending was going to be for the series. I was like, okay, what's going to happen at the end? It's another fucking harem. It's another fucking harem, right? You can't believe it. What would you know? The top anime on my anime list is a harem. Whoopie-doo. This one, it's this fucking like middle-aged pervert who dies in real life and he gets reborn as a kid in a fantasy world. He's still a pervert. Throughout the series, he meets 3 girls. One of them is his magic teacher. One of them is his childhood friend, who's like meek and shy, and then another one is his cousin, who he's like distantly related to, who he goes to visit in order to learn more stuff or whatever. Guys can see where this is going. By the end of the entire series, so the light novel ended for it, so by the end of the entire series, this dude marries all 3 of the girls simultaneously. And they say like, oh, he had a different reason for marrying each of them. He marries his magic teacher because of this, and he marries his childhood friend because of that, and he marries his cousin because of this. That's what it is. That's what it is. He fucking marries all 3 of the girls that were featured in this. So it's like, so it's a way of the show saying like, oh, it was okay that he was just a massive pervert because he married them anyways. But that's not the issue. The issue is that he's a fucking harem. And the entire show is focused on the fact that he has a harem. That's what it is. It's wish fulfillment. It's wish fulfillment. Kind of interesting things happen between that, but that's basically the main focus of the story. So it's like, okay. If it was just like a side thing, then it'd be fine. Or if the character had like a real objective, then it'd be fine. But his objective throughout, it was just clear in the first season. It's just get used to the world so that you can survive in it with your 3 wives. That's what it is. So it's not a good objective at all. There is no objective. There is no goal to go towards. This dude doesn't have any actual desires or any life ambitions that he can't already get. he's not earning the love of the girls over a long period of time like what normal human beings have to do. So it's like there's no clear objective as to why anything goes on, because you don't care, because it's not something that needs to be cared about or whatever, right? There's no overarching premise of the story. Like One Piece, right? You guys probably haven't watched One Piece, but and I'm not spoiling anything here. One Piece, episode 1. The enemy is like, "Oh, why are you even fighting? What are you gonna do?" And Luffy is like, "I'm gonna sail to the end of the world. I'm gonna find the treasure One Piece, and I'm gonna be king of the pirates." And of course, everyone laughs at him and whatnot. "Oh, how could a scrawny guy like you be king of the pirates? You're going up against the whole world. Don't you see that?" Blah blah blah, right? The character has a clear goal. Episode 1 has that clear goal. Every single action that Luffy does throughout One Piece is in pursuit of that goal. Every single thing he does brings him one small step closer to that goal. Compare that to some of this other stuff, right? To some crappy anime or whatever. Like, I don't know. Let's compare it to Maggie, right? In Maggie, what was their goal? What was their goal in Maggie? What were the characters trying to accomplish? I don't know. I don't know what they were trying to accomplish. They were reactive. They weren't proactive characters. They were reactive. Something bad was happening, and it was now their goal to stop it. But they were reactive to things. When Alibaba had saw that his hometown was being taken over by his childhood friend of darkness, then they had a goal for that arc, right? Stop the evil from happening or whatever and save the people. But then once they completed that, it's like, okay, what's their goal, right? Oh, everyone lives happily ever after. Well, no, the series is gotta continue, right? We're gonna introduce new things or whatever, and they did set up like mini goals throughout the whole thing. But what was the overarching goal of the entire series? I mean, you could maybe argue that, like, oh, Aladdin wanted Alibaba to be a king's candidate, and so they were going to become kings or rulers or something. I don't know. But it's like there wasn't a clearly defined goal. In this book I'm reading, or in this book series I'm reading, freaking Ascendance of a Bookworm, right? Her goal, chapter 1 or episode 1, she says, "I want to read." She tries to find books, she can't find books. She's like, "My goal is to fill the world with books and to introduce printing books and everything so I can spend my life reading books." There's the goal. Every single thing she does, from figuring out how to make paper to inventing a printing press to using magic to everything else is in pursuit of that goal. You feel like there's some progress being made to this person's overall goal, and you feel like there's a reason for them to be doing it. And that's the thing. You watch shows and you read books to hear interesting things about a character that you're obviously not, right? None of us are this ambitious about anything. So we don't have clearly defined goals where every single event in our lives is in pursuit of that goal. No, even if we have things that we want, the majority of our lives is downtime. So that's why we read books, and that's why we watch shows, is because we want to see people who are more ambitious and interesting than us do more ambitious and interesting things in pursuit of their goals. And when does the story end? The story ends when they've reached their goal, right? Luffy is going to one day find One Piece and become the Pirate King. Probably. Who knows? And so we're all waiting for that to happen. It hasn't happened yet, but we're all waiting for that to happen because that's the conclusion. And every single thing that exists in the One Piece world is another obstacle that Luffy has to get over in order to pursue that goal. And when a new character is introduced off in the distance, or a new bad guy is introduced off in the distance, then you're able to look at that and say, wow, how is Luffy gonna jump over this hurdle? How are the main characters going to overcome that challenge that's looming off in the distance, right? That they're clearly not prepared for, right? It's and it's an underdog story, but it's also goal setting, right? You have a clear, distinct goal in the beginning, and then you try to pursue that goal through the rest of it, right? Lord of the Rings, right? You think about Lord of the Rings. Even if you guys haven't seen Lord of the Rings, you guys probably heard of the main concept. Lord of the Rings, the objective that is, it's not stated in chapter 1, but or in the first 10 minutes or whatever, but by the end of the first book, they have established the objective of we gotta take the One Ring to Mount Doom and throw it in the volcano so that it burns, and that'll destroy Sauron and we'll save the world, right? That's their objective, right? They're trying to save the world by doing this one action. Every single thing that they do after getting that objective is in pursuit of that goal. Every single thing that they do, every action that they take, every hill that they climb, every enemy that they fight is all to get them one step closer. Every character relationship that goes awry and they have to deal with, every single thing is in pursuit of that goal. You always want to keep moving forward with your plot towards a specific goal. The problem that I'm having with writing my story right now, and by writing I mean it's all in my head, is that my characters don't have a specific goal. There's nothing clear cut and defined that they necessarily want to do. So, and because of that, I have a hard time putting in events in my story that would be interesting, because the interesting factor that comes from events is the reason for doing them. And currently, my characters don't have desire, and so they don't have a reason for doing anything. And so they're going to be more of a reactive cast of characters. Oh, we don't feel like doing anything, but we want to keep the peace. And oh, there's something bad happening, right? You guys think like a police officer doesn't have an ambition or a goal, right? If the world was at peace, complete peace, and there was no crime, police officers wouldn't need to exist, right? Their entire purpose would be meaningless. Police officers are a reactive profession. It's a reactive career because they're only there to deal with the problems as they come up. You're not going towards a goal. Whereas if you start a company, let's say, let's contrast that with starting a company, starting your own business, right? If you start your own business, what is your goal with starting this business? Well, your goal is, I want to grow my business and I want to become super rich. Cool, fantastic, right? Day one, you're not at that goal. So past day one, every single action that you take, every sale that you get at your company, every employee that you hire, every extra store that you open, and to expand, every new product that you come out with, every single action that you do as the company owner is in pursuit of that greater goal of, I'm going to grow my company and be rich, right? And for company owners, the goalposts might vary a little bit. Some of them say I want to be a millionaire. Some of them say I want my company to go international. Whatever it is. So some people just say, oh, I just want to raise enough money to put my kids through college, and then I'll quit, right? Or some people just, they don't have that ambition. They say, oh, I want the company to be small but self-sustainable, so I just get passive income, which is something like what I would do, right, if I was in that position. So the goal might be different, and it's different from person to person, but it's still the same concept. You start a company with a goal. You have that goal. If you don't have a goal, you don't start a company. That's the cut and dry of it. So when you have a company, or when you start a company, you have a goal for how much you want that company to grow, and how much money you want to make, and what direction that goes into. And every single thing you do for that company is in pursuit of that goal. You are a proactive protagonist. You are a proactive main character in your story of starting a company, right? In fact, you could write a whole book about someone starting a company and all of the struggles that they have to go through and all of the things that they're doing in order to step by step get to their goal. So you could write a fiction book about that, right? In fact, you could write a non-fiction book about that, basing it off of somebody else's experience. So, in fact, a lot of people would probably read a story like that because a lot of people are interested in being entrepreneurs and starting their own company and whatnot, right? But it would, aside from that initial interest in it, it would also be a very compelling story because it would be about one man's journey towards accomplishing his goal, right? That's what it is. That's what makes it interesting, and that's what makes a compelling story. So a character who has wants and needs, and he has a goal or an ambition in mind, and he pursues that. And he pursues it in a world where it's difficult for him to get that, but he does it anyway. That's what the story's got to be. Fucking Mushoku Tensei, which gets raving reviews, has no goal like that. It doesn't have a goal like that where, the main character doesn't want anything ambitious. He doesn't want anything. He just wants to live a peaceful life and just gain knowledge or whatever. But to what end does he want to gain knowledge? To what end does he want to grow more powerful and make money and stuff? There is no end. There is no real ambition. He's not doing it for a purpose. He's just doing it just to do it. So while it might be interesting in order, watching a show about people doing things, there's no real appeal to it. That's the problem that I have with a lot of these, is that it's hard to find a show or a story that has like a real premise or like a real objective behind it. So I don't know. Because if I'm going to look for a story that doesn't have a real objective behind it, there are plenty of other ones that just focus on that, right? It's not just, oh, I'm writing this just as an excuse to write words on a paper. Or we're not just having this just as an excuse to animate something for 20 minutes at a time or whatever, right? So, like here, right? Kobayashi Maid Dragon. It doesn't have an objective. The characters don't want anything, and they don't care about anything in this one. But it doesn't need to, right? Because it's a slice of life. It's a slice of life, and you don't watch this for like a compelling story or whatever, right? You're not expecting Lord of the Rings out of freaking Maid Dragon anime, right? But that's the thing. If somebody says that an anime is good, it's like, okay, it's good in what aspect, right? And I think a lot of people's standards have been like very greatly reduced, right? You could write the crappiest story in the world, but as long as the main character has like a clear-cut objective, then it's still gonna feel satisfying going through that story, right? I mean, that's really the draw from it. So, I don't know. Maybe my standards are just too high. You read like a romance story, let's say, or like an erotica or something. Two people getting it on or whatever, right? becoming romantically involved. What's the objective? What are the characters' desires and what's the objective? Well, the characters want to get in a relationship with each other and they want the other person to like them. And so they pursue that objective, right? Their goal is to foster a relationship with this other person who they fancy. That's a good objective. And so in a story, in a romance story, every single little event that happens where the main character gets their love interest to like them a little more, every little conversation that they have, every little success that they experience with, getting the person to like them, that feels earned. And if you get that feeling of satisfaction from reading each little bit of that, because you're seeing this relationship develop and grow. Because that was the objective in the first place, right? I like this girl or I like this guy. Right? The main character says that, and that's the premise of the story. By the end of the book, you want them to be dating or you want them to get married. That's what you want. Obviously, like real life, this isn't synonymous to real life at all, because real life doesn't need to be that complicated, right? Two people can just like each other right off the bat and then just have a happy relationship for the rest of their life, right? Like I said, real life isn't really that interesting, right? Real life's kind of boring, actually, in that aspect. Most people aren't ambitious. But a story, that's totally fine, right? You don't need to have a real life that's interesting. That's why there are stories. That's why you write a story, or you write a book, or you watch a TV show, or whatever, right? Because this is a substitute in your boring life, right? This is the substitute for you doing anything interesting. You just watch other people. You can just watch other people do interesting stuff. That's all you need. That's all you need. Why would you need anything more? So, it's fine in that aspect, right? It's... So, if you're going to have a story, it's got to be a good story, right? Obviously. So, a romance story, right? Even if you pick up a romance novel and you read about how two characters are slowly but in an interesting manner developing their relationship, developing like feelings and a relationship for one another, it's going to be a lot more interesting than any romances that you go through, right? It's going to be a lot more interesting than real life. Some people mistake it. Some people think that like, romances are just as wacky and interesting as in my romance novels, and then they hold their own lives up to, and therefore other people, up to the standard that storytelling provides. And you can't do that, right? Real life and storytelling are two completely different things, right? Nobody's going to be nobody's going to be experiencing any of the stuff that you're going to find in any of these anime, right? Even like Horimiya or like Toradora, like let's say Toradora for example, right? Toradora it's the most realistic thing possible in anime, right? It's high school students who have normal relationships with each other and who slowly, who go on, class trips, and they're completely normal things happen during these class trips and whatnot, right? Even something like Toradora, which is the most basic thing in the world, is still removed from reality, right? This is something nobody is ever going to go through everything that the Toradora people went through, right? Everything that the Toradora characters went through, right? You're not gonna, the whole like, oh, you live next to your classmate and your classmate owns like a giant apartment complex, and and is like one window away from you, right? Oh, freaking Taiga gets lost in the snow during a blizzard at the ski trip, right? None of this stuff is ever going to happen, right? None of this stuff is ever going to happen. So the events and the feelings behind the events are very embellished because of that. Because it's a story, and those things make the story interesting, or they set up a premise for the characters to go along with it, right? So, but even in a story like Toradora, which is super basic, there was an objective. Think about episode 1. What happened in what did you understand about the characters in episode 1? Well, you understood their personalities, but then you also understood who they liked. The main character dude, I forget what his name was, likes Minori. He likes the redheaded girl. And then Taiga likes, she likes the guy with glasses. And they want to get into a relationship with their respective love interests. There is an objective. I know that it doesn't happen by the end, and it twists or whatever, right? But there's the objective. There's your objective, and so every single scene, even though it's a slice of life, typical romance story about normal high schoolers, there is a clearly stated objective that every single scene afterwards, every single scene from episode 2 onward, can be seen as making progress towards their objective. Oh, the guy can get close to the girl. Oh, the girl can get close to the guy. Oh, we'll create opportunities for that. And, it sets up the whole plot for the whole show, but because of that premise, but it's a premise that's based off of this clearly defined goal, right? The characters have an objective, and so therefore it feels satisfying to go through each episode seeing them either get closer or fail at that objective, because you know that there's something that they want and you know that there's something they're going towards. And we as human beings can relate to that because we've had things that we want and we've had successes and failures towards getting those things that we want. And this is just a very condensed, embellished, unrealistic version of our real lives in that aspect, right? That's why a lot of girls like romance stories, is because that's something they're interested in. And so they want to see these people going through, they want to see characters going through these same events and these same feelings in a dramatic way compared to what they would normally go through, right? Or compared to what they want to go through, right? And so, and it makes sense, right? And same thing with action shows, right? Action shows for guys especially, it's like most guys would love to have superpowers and just to throw magic and shoot lightning bolts and swing a big berserk sword everywhere they go, right? They would love to do that, and they'd like to fight against other enemies, right? That sounds really fun, right? Like, that sounds really fun. And that sounds really cool, and so that's something that guys are interested in. But that alone doesn't make an interesting story. The interesting story is about completing objectives. Oh, what if you wanted something, but then there was a hurdle in your way, and so now you have an excuse to do it, right? You're going to go, and then, you see these characters going towards that objective, and everything that they do is not only cool and fun and interesting because it's something you're interested in, but it's also something that's important and meaningful to the characters and to the progression of the plot. So, in that sense, characters need to have a clear-cut goal. In Toradora, they have a clear-cut goal. Of course, midway through the show, that goal, the goalposts change completely, right? And then all of a sudden, halfway through the show, all the characters are confused about their feelings for each other. So, which I think is really well done, right? You can still have twists and you can change the goal, right? Luffy doesn't need to find One Piece by the end of the series. He can find something more important to him. That's totally fine, right? A lot of shows and a lot of animes do that, where the characters find something more important to them. Ascension of a Bookworm is starting to do that because she's in her pursuit of this goal of, I'm going to start the printing industry for books. She has to go through so many different things in this world in order to accomplish that. And she's finding value and importance in certain aspects, right? She has to join noble society, and she has to, get along with other people, and she has to help these people while hurting others, and, all this sort of stuff. And so her values throughout the story might change depending on her experiences. That's called character development. And the character development, whether it's something like that where your values change, or whether your values stay the same and you still have the same goal, but you think about a more pragmatic or realistic way of accomplishing them, that's character development, and that's a character growing and being affected by their experiences. And so you feel like the events that happen throughout the story not only hold an impact, they're not only interesting events, and they're not only things that move the plot forward and move the character towards their objective, but they're also things that have a direct impact on the character and their perception of the world and what they need to go through themselves, right? Their ordeals that the character has to go through, and they're changed as people afterwards, right? We've all gone through things in our life that have changed us as people, that have altered our personalities or have altered our interests. And so these characters are doing the same thing, but obviously on a more exaggerated, unrealistic, dramatic scale. And so because of that, they develop as people. They develop as characters, right? They grow. Whether they grow in a good way or a bad way, it depends on the story, but that's how it is. And so seeing that, right, so a character having a clear goal allows for each event that happens in a story to serve those three objectives: to be interesting, to be to move closer to the objective of the story or of the character, and to change the character and cause them to alter, to grow as a character. So, to character develop. So. It's right. So if you have those three things in a story, then the story's interesting, right? You want to keep reading because you want to experience that over and over and over again. And then you finish the story and you start from the beginning and you reread it a second time or a third time because you want to re-experience that. That's what makes a good story. So in contrast, a bad story lacks all of that. A bad story is one where the characters don't have an objective and they don't grow as people, and where the events aren't interesting. So a lot of slice of life anime and a lot of other things like the Mushoku Tensei one as well. They only have one aspect. They have the scenes that are interesting, the events that are interesting. They're interesting, cool, but do they work towards an objective, and do they cause the characters to change as people or to develop or to alter their decisions? No. Because these characters didn't have any goals to pursue in the first place, so they're not going to develop as characters in relation to those ambitions because of things happening to them, because they didn't have those ambitions in the first place. So you're taking away 2/3 of what makes a story interesting when a character doesn't have any goals in life. I don't know. It's terrible it's disgusting. It's terrible. It's disappointing. I think it's disappointing because shows that have good premises and good worlds and good settings and even interesting events lack that clear reason for anything to happen in the first place. And because of that, it's really hard to rate any of these shows highly. So Sunny Boy. Heard Sunny Boy is good. Oh yeah, Bokutachi no Remake. That was one of them. I do have it bookmarked. Let us re-bookmark that. This the one where this dude who made a bunch of bad decisions career-wise, and he didn't get to do what he wanted to do for work. He wanted to be a video game developer, and so his life's a mess, and he hit a dead end. But then he wakes up one day, given having traveled 10 years into the past. So now he gets to redo his life, remake our life. Bookutachi no remake. Our remade lives. So now he has an objective, or I assume that he has an objective of, actually being a successful game developer using his knowledge and his past life mistakes that he did before turning into an 18-year-old. That sounds interesting, and that premise alone, no matter how good or how generic the rest of the show ends up being, that premise alone will keep me interested until the end of the show. So that's what it is. A guy who has a clear objective. So as long as they keep it with having that clear objective, and he keeps going towards that. So it doesn't matter how or why or when he does any of it, as long as the goal is still always in the background. God, I have a smudge on my monitor right here. And so when I scroll up and I go here, it's right, the smudge is right there. And so I keep thinking that like this girl in this thumbnail has like a mole under her eye. because of the little dot on my monitor. But it's not. It's right there, it's gone. Then there's gonna be another one. I scroll up here and there's one right under her eyebrow. I can't get that one off. Okay. I need a monitor. I was looking at monitors. There's this where is it? Here it is. Hurry, only one left. It's a monitor that can go vertical. And so you just have this long monitor. And I was gonna get this to read manga with. Cause I was like, oh, I could read manga, right? Cause manga are portrait spreads. So I could do that. And then I could technically turn it to the side, or I could just use my second monitor that's already horizontal to read the double spreads of the pages. But yeah, I could turn the monitor like this and it'd be good. This one, I did my research, and this is the one that is like the best. So it's the same width as my current one, but it's maybe 1.5 times taller, and it doesn't have smudges on it. That's my important thing. Is this square monitor that I'm on right now, this one, it has a lot of smudges on it on the screen. So it's because to store it, I put it on the floor of my closet for years and years when I wasn't using my computer. So but yeah, I want this one, but I don't know about spending $100 on a monitor. I would have to replace this current monitor that I'm using, or the other one. But it's like, I don't really want to replace either monitor. I can't set up a third monitor, and I don't go on my computer enough to really justify using it. Manga is like kind of fine for me on this monitor anyway, like I can deal with it. And Word documents, which I used to type, and I use this monitor to type Word documents, and those have been fine so far. Or, it's like, I don't want anything longer necessarily, so I would only use it to like read graphs and stuff. Look at this. This is freaking. This one Look at the left picture for this, and then this. This, and then this. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the main protagonist is silver, short-haired, pretty anime boy. And then there is a girl with silver, long hair, blonde, slightly shorter hair. Silver, long hair, blonde, slightly shorter hair, silver-haired main protagonist. And the only difference is that the third girl here is blue hair and here is pink hair. That's it. That's the only difference. It's the same goddamn show. It's the same exact characters. And it's one guy with 3 girls is clearly a harem. This one is a harem. I watched the whole thing. I rated an 8. For what it was interesting, but I don't know if I can tolerate it anymore than that. Keireki ni Shonen. Oh, this one has a 4th girl in it. Oh, that makes that makes it a completely different show, guys. Don't worry. Fucking this. What do the reviews say? Does this have a harem? Yep, theme's harem. Yep. This one doesn't even say theme's harem. It's a harem. Or at least they open the other 2 girl, the fucking in this one, in this one, the dude likes the girl who has silver hair, which, believe it or not, is his cousin. So, but in Japan, marrying your cousin is legal. So it's, but I don't know why they really have to like force feed the sort of relation in there. So, but anyway, so they're cousins, and he likes her, and she probably likes him back, whatever. But the blonde girl and the blue-haired girl openly talk about how they are both in love with him, and how they both know that they are both in love with him, and that they want his affections or whatever, even if they're the side girl. It's a direct quote from the blue-haired girl. So, there was a scene where there was a near rape, but the dude saved the blue-haired girl from getting raped. So that was part of the anime too. So it was a cool concept about, oh, this assassin gets isekai'd, so he gets to kill, and he has to kill the hero. And they took that and they added rape, and they added harem, and they added cousin love, and they just had to add all that stuff. They just had, it was an obligatory, like, my checklist of degeneracy. Let's see here. Can I fit a harem here? Can I fit rape in here? Can I fit a cousin fucking in here? You know, what can we fit in here? Unbelievable. I was gonna read the light novel of that too, because it was an interesting premise, and for what it did, it was doing it well. But they just really try to force feed the other stuff into it. They even had a scene where it's like those other 2 girls were in the bed sleeping with the dude. And the dude's getting annoyed that these 2 girls are clingy and need constant attention or whatever from him. I hate it. I don't hate it because of that, but I hate it because it's like multiple girls in this harem are like this, and they're just gonna keep force feeding that in or whatever. Apparently this one is directly about a harem. I don't even want to think about that. Big Pasta, why are you on my anime list for a 2nd day in a row? Well, I'll tell you guys. I'm just kidding, I won't tell you. Vivi Fluorite Eye Song. I heard this one was good. It has suspense in the title, so I'm assuming that there is actual depth to the show. Fumetsu no Anata ne. This is a show about a dude who's lost in the snow. Now that's a good show. It's just the dude and his dog. Or not his dog, his wolf. Is a pet wolf. That's a good show. That's gonna be game of the year for sure. Zombieland Saga. I gotta watch Zombieland Saga. See, Zombieland Saga was a good one. So much plot. Look at the zombies. Look at the zombie girls. Is that a movie? Hype? Hype for the movie? Can't believe it's getting a movie. Wonder if it's gonna be a sequel. I really love the anime, so hope it comes out soon. Posted a year ago. Same. I really hope it's not a recap though. I doubt it'll begin being worked on anytime soon, as I heard the director is doing another project right now, but we'll have to be patient. Joker or not, that poster tells us this movie is gonna be ridiculous. What poster? Zombieland Saga. That's what the poster says. He's gonna be ridiculous. It's a comedy. Guy, I tried watching Gintama. Gintama apparently is super great. Oh, it's so great. And you just have to get past the initial episodes and then it'll be fantastic and you'll be hooked for life. The humor was it's so like, you know, like 10-year-old boy, you know? It's like fart jokes and potty jokes and stuff like that. Just like, ugh. Apparently there's like a story behind it too, but I can't be bothered. I can't. Look at that. It almost has a 9. It almost has a 9 overall score. Ranked number 16 of all time. God, 200 episodes. Jesus. This character named Suyoku. A blonde-haired woman with a scar. Oh, it's Sue like the sea. Huh. Your Camp. Here it is. Your Camp. Oh boy, I gotta rewatch Your Camp. I gotta finish watching it. I only watched like 4 episodes. Believe it or not. Here I come. Here I come. Kim. Look, she's riding a Vespa. I want to ride a Vespa. You guys seen Vespas? Vespas. She's riding a Vespa. Look at that. Look at that Vespa. Vespa's for sale. Justin Bieber X Vespa. What the fuck? They got Justin Bieber to do Vespas? What the? He was wearing a fucking helmet. Even Justin Bieber looks dorky in a Vespa helmet. Justin Bieber X Vespa. Dude, he's loving that Vespa. Oh my god. Look at that. Look at how he's putting his hand on that Vespa. He's like, hey girl. I don't like those human girls. Guess they don't have fine fuel efficient motors like you do. Financing 4% APR for 3 years. I'm not going to pay an extra 12%. Here we go. What am I getting? Vespa. I'm going to get the electric one. Can you tell me the price? You're never going to tell me the price. They'll never tell me the price. They'll never tell me the price. Order now. Okay, they have a store. Nope. I need one that's going to actually be faster. I would love it $8,000. Holy hell. I'm not spending 8 grand on a fucking scooter. You pieces of ploo-ploo. Okay, we're ordering a gas-powered one then. Gas. Gas. If I order one from China off Alibaba, they won't let me ship it to California because California has the Environmental Protection Plan where they're, Clean Air Association. So that, we don't want anything that's going to emit, a lot of carbon fuel. Have I complained to you guys about this? They freaking, models. Just, I don't know. The GTS Super. Dude, if someone needs a loan for an 8 grand. 7,000, Jesus Christ. Vespa for sale. Come on. Anyway, $8,000, right? If I go on Alibaba, that's 400. No, I need to organize by price. Price minimum 900. There we go. Okay, well, I can't. It's pretty much a motorcycle at this point. Is Vespa like a company? Or what? What's the difference between any of this stuff? You're never gonna lean all the way back there. That backrest would only be if I had a second person on. 2020 Vespa. Can I just shop? Can you just give me a list? I just want a list of Vespas with all their prices up. Whatever. Google Shopping is going to do that for me. Here we go, $2,000. I win. Right, here we go. A 150cc. Family go-karts. Whatever. I want it in black. Oh, actually, what's burgundy? I'm getting some like 60s vibes from that. Anyway, 2 grand. I'll buy it. All right. Oh, I can save $20 if I buy a second one. Instant check price. And I'll buy it. I have a check right here on my desk. Max speed 55 miles an hour. Fuel efficiency 80 miles to the gallon. What car will get 80 miles to the gallon? You're thinking about like you get your typical Nissan Rogue or something like that. It's gonna give you maybe 20 or 25 miles to the gallon. Which, guess what? That means that, well, first of all, that means that 1 gallon will take me 80 miles. Will take me 3 times as far as a car. But more relevant to what I'm about to complain about, it will burn less fuel than a regular car. And guess what? If you burn less fuel per gallon or per mile or whatever, then aren't you technically saving the environment? Aren't I doing 3 times better than if I were to drive a regular car? But the only California, in all of their liberal glory, California Air Purification Agency or something like that. I forget what the... carb. Or was it? Is it carb? Are Vespas legal in California? There we go. Any class driver's license. Okay. You don't need a special license for scooter. That's nice. I do have a regular license. Motorized scooters are street legal. They don't need to be registered with a DMV or carry license plates. Okay, well, an electric motor and automatic transmission is not capable of surpassing 30 miles an hour. How is this street legal then? If I can't go above 30 miles an hour, okay, there was... Where is it? Vespa clone scooter. Is this legal in California? Are Vespas street legal? What is a motorized scooter? Electric motor bikes and scooters are plug-in electric vehicles with 2 or 3 wheels. The electricity is stored on board in a rechargeable battery, which drives 1 or more electric motors. Electric scooters, as distinct from motorcycles, have a step-through frame. Any scooter with 150cc or of displacement or more is legally classified as a motorcycle. Do I need a motorcycle license for a 150cc scooter? Okay, here we go. Can they really have to put the article on the right here? See, this is poor plan. Right, this has to be, this stuff has to be squished to the side like that restaurant was the other day. Motorcycles. A motorcycle is a motor-powered vehicle with 2 wheels. Okay. This is classified as this class of motor vehicle usually uses an engine that is larger than 150cc. Because of its engine size and power output, a motorcycle must possess an M1 class license to operate a motorcycle. And they show a picture of someone on a Vespa. The driver must also register the motorcycle to legally ride it. Motorized scooters do not require registration, but do require a driver's license. However, the DMV outlines a set of guidelines that must the individual. Motorized scooters are motor-operated vehicles. What does motor-operated mean? Motor-operated vehicle. What is meant by motor vehicles? An automatic vehicle not operated on rails. That's any vehicle. That's not a freaking train. An electric vehicle has an electric motor. So what is a 2 wheels and a floorboard for the driver to stand on? Okay, you can technically stand on this. Motor scooters uses California law. The motorist must wear a helmet if they're under the age of 18. Well, I'm going to wear a helmet anyway if I drive one of these. The motorist must upkeep the brake system so it can effectively skid on dry surfaces. Okay. Must possess a valid driver's license. Okay. No passengers can ride on the scooter with its driver. Oof. Big oof. Oh well, that's California for you. Motorists cannot hold any type of objects that replace them from placing at least one hand on the handlebars. Dang, they only need one hand on the handlebars for this? Dang, dude. Must not travel on highways with a speed limit above 25 miles an hour unless it is on a designated bikeway. Whoa, the motorists must keep their speed below 15 miles an hour in all circumstances? If I'm on the street, if I'm on a busy road and the speed limit's 45, which this only said highways with a speed limit of 25, unless a street is a highway. Motor-driven cycles typically have two motor-powered vehicles. This class of vehicle has an engine no more than 149cc. Just a different class of vehicle compared to motorcycles. Motor-driven vehicles are less hefty and easier to operate. However, two-wheeled vehicles also require an M1 license and vehicle registration to legally operate. Three-wheeled vehicles require a Class C license. Well, I have a Class C, but I don't have an M1. Motorcycles are larger than 150cc, but motor-driven cycles are no more than 149. Larger than 150 would imply like 200 or 250. So there's literally no precedent for if you're exactly at 150cc, which a lot of these are. I don't need to go more than 55 miles an hour, but I need to be going that speed. But they're saying I can't go above 15 miles an hour ever. On my skateboard, on the sidewalk, I go about 18 miles an hour. But if a police pulls me over, I can always just say I was going 15, and or I can say I was going 14, and they won't be able to tell the difference unless they use a speedometer on me, which they won't. So my skateboard's fine, but the whole point of me getting a moped or a Vespa or whatever this is so that I can go on the street. I can go on the street because I can go on the street and I can lock it. That's what it is. Because I want to travel. I want to be able to go places. I don't necessarily have to go. Anyway, this stupid California has, I don't know. Some mopeds are banned in California. I forget what it was. It's on my phone. But anyway, there's some organization. I can't find it right now. But there's some organization in California, and it's only in California, where it's like the Air Pollution Quality Control Agency, something like that. Anyway, it's one of those environmentally friendly organizations where they've gotten into like the California law, into law books, where you can't get certain $200 for going on a sidewalk? There's a lot of places in my area don't have a bike lane. So how am I supposed to travel if there are some streets here where the bike lane cuts off halfway down the road? There's no option for me other than to go to the end of the bike lane, stop, and then pick up my thing, go on the sidewalk, and continue. Am I going to get a $200 ticket because the city doesn't want to paint a bike lane that goes the entire length of the street? I don't see how that's my fault. Whatever, I don't follow that rule at all. I always go on the sidewalks. Might as well get a motorcycle. Anyway, there's some organization here that, is all about like, environmentally friendliness or whatever. Apparently some Vespas, some of these, especially ones built in China, they aren't as environmentally friendly. And so they emit more CO2 pollutants into the air than a regular Vespa is. And guess what? It's all of the cheap Vespas that are deemed to be more environmentally unsafe. And so in California, there is a law that bans the use of non-approved Vespas in California, which is all the cheap ones. So I'm sure this one is one of them. If I were to buy this, it would be illegal for me to use it in California because this environmental agency wants to save the planet from global warming or whatever, right? Which, again, global warming is real, that's for sure. But think about it. How much damage to the environment is one of these going to do? A little bit. But one of these, even if I use this every day for the rest of my life, the amount of CO2, the amount of carbon emissions that it's going to exhaust is minimal. And I'm saying minimal compared to a car. Because instead of getting one of these, let's say I bought a car. Let's say I bought one of those 1970s used Toyota Corollas, for example, right? Something like this. Let's say I bought something like this, okay? This is legal. This is legal. I can buy this from somebody, register at the DMV, and then drive it tomorrow. This is illegal. Why? Because this has a lot of carbon emissions compared to more expensive Vespas. How much carbon emissions do you guys think this has? This thing is going to pollute. It's going to destroy the planet. This thing destroys the planet. I mean, this thing is going to have exponentially more pollution coming out of its exhaust pipes every time I get into it compared to this. This is going to be infinitely more harmful to the environment than the Vespa is. So why is the Vespa illegal but not the car? That's the thing. This organization, which I cannot find it exists. It didn't shut down in the 2 weeks since I did my research on this. But I just don't have the name of it right now. This stupid organization, the Air Purifier, California Air Purifier Organization, bans these because they're environmentally damaging, but it doesn't ban these. Which one's worse for the environment? It's obviously fucking this one, right? But the environmentally friendly people say that nope, these have to go. These have to go. We're not even going to pay attention to these ones. We're not going to pay attention to the real cars that are less fuel efficient and that, are going to pollute more. Something that you get from a car dealership, a car of the current year's model is going to have more pollution than this will. So why are they banning these? Why is an environmentally friendly organization banning these, but not these? In fact, I would think that if you want to stop global warming, if your mission was to stop global warming, which one would you ban? Would you ban the car or would you ban the Vespa? You'd ban the fucking car, right? Because the car is going to cause a lot more global warming and a lot more CO2 emissions than the Vespa is. Even the worst Vespa is more environmentally friendly than the best car. Guaranteed. So why are they banning Vespas and claiming that it's to protect the environment? Well, first of all, it's virtue signaling, right? They're gonna ban whatever they can because they wanna show like, hey, we're putting an effort to be environmentally friendly. So why don't they ban the cars? Why do you guys think they don't ban the cars? It's because they can't ban cars. That's what it is. If we started banning cars and said, okay, you can't drive around your grandpa's 1970 Toyota because it causes pollution. If we said that to California residents, if the government said that to California residents, they'd be rioting in Capitol Hill. I mean, how dare you tell me I can't drive my car, you stupid liberals, right? It's gonna be a bunch of that. Any kind of car that they ban because it's environmentally unsafe, there's gonna be riots and protests all throughout the state for it, going against it. But with Vespas, they're not. Because guess what? There's not that many people riding Vespas. So it's not a matter of saving the environment. These people say it's a matter of saving the environment, but it's not a matter of saving the environment. It's a matter of doing something to say that they tried and to say that, hey, we're good for banning something in order to virtue signal, right? It's like, fishing for likes on a Facebook post. But the thing that they're going to do, the thing that they're going to ban, is the thing that will give them the least resistance. Nobody cares if Vespas are banned. Nobody cares if, oh, I don't get to drive this specific Vespa. Oh no, who cares, right? But oh no, I don't get to drive this specific car, and there will be mass protests because more people care about cars than they do about Vespas. And so an environmentally friendly institution is going to take the path of least resistance. They're not going to do the right thing. The right thing to save the environment would be to ban all cars. That would be the correct thing to do, and that's what they should do. And if we want to stop global warming, well, we got to stop driving our cars. That's what it would be. Because if everyone in the country stopped driving their cars, then this planet would last a lot longer. But we're never going to do that. We're never even going to take a step towards that. Because it's hard. Because it's something that people will resist. Because the top people in this environmental organization probably have one of these cars and they don't want to ban the use of a car that they own, right? They don't want to pass a law that would disadvantage them. So instead, none of them own Vespas, so they'll ban a Vespa. And then they'll say, hey, we're being environmentally friendly because we banned those stanky Vespas. What happens though? What happens though because of their virtue signaling, because liberals are a bunch of fucking idiots when it comes to like proper planning and thinking? What's going to happen? What's going to happen is that I'm not going to spend $8,000 on a fucking environmentally approved Vespa that's approved by this organization. I'm not going to do that. Instead, this was $2,000, right? I need to get to work. I don't have $8,000 to drop on an environmentally friendly Vespa. This is $2,000, just like the Vespa is. The Vespa would have been easier for me, and I did care about protecting the environment a little bit, and fuel efficiency, I did care about that. But this is cheap. This is cheap. This is infinitely more damaging to the planet, but I no longer care. The people who are supposed to be protecting the environment have banned me trying to save it, have banned me from trying to save the environment with this. So, fuck them. I'm going to buy this because it's cheap, and I don't have $8,000 to drop on something, on being on a virtue signal of a Vespa. So I'm going to buy this because it's cheap. This is $2,000, and this is going to output 100 times the carbon emission that this was going to. You banned me from the environmentally friendly liberals banned me from buying the more environmentally friendly option. That's what they did. That's what they did at the end of the day. That's what they did with this. And through their actions, they're not encouraging people to go to Vespas. They're not encouraging people saying, hey, ditch your old used car and get a Vespa. They're banning the Vespas. They're banning the Vespas, right? They're banning the most practical way to start saving the environment. Because I would be one of those guys. I would drive around a Vespa. I would drive this thing around. And when people ask me, oh, why do you drive a Vespa? I'd be like, I'm saving the environment. And they'd be like, wow, good job, Big Pasta. Wow, you're such a kind, awesome person. Right? That's virtue signaling, right? I do something for that purpose. I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it because it's cheap. But whatever. People want to hear what they want to hear, right? So I'm saving the environment by driving one of these, right? Don't steal it from the parking lot. But no, they banned them. The environmentally friendly people banned cheap Vespas because they're a little bit worse than the expensive ones. So instead, I'm gonna get a freaking Pollution Machine 3000 pictured here because it's also cheap, and I don't have the financial flexibility to get something that's actually better for the environment. I don't, right? I don't have $100 to drop on a custom water bottle, and I certainly don't have $8,000 to drop on a fucking scooter. I had $2,000 to drop on a scooter because that was going to be my cost of entry into riding on the streets. But no, instead I'm going to buy this, right? A giant metal box of air pollution because the environmentally friendly people said that I have to. They said I have to. They said it is okay to damage the environment with this, but not with this. It's okay to do it with this, but not with this. Right? That's what they're telling me. That's what their rules are telling me. There's no other solution to this. Every single person who wanted to buy a Vespa in California cannot, because they are not going to pay 4 times the price for something that's approved. This is approved though because the environmentally friendly liberals can't, they don't have the ability to ban cars, to ban any cars. So they can't ban this, and this is cheap, so I'm going to buy this instead, right? I doubt this specific car is cheap. I think this is more of like a vintage thing, but I'm sure a used like 1998 Toyota Camry or something is going to be, or Toyota Corolla is going to be similar to this, so. Alright, I can go on Craigslist. Orange County, sure. Cars. Auto parts. Cars and trucks. Here we go. Cheapest one. Well, here's one for $3,000. This thing's gonna freaking... Dang, I could live in this. I could tear out the back seats and throw a mattress back there. Tear out the back seats, throw a mattress back there. Store a propane stove or something. Cook my own meals. Could be homeless. Be pretty comfortable being homeless too. 37,000 for freaking. Oh, it's a Mercedes. What's the difference between this? Looks like a basic. This looks like the car I got in a car accident with. 1998 Toyota Camry. I told you guys I got the year right. I got the you guys heard that. You guys heard that like 2 minutes ago. I was like, "Oh, probably not this car. Probably more like a 1998 Toyota Camry or something." I literally said that. I know nothing about cars. I know nothing about cars and I got it right. Haha. Anyway, 2800. It's in Lakewood. I can go get it. I can go to get it today. I'd have to have a mechanic look at it, but look at that. It's got an oil leak. And it's been cooking in the desert sun in freaking Lakewood, which is like boiling hot right now. This is the thing, though. This is the thing. Why would I get this when I could have this, right? First of all, this one's cheaper, but let's say they were the same price. The Vespa is more fuel efficient. It goes the top speed that I want it to. It's compact, right? It's like, when I'm driving in the car in the street lane, I get the lane to myself, but I can go left, I can swerve, I can do whatever I want, right? Because the thing is so compact, right? Just like a motorcycle. I'm getting flashbacks. I've seen a lot of car crash videos, or near car crash videos where people will cut off somebody on a motorcycle, like in the city. They'll cut off somebody on a motorcycle, just because they want to get around the motorcycle, right? They don't respect the motorcycle as like an actual person or as an actual car on the road. So I'm just getting flashbacks of videos of that, and I'm imagining this, or I'm imagining that same thing happening on the Vespa. So nobody's gonna take a fucking Vespa. If I'm in a Vespa and I'm in the middle of the lane, cars are gonna try to go around me, and of course they're not gonna have enough room to do so, and they're going to bump into me. But the thing is, if I was a full-size car in that exact same situation, they wouldn't try to go around me, because they can't, because I'm a full-size car and I'm taking up this space. But they're not going to be mad at me for driving a full-size car, but they'll be mad at me for driving a Vespa and taking up the same amount of space, right? It's one human per car. So why don't I get, if I'm on a Vespa or a motorcycle, why wouldn't I logically get as much room as a car would? I should, because I could be driving a car instead, and I do technically need the room, as I am still taking up space on the street, and I don't want people running into me, right? I'm not gonna drive the Vespa in that little space between two cars my entire trip every day. I'm not gonna do that, right? But they like almost expect me to do that, because they don't want me to take up any space on the road, right? Oh, don't take up more than you need. And then I'm getting flashbacks. I'm thinking like, oh, to spite those people, I could just purposely get in their way and block them, because fuck them. But I feel like more often than not, they're just going to run me over. And if they even bump into my thing and it falls on my side, the Vespa is going to crush my leg and it's going to break it. So they'll be charged with all of that. But I'm still going to have a broken leg at the end of the day, and I don't really want to go through that, so it's not even worth it for me to even, like, think about being angry or something like that, but I'm thinking about all of that before I even buy the thing, so that's... But yeah, anyway, Toyota Camry is 150,000 miles, excellent running condition, air conditioning works nice, drives smooth, it's a V6, very nice. 23 miles to the gallon, that's pretty good for one of these. Damn, this is a good deal. Honestly, like if I needed a car, like this would be it. This would be the one to get. I would negotiate the guy down to maybe like 23, but or best offer. I could offer this guy like 1600 for it. It's a 2003. When I could get one like this for 2000, are they really able to? It depends on the model. It's a dirt bike. I get a dirt bike for. Look at this. A one. I mean, shipping, like, who cares, right? It's part of the cost, but. Well, this is decent. I like the silver color of it. It's very nice. Not California legal. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is exactly what I was talking about. It says not California legal. Like they have a fucking environmental protection agency. I hate it. I hate that California is the only state in this country that's gonna do something like this. And it's idiotic too. They're not saving the world. Of course, it's Biden Harrison. Or Biden Harris. They're not saving the world. They're not. They're not saving the world. Because they're not banning everything. This is what it is. Ban all cars. Cars are the worst thing environmentally. Japan doesn't have this problem because guess what? People don't own cars over there. People take the train. They take the train or they take buses or whatever. Train, buses, planes, boats. One vehicle transports a multitude of passengers. Why is America like one of the only places where every single person needs to have a vehicle? It doesn't make any sense. Every single person needs to have a vehicle. They need to drive a vehicle, whatever. It doesn't make any sense. And the thing is, environmentally speaking, all these fucking liberals who are like, oh, we gotta, close the factories, that are polluting the environment. Oh, we gotta ban the pollutants, all this sort of stuff. They're still driving cars. They're still driving gas-powered cars. A gas-powered car does more damage to the environment than anything else that they're complaining about. If the United States really cared about being environmentally friendly, we would remove all of the cars from everybody's hands and off of all the roads, and we would break down all of the highways, and we would put train tracks there. We would put train tracks so that people could go wherever they need to go. You go to Tokyo, if you're on one end of Tokyo, you can take a train to the other side of the city. You didn't need a car to do that. In fact, it's faster to take the train than to wade through all that traffic because there's car traffic and there's people traffic, right? And there's congestion in the city, but that means less roads that they have to build, which means that they can put all the buildings closer, which means that they can put more in the city, which means more food, more shops, more businesses, and more resident areas in the city. And the train, guess what? That's environmentally friendly. You compare you being one passenger among 200 in a train, going from one end to the city to the other. Compare one train ride, compare the environmental impact of one train ride versus if all 200 of those people drove their own cars across the city. Let's say you have 200 people who want to go from southern Tokyo to northern Tokyo, okay? What's going to be better for the environment? 200, all 200 people each getting in a car and driving to the other end of the city, or one train ride? What's going to be better for the environment? Well, obviously, it's the one train ride, right? It's the one train ride. Even if a train puts off more pollution than a car does, a train puts significantly less pollution out than 200 cars would. In America, you're talking about 100 million cars. 100 million cars versus what? 50 trains? 200 trains maybe? You're talking about a fraction of the carbon emissions. You want to save the environment, you care about global warming, get rid of cars. They will never get rid of cars. This country will collapse into chaos and civilization will end before they get rid of cars. So they want to talk about fucking environmental protection. They're a bunch of fucking hypocrites. They are. They're a bunch of hypocrites. Anybody who talks about fucking global warming who uses a car is a hypocrite. In fact, in America, you don't even need a bus system, or you don't even need a train system to exist. Take the bus. Electric bicycle. Electric skateboard. I use an electric skateboard. I don't even give a shit about the health of the environment. And I've been doing the more environmentally friendly thing than anybody that I know. I travel on an electric skateboard. That doesn't harm the environment at all because it's electricity. And yet somebody can come up to me and be like, "Oh, you need to care about global warming," and then they'll drive away in this. This thing in a day will put out more carbon emissions than I will in 10 years. And yet the Democrats who are spouting nonsense about, global warming, all of them get in their cars to drive away. All of them get in their cars and spend an hour on the freeway to get to work and then an hour on the freeway to get back. You look at a picture of friggin' the 405 during rush hour. Look at that. Look at that left side. That's rush hour. This is a comparison picture of the two streets, but they don't. This was the best picture. I guarantee to you guys that at least half of the people here care about global warming. I guarantee it. Half of the people here probably think that global warming's a real issue and that we should do something about it. Do you see where the hypocrisy is? Do you see where these people aren't practicing what they preach? Do you see where these people don't actually give a shit and they're just saying that global warming's bad just to look good? Or just because, oh, that's the hot topic of this week or whatever? We all learned about global warming when we were kids, in school. We learned how much damage we're doing to the environment, and we do it anyway. Don't drive a fucking car. And you will do more to save the planet than anything else you will do throughout your life. Literally anything, if you choose not to drive a car. Obviously, yeah, if you get like a Tesla or something as an electric car, then yeah, you're doing the right. It's good for the environment, right? Or a hybrid or whatever. Most people aren't doing that. Most people are like, yeah, I'd love to save the environment, but I gotta get to work. Sure, the people who, sure, the everyday citizen who is making ends meet and living paycheck to paycheck probably doesn't have the luxury to think about the environment. Which is why I said half. Which is why I said half. Half of these people do have the luxury. They care about the environment, but they're not going to spend money on extra money on a car. Electric skateboard. Take the bus. Hell, there's a solution, right? No work for you. You take the bus. You're going to save on car insurance, car payments. You're going to save on gas. Gas just went up to $6 a gallon here. What, you're going to pay that? You're going to go out of your way to pay for gas and car insurance and everything, and then moan and complain about the environment. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. They're going to go out of their way to waste their money on this, and they're going to complain about the environment. They could take the bus. You could take the bus. We have train systems here. They're not that great, but we have train systems. Electric scooter, electric skateboard, whatever, right? Obviously, these people, a lot of them aren't doing this by choice, aren't doing this by choice. But go outside or look out your window. How many people are out there driving cars? Hundreds, if not thousands, in your peripheral vision this moment. And you see all that. How many of those people do you think care about the environment? Well, who actually care, zero, but who say they care or who are at least aware of the issue, probably most of them, especially if you live in a liberal state, right? Like, I'm complaining about California because California is so liberal. We are so, like, this entire state is so far up their asses in, like, protect the environment and all this crap, right? I can assure you that at least half of these people are liberal. They are, the people who are environmental activists. They're the kind of people who are going to applaud the Biden-Harris administration for putting money into environmental protection. They're those kind of people. At least half of these are those kind of people. And yet they will not stop driving their cars for one goddamn day. That's how much of a hypocrisy this is. It's hypocrisy. If you don't give a shit about the environment, don't say so. And if you're going to drive a car, you don't get to say anything about global warming. You don't get to say anything about any of this. And you certainly don't get the fucking right to ban my fucking Vespas. You don't get the right to ban my Vespas because I'm trying to do something about it. You're talking about doing something about it. Why don't you get in a Vespa? They won't. They will never. They have to drive around their shitbox 3000 pollution machine because it's the cool thing to do. Because I got the new 2022 car this month. Isn't that such a great thing? Oh, but global warming's bad. Yeah, we should really do something about global warming. Oh, good job, Biden. This is why I voted for a Democratic president like Joe Biden, because he's going to put money into the Environmental Protection Agency. You're a hypocrite. You're an absolute hypocrite. Fucking, I don't admonish the use of cars. I admonish the people who drive the cars. That's what I do. If you absolutely need a car for something, right? Like if you're going somewhere that's way out of the way and there's no public transportation, you live in America where you can't get anywhere without a car and whatever, right? And you got to take a family of 4 with you in order to go on that trip, then yeah, there's your use for a car, right? If I go camping, then I'm going to use my car for something, right? Right? If I take my family camping or whatever, right? I can't do that on a Vespa. But this, every day, people live the majority of their lives just going to work and going home, and they're polluting the air all the while. And then they worry about global warming. And then they're like, yeah, ban the Vespas because they're going to release carbon emissions. And then they get in their car that does 200 times the carbon emissions that the Vespa they just banned ever would. And then they still claim that environment, global warming, we're the good guys, liberals, because we're fighting for to protect the planet. No. They're fighting for other people to do their work for them. That's what it is. That's what it all boils down to. They will speak the idea, but they won't practice it, and they won't change any of their lives. If the requirement for being an environmental activist was to give up your car and give up your car usage, nobody would do it. Nobody would do it. In fact, they would complain to high heaven at the fact that they do have to do it. Oh, I'm just trying to save the environment and you're restricting my freedom? Yeah, because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to say, this picture infuriates me. This picture infuriates me because of the hypocrisy. If everyone was on board with killing the atmosphere with carbon emissions, then this picture would not bother me at all, because at least people are practicing what they preach, which is, I don't give a shit. But these people, what it is, and I've been a fool to this my whole life, people, it's not that they don't give a shit, it's that they pretend to give a shit. That's what I hate. It's fake. And this is the kind of thing that I had to grow up around. It's fake. The people are fake. They pretend to care about the environment when they really don't. They pretend to care about financial security when they really don't. They pretend to be nice to people when they really aren't. It's all fake, and it's all done to try to trick you into thinking that they're a good person without them having to actually be a good person. What do you guys think Black Lives Matter is? That's exactly that. For the black people, sure, it's, they're fighting for their rights, whatever, right? For everyone else involved, it's a matter of virtue signaling. It's, I'm going to pretend to be righteous by supporting this movement. Is the movement actually sound? No. Is the movement actually logical? Is the movement actually going to do anything productive? No. Why are you supporting it then? It's because it's an easy way, it's an easy, low effort way for people to make themselves look good. Talking about global warming and, oh yeah, I turn off the sink when I brush my teeth every day. Well, look at me. I'm global warming. Or I'm helping the environment or whatever. Or, oh yes, I voted for the president that's not going to pollute the planet more. Look at me. I'm for global warming. It's a convenient way, without them actually having to stop driving their cars or stop using gas stoves, or without them actually having to do anything that would inconvenience their lives, right? Whatever thing, and you guys can see this, from past events to current events to future events, anything that happens in the future, it applies to this too, and I guarantee this is going to continue to happen for a while. People will only support the good thing when it is convenient to do so. Being able to put hashtag Black Lives Matter on your Twitter posts and on your Instagram posts, and even join a protest, you don't fucking know what any of this is about. You read one news article about it and you're thinking, oh, I'm on board with this to support this. You don't know what any of this is about. You haven't put in any effort. Because that wasn't the point. The point is that these people will only support something when it is low effort to do so, when it is convenient to do so. That's what it is. That's all it's ever been. Environmental friendliness or environmental protection is easy to boast about. Oh, I believe in global warming, and I support, and I support anything that helps stop it. Okay, well, here's what's gonna stop it, is you stop driving your car. I don't think so. You take the most hardcore environmental activists out there and you tell them to stop using their car, and they won't do it. Maybe not the most hardcore, but the moderate ones, right? The moderate environmental activists. They'll drive their car to an environmental activist event. Isn't that ironic? Isn't that ironic that you look up I misspelled environmental. How the largest environmental movement was born. I wanna like a global view of this or whatever. Sure, friggin' Greta Thunberg or whatever. I'm sure she doesn't drive a car. She's pretty hardcore. But look at all these people, right? Climate change about the not the planet, save our future, whatever, right? All these people. How many people do you think in this picture drove to the events? How many people do you think drove to this event? The people in this picture alone. They're all, you can clearly tell they took time out of their day and they made silly little posters talking about, saving the planet from climate change, right? That's global warming. How many of them do you think drove to the event? They were in their houses this morning, or the morning of. They got ready, got dressed, got changed, whatever. They excited. They got their poster, and they put their poster in their car, and they drove to the parking lot of the event. How many do you think? I would say the majority. I would say at least 3/4 of them. And that's a really conservative. That's a really conservative number. Depending on proximity, I would actually say realistically, probably 95% of them drove to the event. I doubt any of these people rode their bikes. I'm sure the only ones who walked were the ones who lived close by. Because this is all an organized protest somewhere, and not all of these people live within walking distance of the protest. I guarantee you that. I would say, let's say 75% of them. It's realistically it's going to be more than that, but the people dressed in suits, the people with signs, a lot of preparation, things like that. You can tell that a lot of these people definitely wouldn't have been able to gather all of this within close proximity and then go. They all drove their cars there, or most of them drove their cars there. And yet they are at a protest, a climate strike. This is apparently, this is the youth climate strike, right? It says, they're going on strike against all those global warming things that the government's doing and that, big businesses are doing and all that sort of stuff, which is valid. Which is completely valid, right? Apparently these are all teenagers. So, they're teenagers. I doubt that they walked there. I'm sure they had their parents drive them to the protest. There you go. There's a better thing. They had their parents drive them to the protest. Some of those parents probably drove home and then drove back to the protest at the end of the day to pick them up. Guaranteed. The vast majority of them, at least 3/4. They're all talking about, they went out of their way to talk about, saving the environment. And yet they drove an environment killing pollution machine of a car in order to get there in the first place. This is the kind of hypocrisy that I'm talking about. This is the kind of, like, you talk the talk but you can't walk the walk sort of thing, right? These people would never give it up. And these kids or these teenagers will probably grow up to be adults and they will probably get cars. I do not imagine that every single one of these kids is going to be driving a Tesla or another electric vehicle or even a hybrid. These kids look like a lot of them come from money, and they're probably pretty privileged in the fact that they can get a car. I don't think all of them are going to opt for the environmentally friendly option for the car, though. I don't think they're going to spend the extra $70,000 to get something that won't pollute the environment. I don't think, for some reason, I don't think that. I mean, statistically speaking, they definitely won't. The majority of the people here, who I'm already calling hypocrites, will grow up into not getting the environmentally friendly thing, right? Which is a Tesla or what other electric cars, right? You know, there are other companies that exist. I'm not just singling out. I'm not saying like, oh, Tesla's saving the world or whatever, right? They're not. Teslas are expensive, but there are other electric cars. There are electric cars that are like 40 to 50,000, I believe, for an all electric, which is cheaper. It's more expensive. It's more expensive than an average car, right? I could get I can get this for 2,000, or I can save the environment for 50. So it's like, you know, it's the cost value there. But it's about practicing what you preach. So anyway, why do I bring this up, right? Obviously, I'm not doing anything to save the environment, and technically, these people who are pretending to care but who don't actually aren't any different than someone like me. You know, the end result isn't different from someone like me who actually doesn't care, right? Because I don't give a shit, right? It's like, I'm not going to spend my money and my livelihood in order to get the most environmentally friendly thing of everything. I have a water bottle sitting here, right? This thing's going to kill the environment for just existing, right? Plus, I'm getting microplastics put into my body, right? So I don't care. So why would I care about this? Why would I care about people's hypocrisy? The end result is the same. If whether they say they care or they don't say that they care, the end result is that nothing's going to happen and they're not going to have an impact and everyone's going to drive a car anyway. Right? It's like, and there's nothing I can do about it, right? So why do I care? I care because these are the kind of people who are banning my Vespas. That's why I care. That's why I care. These kind of people are the reason why the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is banning my cheaper alternatives for how to live my life. That's what it is. They are shouting from the rooftops. They are shouting this message, which all of them are not following, and they're doing so at the detriment of people like me who are poor. You know, it's at the detriment of someone like me who I need a cheap Vespa or I need a cheap vehicle, right? But I don't want to drive. I don't want to get swept up in all this nonsense. So whatever, right? This isn't the only issue. The Vespa thing isn't the only issue, because I'm steamed about that, but, you know, this isn't the only issue. The other issue here is that these people, you know, it takes very little effort to talk, but it takes a lot of effort to do. So they're not going to change anything themselves. They'll go on strike once. How many of these people do you think are going to show up for a second strike? For a second climate change strike? I would assume maybe 10%. Maybe 1 out of every 10 people here is going to get involved again. People have lives. People have things they want to do. They don't want to do this, right? Whatever. But come election day, come voting day, all these kids will be 18 or 19 or 20 or whenever this, I don't know, math. They'll be whatever years old. They'll be adults. That's all that matters. Come election day, right? Re-election 2024. It's going to be the end. It's going to be November 2024 is election day. Hope you do. Maybe I'll volunteer at the polls. Who knows? We'll see. But as I like doing that. But probably not. But they're all gonna be adults by that time. They'll remember this protest, probably. And this girl's pissed. This girl's like, ugh. This guy's pissed too. Peas in a pod. But election day, who do you think they'll vote for? Who do you think they'll vote for? Well, they're gonna vote for the guy. Well, their whole shtick is save the environment. So they're gonna vote for the guy who's just simply says, not does, but says, I will save the environment. Right? It's virtue signaling all around. All we have to do is say that we're gonna do stuff, and then we'll do it. And then all we have to do is say that we're gonna do stuff, and then it looks like we care. So right, remember, pretending to care. And so they're going to vote for Joe Biden. Joe Biden, the guy who let Afghanistan be taken over by terrorists. Joe Biden, the sole cause of our current inflation crisis, and and the rise in the price of gas, which I'm sure some of these people are upset about. Joe Biden, who has done nothing to benefit us diplomatically with other nations. Joe Biden, who has created programs that keep homeless people homeless, that pay people to be homeless. Joe Biden, who has caused people to lose jobs. Joe Biden, who's there's people have compiled lists of things that Joe Biden has done that has only served to the detriment of this country. And not just, of this country, so patriotic or whatever, right? It's to the detriment of, like, every single person living in this country. The increased gas prices is a detriment to every single person in this country. Inflation is at an 8% increase. Inflation rate is at 8%. It's because of Joe Biden. During Trump, inflation wasn't that high. Inflation wasn't nearly that high. But because of fucking Joe Biden, all the money that's been sitting in my savings account now has less value than the day that I earned it because of inflation. Joe Biden, who has only done things to destroy this country and to negatively affect the lives of the people within this country. But if Joe Biden, during one of the presidential debates, says, I care about the environment, all of these people will vote for him. And more. And way more. And then maybe he'll get reelected. He's a virtue signaling president. The next Democratic candidate, if someone replaces him, will be a virtue signaling president. You say pretty words to get people to vote for you, and then you do nothing. Exactly like these people. They'll say pretty words. They'll say, save our future, save the planet. There will be no planet if you keep doing climate change. They'll write posters about it. They'll say it. They'll shout it from the rooftops. But they will never stop using their cars. They will never pursue a path that will save the environment if it inconveniences them. What do you think Joe Biden's doing? Did Joe Biden make good on any of his presidential promises? No, not a single one. Did he need to? No. Because these people don't care about... Because people who pretend to care don't care about things actually getting done. They just care about people saying what they want to hear. That's all it is. And a president who's a meek and senile man, all he needs to do is keep it together long enough before the election to say the words that he'll do the things that they want him to do. To say the exact words that they want to hear. That's all that he needs to do. He needs to pretend to care. And then all the other people, all the Californians who are pretending to care as well, will pretend to hear him, and they will hear him, and then they will pretend to emulate him and be like, I'm voting for Joe Biden because he's going to save everybody, and he's gonna adopt socialism, and he's gonna do all of this and whatever. And he doesn't do it. They vote for him, and then they say how great of people they are for voting for him, and they bash all those Trump voters. Oh, how could you vote for Trump? Trump's not going to save the planet. Trump's just going to ruin our lives. and he doesn't care about the environment, and he's racist and all this sort of stuff. Everything. You like how Trump is somehow the exact opposite of every talking point that they come across, right? He is the everything they didn't want to hear, and Biden is everything they did want to hear. Doesn't matter what either of them do once they get elected. No, it doesn't matter anymore. People forget about the election. Once the president gets inaugurated, then nobody cares anymore, right? Because guess what? They pretended to care. They pretended to care in the first place. They didn't care at all in the first place. They attended their rallies, they attended their protests and their strikes and their national conventions. They did all that. But they're not actually going to take steps towards making this world a better place. They will never do that because it's all an act. It's all an act. It's pretending, right? It's virtue signaling. Oh, look at me, posting a picture of a selfie to Instagram where I'm at a Joe Biden rally. And you get a bunch of upvotes. All your friends praise you. Oh, I wish I could have gone to the Joe Biden rally. Joe Biden's going to be such a great president. Inflation, high gas prices, 2 wars, a country takeover. Thousands and thousands of deaths on his hands. He's done all that. He's done all that in 2 years. It's amazing how fast he can do all that. How fast he can just let the country just disintegrate. Nothing. And it's like these people don't care. Because again, these people are privileged, right? It's virtue signaling. Virtue signaling is done by the privileged. It's done by people who won't experience the consequences of their actions. If all of these kids who attended this protest, which, look at them, they're all white, by the way, did you guys notice that? Most of them are white. Some of them are Asian, but most of them are white. So, I mean, you want a picture of white privilege. Where are all the black people? Where are all the Hispanic, or where are all the dark-skinned Asian people in this protest? Well, they're not there. There's one dark-skinned Asian back here, but they're $1 million trust fund babies. I mean, that's what these people are. Do they have to worry if their consequences are going to cause any actions? Do they have to worry if Joe Biden is going to make living and working conditions for the poor class bad in America? No, these people will never have to care about that, because these people are going to get their college paid for by their millionaire parents, and then they're going to inherit a multi-million-dollar estate and or company from their parents when their parents pass or when their parents retire. And then these kids will have an easy streak of a life for the rest of their days, and they won't have to worry about anything. Same with the celebrities. Why would you listen to the opinion of a celebrity if, back in 2016, celebrities were saying like, oh, Trump is evil, he's so racist, he's, blah, 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 right? Why would you listen to those people? Why would you listen to a celebrity's opinion on politics? Why am I saying that? Because a celebrity is so far removed from the reality of the rest of America. A president is supposed to lead the American people. Is a celebrity at all representative of an American citizen? They are not. They are technically an American citizen, but they have multiple millions of dollars at their backs. They have immense popularity. They have fame and fortune, and they have their entire lives handed on a silver platter to them at a certain point. I have no doubt that they had to work for it, but at a certain point, they're living on easy streak. Are their opinions on the working conditions of America at all valid? No, of course not, because they don't have to experience that. They aren't the ones working 60 hours of overtime at their company that treats them bad. They're not the ones who are living in the slums and in the ghetto who have to worry about if the gunshots that they hear outside tonight and the helicopter and the police sirens get a little too close to their house for comfort. They don't have to worry about that. These people have not lived a day in that kind of life. These people don't even have to worry about going into debt and college and student loans and having to work a job and not being able to afford to pay rent because they're garnishing your paychecks to pay off a debt that you signed your life away for at age 18. These people don't have to worry about that. Celebrities don't have to worry about it. These protesters don't have to worry about all of that. And the majority of citizens do. And so when we elect a president or when we elect politicians, we should do so to make those kind of living conditions better for ourselves, better for the majority of the country. So why is a celebrity's opinion being taken seriously about who we should elect for president when they have no reason to care? They have no reason to care because their lives are not going to be affected. Just as these people, their lives are not going to be affected if anything bad happens. If all those people at the grocery store, or all those people like, PETA, right, for example, oh, no more animal cruelty, and, like all those, the vegans and all those people who are pushing for, only organic food. Oh, every food and every clothing item and everything that exists has to be ethically made. Okay, cool. Who's saying that? Well, the rich are saying that. It's the privileged people who have enough money to afford organic food and to afford, grass-fed, homegrown chicken eggs, and who are able to afford the designer clothes that were sewn and manufactured right here in the United States under fair working conditions. Does a poor person have that luxury? If we got rid of all of the cheap processed crap in the grocery store, would a poor person have enough money to feed themselves? No, of course not. Because there would only be expensive organic food left in the grocery stores. Because the price of everything will increase, and your McDonald's worker who's getting minimum wage isn't going to be able to afford any of that. And so they're not going to be able to buy organic food, and they're not going to be able to feed them or their 10 Hispanic children. That's the kind of condition. That's the difference. A privileged American, or a privileged celebrity, or a privileged trust fund baby who would attend these protests they can afford to spend an extra $300 or $400 a month on organic food at the grocery store. And to them, there is no consequence if they fight for organic only food in the grocery store, for ethically made, ethically grown food, ethically made clothing, whatever, right? Can you imagine if there were no more cheap clothes sold at Walmart? How many people in this country do you think would not be able to afford clothes? A lot of them. A lot of them. And especially the ones who live in the slums, especially the black families who live in the ghetto, who are struggling to survive as it is. Those people aren't going to be able to afford anything if the liberals, the Democrats pictured here, got what they wanted. Let's take the environmental issue, for example, right? What are they trying to do with the environment? Well, they're trying to shut down polluting factories. Factories mass produce products, and because and that's it's a common thing, right? Shut down the factories that are with the smoke pipes that are exhausting carbon emissions into the atmosphere. Well, let's look at it that way, right? It's obviously shutting those down would be good for the environment, right? Yeah. Of course, right? We all believe in global warming. None of us are crazy. Or global warming is happening. But let's look at the consequences of those actions, right? These people are fighting to shut down. Let's say these people are fighting to shut down factories, right? I could say they should be fighting to shut down cars, but like I said earlier, nobody's going to stop driving their stupid cars, right? So, because if these kids can't get a Mercedes-Benz because they can't find an electric one, then they are not going to be happy. But yeah, let's say they're talking about, I don't know what they're talking about, but let's say they're talking about shutting down factories, okay? Shutting down factories that are going to pollute the environment and blah blah blah. Factories manufacture products that people buy at a cheap rate. Everything you see in the Dollar Tree was made in a factory. It was made in a very polluting, environmentally unsafe factory, probably using child slave labor in China as well. So everything you see in the Dollar Tree, everything you see in Walmart were produced with those means. And so what's going to happen if we save the environment by shutting those down? Well, what's going to happen is that there's going to be no more cheap products. There's no more cheap products, and everything, and the Dollar Tree goes out of business. Guess what? Everyone who's getting their freaking stuff at the Dollar Tree, they can't afford anything else. They can't afford anything else, right? The Dollar Tree and Walmart were blessings to them. Because, hey, I can't afford to spend more than $1 on a toy for my kid. I can't afford to spend more than $1 on a bunch of bananas at Walmart. I can't afford to spend, $1 on, or more than, this amount of money on something I need, right? Like a car parts, or like a toaster oven, or what else do they manufacture? Or a chair, or a cup, or whatever, right? All of a sudden, let's say we shut down those factories. The only way to get something is if it's environmentally friendly, right? Every freaking cup that you make has to be custom made by hand. You know how much work it is to make one of these by hand? I used to take a ceramics class. It is a lot of work to make a freaking clay. I used to have a clay cup in here. It takes a lot of work to do that. If I had to put that much time, right, it would take me maybe if I got good at it, like maybe it'd take me like a half an hour to do it. Or maybe it'd take a half an hour to make a cup. You want to pay me a fair wage? That cup is going to be $10. Do you think a Hispanic family with 8 kids living in the slums in a broken down leaky house, do you think they have $10 to spare per cup that they buy? No, they don't. They don't. Do you think they have enough money to not buy water bottles, right? Do you think they have enough money to get the giant jugs and to drive down in a working car to the air purification facility in order to fill up their water, which is expensive, and it's not that expensive itself, but the gas and the insurance on the car and making sure that it works and the repairs on the car that you use to travel and the containers themselves is expensive, and then drive home and then put them in their stand, in their water dispenser stand, which by the way, those are like over $100 each. Do you think a poor Mexican family who lives in the slums, who freaking jumped over the fence to get into America, do you think they have the kind of money to do that? No, they don't. And so what are they going to do? They're going to buy water bottles, right? Because it's a cheaper option. But these were made in a factory. These were made in the factory that's getting shut down by these environmental activists. And so they can't get their water bottles anymore. So how are they going to drink water? Well, they're going to have to buy giant gallon jugs. They're also going to have to buy, which are going to have to be custom handmade, by the way, so they're going to be 10 times as expensive as the ones that I paid for. They're going to have to get a water dispenser, which are expensive. Even the basic ones are expensive when they all have to be custom made. And then they're going to have a working vehicle in order to take the jugs of water to and from the water facility. And they're going to have to hope that there's a water facility in their area. And they're going to have to spend the gas money on the gas that it's going to take, plus the cost of the water itself, which is going to be way more expensive than water bottles, right? And that's not even including the entry cost. That's, $1 or $2 or $300, plus the ownership of a vehicle, which most families don't even have. But they have to. Otherwise, their kids are not going to get water. They're not going to get clean water because we shut down the water bottle factories to save the environment. We shut down the cup making factories to save the environment. So these kids have to drink with their hands. I mean, I'm not gonna get 8 kids, or let's say a family of 8, right? So 6 kids and 2 adults, or 5 kids, 2 adults, and my grandpa. Let's say, right? That's 8 people. That means 24 cups, 24 glasses at $10 a glass. That's $240 just for your kids to drink out of something. Drink that expensive water out of something. You see what I'm saying? You see how everything gets insanely expensive for the poor people when we shut down the factories, because there's no more Dollar Tree cups anymore because we shut down the factory that made it. There's no more water bottles that I can get cheap from Walmart and Amazon deliver to my house because there's no more water bottle factory. There's no more anything. There's no more cheap car parts to fix my truck with that I got half damaged in the first place. There's no more cheap there's no more cheap car parts in order to fix my own car with, because the car parts manufacturing plant got shut down by the environmental activists. Do any of these people look like they are poor enough to be affected by their actions? No, they're not. These people can afford to spend $10 on a custom glass blown cup. These people can afford to pay a little bit extra for their car parts when they get repaired, or they can afford to get the nicer car that won't need repairs. They can afford to spend $50 or $60 or $70,000 on a nice premium luxury car that has all of its car parts custom made anyway, so they don't feel the effects of getting those factories being shut down. These people probably don't even drink from water bottles anyway, because that's the poor person's option, right? They probably drink from $100 technology infused reusable water bottles that also save the environment, by the way. Can you imagine being dirt poor, living in the slums, and getting each of your 5 kids a $100 water bottle? There's no way. Can you imagine getting them a $30 reusable water bottle? There's no way. That you're talking about a couple $100s in order for your whole family to have enough, cups to be able to drink water out of if we shut down the factories. Do any of these people care about how their actions are going, if they got exactly what they wanted tomorrow? Will any of these people care about how those actions have negative consequences? No, they don't. They don't care because they don't need to care, because they're privileged, right? They're rich. They have the spare money to do all this stuff. They have the spare money to go to the grocery store and get organic food. That's right. How are poor Mexican families who live in the slums going to afford groceries if we start making things ethically? If we only had ethically raised chickens and cows, if we only had grass-fed eggs, if we only, grew plants without any pesticides, how would these people afford the price of only organic food at a grocery store? They wouldn't. I mean, why do you guys think that non-organic food even exists? It's because it's the cheaper option for people who can't pay as much. It's a cheaper option for people who can't pay as much. And that makes sense, because there will always be poor people. Are any of these people poor? No, they're not. They were able to take time out of their day in order to join a protest. They're obviously not poor on time, which means that they're not poor on money. None of these people look like, your typical homeless. None of these people look like they're homeless or they're unemployed or anything like that. I mean, obviously this whole protest is full of a bunch of teenagers, so it's not like, whatever. But I don't bash teenagers for, having a cause to fight for or anything like that. But they're not thinking it through. This is the problem. And yeah, as a teenager, especially growing up in America, pretty much your only thought when you see something bad is let's make it good. I mean, it's a logical thought process, and it takes all of a teenager's mental capacity in order to think that in the first place, in order to see something like global warming and understand it, and then want to fight against it. But that's pretty much the extent of where it is, right? You have to look past that. But being able to look past that is definitely a critical thinking skill that they don't teach in public education. So I don't blame them for what they're doing. I don't blame these people at all. I blame the adults for encouraging it. That's what it is. I blame the people in power who are letting this happen. I can almost see the microplastics in this one. Ooh. I don't know if it's just a placebo effect, but that water tastes a little stingier than my last cup. my family does both. We get water bottles, but then we also go to the air purifier place, or the water purification center. So I want one of those machines that purifies the water. So when I build my own house and I'm gonna start collecting rainwater, either rainwater or well water. I'm gonna have to get a purification tank, in order to filter the water through, so I get clean, pure water. I was thinking, like, why am I so hot? I remember I have my fan here. Ooh, feels good. But yeah, you guys see my point though, right? Whatever issue these people are protesting for is going to have a negative impact on the poor. But the people who are protesting are not poor. And so these people will they'll never experience the consequences of their actions. Even if they get everything that they want, they'll never experience the consequences of their actions because they are not the ones being affected. They want to save the planet. How much of honest to God, will any of us be affected if we just let global warming continue? No. We'll have slightly hotter summers every single year, and then maybe the Earth's atmosphere will start deteriorating by the time we all die of old age. But I mean, other than that, it's like whatever. But there's real immediate consequences if we stop global warming. We stop it with the factories and stuff. And I'm not saying keep the factories open. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying keep the factories open or don't go towards a future without organic food or anything like that, right? I'm not saying any of that. This isn't the solution, though. That's what I'm saying. You look at this from an outside perspective, from like a top down perspective, right? Civilization manager, right? Excuse me. You look at this from an outside perspective, and you need to change the entire system. It's the entire system. The entire thing needs an overhaul, right? There's too many problems that exist, and fixing each one individually fixing one problem is going to create two more. So you need the entire system restructured. And the thing is, the entire system won't be restructured, even if everyone starts revolting and we overthrow the government and we put a new one in place. The people in power aren't going to have the wherewithal in order to put in a system that will actually work. And with every system comes problems. So I'm not saying don't fight against the problems, but I'm saying that there's a huge hypocrisy here. First of all, there's a huge hypocrisy here because of the fact that these people are pretending to care, right? As I mentioned earlier, these people drove to the event. These people drove to an event using a vehicle that emits carbon emissions into the air, and then at the event they are protesting the emission of carbon into the air. So there's a giant hypocrisy here, which I can only laugh at this point, but it's the same one that's preventing me from getting my freaking Vespa. But the second point I was trying to make with this is that the people who are protesting on an issue will not have to, they only serve to gain from their success. There will be consequences for their success, but they themselves won't feel it, right? Why do you think none of these people are advocating to ban cars? If they care about so much, they care so much about the environment, why are they not advocating to ban cars? Because of what I just said. They are they will only advocate for something, they will only fight for something that is beneficial to them. Saving the planet is technically beneficial to them because they get to breathe clean air and they don't have to worry about, the entire world dying from global warming, right? Which is whatever. I mean, humanity will die from global warming, but, the Earth itself will reset. But the, what's this thing? The, so they won't, it's a little technically a benefit, but they won't feel any of the consequences, right? Shut down the factories because I can afford to, to not have water bottles or to have everything that I own custom made or whatever, right? Outside of a factory. But, and so they'll fight for this, right? They'll fight for keeping the factories open. And I don't know if these specific people are fighting for that, but I know there are environmental protests. That is one of the main things, is to close down factories. It's like factories and oil dumping and, things like that. So it's all the same. So, whatever it is, there's a reason why it's happening, and there's going to be a consequence if it stops. But these people will not feel the consequence of their actions. Poor people will. Rich people will stop getting money, and they'll survive. They'll find another way to make money. It's the poor people who won't be able to, cope with this kind of thing. If they stop selling water bottles at the grocery store, these people wouldn't have any other choice, right? They wouldn't, all of a sudden, you'd see a lot of kids from poor families who don't have anything to drink, right? They have to drink from the drinking fountain at school, which is pretty contaminated. I mean, especially during COVID. So during COVID, they actually shut down the drinking fountains. So I don't know what those poor kids would have done if water bottles didn't exist. But some kids couldn't even afford water bottles. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of these trickle down consequences that's only going to get bigger the lower you go, right? So these people in their protests are actively damaging some group of people, whatever group of people is taking advantage of cheap factory made things. They don't care, though. These people themselves will not be negatively affected. And I'll bring up the car example, right? In contrast, let's say they started protesting cars, right? Oh, we should move away from a car-focused society, so, because cars produce a lot of carbon emissions. They would never, if they were to say that, that would have a direct consequence on them. Because these people can't live without a car. Most Americans cannot live without a car. It's an unfortunate thing, and I want to leave this country. And so these people cannot live without a car. And so it's completely possible to. I have for my entire life, but most people aren't willing or able to or whatever. So these people don't want to, right? It would be a vastly inconvenient thing, if not a life-ruining thing, if you took their car away from them. So if they protested the use of cars, then if their protest succeeded, then all the cars would be taken away, and they would be disadvantaged, right? They would feel the consequences of their protest. And so as a result, nobody protests the use of cars. You see that? You see that? Nobody protests the use of cars because that's the one thing environmentally that they will feel the consequence of. And these people are so predictable. It's so idiotic, right? You're it's they're they're not going to protest in favor of disadvantaging themselves. It doesn't matter if that's going to save the world. It doesn't matter if, it's better for the environment, which is what they're spouting. They're not going to do it because they're selfish. They're selfish. First me, and then my issues, and then everyone else. That's essentially what these people are doing. They're selfish. They're talking about saving the planet. They're selfish. They're only protesting in favor of things that don't affect them. That's what it is, and that's where the hypocrisy comes from. To these people, it doesn't matter if the environment gets saved or not, because they're not going to be affected by the consequences of that. But if we started talking about cars, then they would get upset, and then they would stop protesting. You could go to one of these protests and be like a leader, be a little speaker or whatever, right? We can't let the companies keep pumping out carbon emissions with their factories. And we're like, yeah, we can't let big business, just kill the planet while everybody else has to suffer. Yeah. We can't. We need to stop driving our cars too, because that's damaging the planet just as much as the factories are. The crowd goes silent. The crowd goes silent until somebody else changes the subject to something else, and then they'll all get riled up again. And that's what it is. Or the same speaker will change the subject. But every one of those points is valid. Big business, the multi-gazillionaires who are running factories and polluting the planet, that's completely valid. So is the use of cars. That's completely valid. In fact, if we stopped one of those two things, then we would be saving the environment. If we stopped both of those things, we would also be saving the environment, doubly so. But cars are just as bad as factories. So which one do you think the protesters will fight against? The cars that have a direct impact on their quality of life, or the factories that they don't give a shit about? They'll protest the factories because they don't care whether or not those factories get closed, right? It has no impact on their lives. Oh, there will be less things in the store, but they don't care because they have enough money for the expensive things. The cars, however, you take away my car, right? You're taking away my right to be an American, right? You're taking away what makes me whole. You're certainly taking away their ability to go through the Starbucks drive-thru, that's for sure, which I'm sure a lot of them went to after this protest. So it's a little jab at them, but yeah. And that's how it works, which is why I call them hypocrites, because they're not actually activists. They don't actually believe in the thing that they're doing, because if they believed in the thing that they were doing, then they would stop driving the cars. They would either go electric if they had the money to, or they would look for alternative solutions like riding the bus. How many of these people do you think would optionally choose to ride the bus? You know how many people I've talked to about riding the bus and said, like, oh, the bus system sucks in this city or in our city or whatever? No, it doesn't. It sucks because you've never ridden it. It sucks because you heard it sucks and you never rode it, but you just assume so and you just want to ride your car. That's what it is. You're not even going to give it the time of day. Oh, but the bus system sucks. I've used the bus system like my whole adult life to travel around to places. Yeah, it's highly inconvenient and it gets crowded and it sometimes they miss the stop and you gotta wait an hour. I had to wait an hour and a half after a dentist appointment because one of the bus drivers didn't come into work today, and so there were only half the buses on the routes. So, and yeah, it's highly inconvenient, and a lot of the time you will suffer doing it. But guess what? If we didn't have cars, then everyone would take the bus. If we wanted to save the environment, everyone would take the bus. That's what we would do. in Japan, they all take the bus, or they all take taxis, or they all walk. Oh my God, Japan walks. You guys know what? You guys want to know why a third of this country is obese? But you know, like only like 1% of Japan is. It's because they walk in Japan. I mean, they do have healthier foods and lower portion sizes, but they also exercise. They also walk everywhere. For the old people or for the disabled people, they go in their wheelchairs. I mean, wheelchair accessible places in Japan are abundant. They have easy access to those kind of things because it's a part of their society. Other countries are able to do this. Other countries are able to function without the use of cars. But here in America, you threaten to take away their cars and they're going to get all riled up. Oh, why should we have to take care of our cars? Weren't you the one who talked about saving the environment? Well, not me. Don't do it to me. Don't do something that, you know, I didn't think you would do this. It's virtue signaling. That's all it is. They're only saying things to make them look good. Whatever the hot topic is that, you know, they want to get riled up about, that's what they're going to do, right? Why do you think everyone's opinion changes depending on what's trending on Twitter? It's because people will only pay attention to what's in front of them and what's convenient. If I got trending on Twitter with something that said, "Hey, America needs to stop, you know, American citizens needs to stop with their cars," that's something in the forefront, and people would start thinking about that. But it's not convenient for them. It's not convenient for them to adopt that idea, and so the idea would never catch on. It's because people don't care. People don't care because they only think about what is beneficial to them. And so everyone protests. You know, you don't see poor people at global warming protests because every single thing that causes global warming in this country is something that a poor person needs. And so you will never see poor people at an environmental activist event. You will never see them there because, or maybe you will see them there, but once the situation is explained to them, then you won't see them there anymore. But then you'll have, first of all, you won't see them there because they can't afford to get there because they don't have a working car, right? I mean, come on, right? But well, that's what it is. And so they're hypocrites. They're hypocrites. And because of their hypocrisy, I don't get to drive my Vespa. Because of their hypocrisy, Biden got elected president. Because of hypocrisy, I and the rest of the poor people are going to be affected by this, right? You know, Trump was trying to end racism. You guys know that. He was trying to work with the black community and black community leaders in order to see what, in order to try to figure out, like, okay, how can we give advantages to the black community. He was actually trying to actively do that. And so a lot of black people actually voted for Trump back in 2016. But a lot of the people who didn't vote for Trump, or who voted against him, calling him a racist, weren't even the race of people that they were saying he was racist to. They weren't even black. There's a lot of white people. There's a lot of young, privileged white kids who were voting against Trump. Why? Why did that happen? Why why did only why did the if Trump was so racist, why did the race of people he was racist to vote for him, but the race of people he wasn't racist to didn't vote for him and called him a racist? It's because it's virtue signaling. That's all it is, right? If you're a white person, or if you're of another ethnicity, all these fucking white people in this picture. I'm not normally one to point this out, but I do see the irony here. A white person complaining about the racism against black people is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. A white person complaining about racism is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Honest to God. Do these people even know what the racism that's going on? Have they ever been a black person? Have they ever experienced this racism firsthand, other than seeing mean tweets on the internet? No, they haven't. They haven't. So why do they think that racism exists? Why do they have no evidence that racism actually exists? Yeah, there's statistics, but there's also other factors. Have they experienced racism firsthand? Have they ever been a black person who's been denied a job just because they're black? Have they ever gone through any of this that they're claiming that happens? No, they haven't. They haven't. So why do they care? Well, they don't. They don't care. It's a pretend care. They care in their thoughts and their feelings, but they don't care with their actions. Voting for a president is not an action, by the way. That's a thought and a feeling, right? That's pretending to care, because you can use that to virtue signal. It's virtue signaling. Virtue signaling is defined as publicly expressing opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or the moral correctness of someone on a particular issue. So if you go out there and say, I think racism's bad, you're virtue signaling, because you are publicly expressing an opinion. Or let's say you went to a Black Lives Matter protest, or let's say you went to this protest, or let's say you whatever you showed how in support, or how you're going to protest against something, or you support black people, or you're fighting against racism or whatever, right? You are publicly expressing an opinion with the intention of showing your good character to others, right? Oh, look at me, I am such a morally good person. Look at me attending Black Lives Matter protests. Why do you think it's white people doing that? Black people are doing it because they have something to take advantage from. But why would white people do it? Why would any other race do it? It's because they have something to gain from it too. They have popularity to gain from it. They have people viewing them with a good opinion. You guys know how, like, back in the 1950s, the 1950s, people were trying to, it was this whole, like, our family got the latest television, our family bought the latest car, our family has the nicest looking house. They're showing off. These people, essentially, they showed off their well-being and how good they were through the things that they had, the clothes that they wore, the cars that they rode, the toys that their kids played with. They showed through all these things. They showed off to others how good they are. Asian parents, and in that same sense, Asian parents and other parents of other races too. But I know Asians particularly. They don't show off the good things that they have. They show off. They brag about their children's accomplishments. My kid got A's in all of his honors classes. My kid graduated from Harvard. My kid became a neurosurgeon at St. Jude Hospital, right? My child wrote a New York best-selling novel, right? It's the same showing off, but instead of possessions like it is in this picture, instead of, you know, nice things and nice possessions compared to your neighbors, it's your child's accomplishments that you're showing off, and I'm sure you guys are at least familiar with that idea. That's what Asian parents do. Back in the 1950s, white families did this as well, or white families showed off their possessions, their material possessions. The clothes that they wore were nicer than their neighbors, the car that they had, how well kept their lawn was, how many neighbor barbecues they had, how good of toys their kids played with, you know, things like that. That's what was shown off. This is, you know, signaling wealth. This is signaling wealth back in the 1950s. The whole Asian parents, you know, showing off their kids' accomplishments, that's prestige signaling, right? My child is accomplished and they're prestiged, right? And so they're better, right? They're really good. And that's why Asian parents, you know, are so hard and strict on their kids, is because they want their kids to accomplish something that can then be bragged to. It was the same sense back in the 1950s. These, you know, American nuclear families, they want, you know, the wife would always complain about like, oh, you know, Mrs. Johnson down the street got that new TV set that we don't have. Honey, can you buy that? Can you, you know, buy that TV so we can match them? We don't want to fall behind. Or the kids would complain about like, oh, you know, little Johnny down the street, you know, is playing with their new Tonka truck that just came out at the toy store. Dad, why don't we have one of those yet? Pressure to keep up these appearances. Pressure for material possession signaling. Pressure for prestige signaling in Asian parents, right? Who, you know, they're very strict with their kids. Oh, you have to accomplish it. You have to do good at math. What do you mean you only got a 98% on your test? You know, my friend's kid got 103% on that test. You need to do better. You know, signaling, you know, the need to brag about how well off you are, whether it's material possessions or with, you know, how good the kids are and how good of a parent you are for raising a smart kid. The bragging rights that comes with creates pressure. Obviously, you guys probably know all about that. I grew up around that, but I wasn't directly affected, but I grew up looking at other kids who were directly affected, and it brought a tear to my eye. It's terrible, honestly. And I'm not being sarcastic, but I always felt bad for those kids. So, material possessions, right? We got to have something better than everyone else. Prestige in Asian parents. My kid has to be more accomplished than my friends' kids. And nowadays, virtue signaling. So instead of material possessions and instead of child's accomplishments, now it's moral values. I have better moral values than you. I am such a good person. Look at me. I am such a good person. Look at me. I think racism's bad. Even though I'm white, I think we should treat black people good. Even though I drive a car, I think we should save the environment. Look at me. I'm going to start eating vegan organic foods because I don't like animal cruelty. Look at me. That's all it is. And drawn to an extreme like I just did, it's insanity. It's absolute insanity. It's insanity, and it shows a very deteriorated mental state of people. And yet these are the people in power. These are the people in power, and it's the same with trans rights, and it's the same with oops. everything, global, environmental activism, voting Democrat, trans rights, gay rights, Black Lives Matter. I mean, all of these things are just about rich, privileged people. They're mostly white, but we have some of others, other races. Rich, privileged people who up their own status by adopting moral values. And they all do this. They're like, "Oh, I'm not racist, right? I did a hashtag all Black Lives Matter. Oh, well, I'm even more not racist. I have black friends that I hang out with. Oh, well, I'm even more not racist. I'm attending Black Lives Matter protests." And then all of a sudden, all of them have to attend Black Lives Matter protests in order to keep up, right? We all have to do the same thing or outdo each other as far as virtue signaling goes. Just like the 1950s family had to keep buying the more expensive, the more prestigious or up-to-date items, cars and TV and toys. In that same sense, as they had to keep buying the new items, the virtue signaling people have to keep virtue signaling. They have to keep updating their moral values to seem like more and more good people. Black Lives Matter protests, oh, you'll even let black people fuck you, right? It's like the ultimate anti-racism when, and then all of that ends, and then, oh, where's the next issue? Where's the next thing? And then one of them makes it up, right? Transgender people. Oh my god, transgender people, they're like committing suicide. I'm gonna talk about how good I am for, I'm gonna talk about how morally correct I am for supporting transgender people in their transitions and in their livelihoods. And then that's what they do. And then all of a sudden and then other people see that, and other people want to virtue signal, one person says it. And then other people are like, well, I support trans rights too, and then they repost it and they're like, I do this too. I support trans matters too. In fact, I think they should get more rights than the average person because we need to be sensitive towards them. And then, oh, person number 3, oh, we need to make safe spaces for them so that they don't feel insulted at all. And, and then person number 4 is like, that's, just safe spaces isn't enough. The entire country needs to be a safe space, and every internet community needs to be a safe space, and we need to start banning people who don't support that. And everyone claps and cheers, and everyone supports each other in that. And then what do you have? You go on Twitter, you say something less than positive about a trans person, you get banned. That's the result of that, because these people are going around trying to one-up each other on how virtuous they are, how good of a character and good of a person they are, and then everybody else follows and copies them. And then with everyone doing it, they use that power to push and shape the nature of the communities and how other people are treated. But guess what? The main people who are fighting for trans rights, the main people who are fighting for Black Lives Matter, they're not even part of those demographics. They're not black and they're not trans people. It's privileged, rich kids whose only objective in life is to make themselves look prestigious. Oh, look at these poor people. Look at these poor, pitiful people. I have to help them. Me, in my sense of power, I have to help them. That's all it is. That's all it is. I have to help them. Look at me, I'm helping them. I'm not poor and pitiful, but I take pity and I give sympathy to these people. Look at how good I am. Look how generous of a person I am. It's the modern day materialistic attitude. It's the modern day, it's the white version of, my kid has to do better than everyone else's kids in school and in college and in life. It's the modern day equivalent of that. It's disgusting. And the thing is, you see all of this throughout history. You see different versions of this, right? Right now, it's virtue signaling. Who knows what's going to be in the future, but it's all based off of just one-upping each other. That's all it is. Everybody's just one-upping each other, making themselves look better than everyone else. It's a social status thing. And it's exactly what you'd see, right? You look at a tribe of monkeys. You put like 30 monkeys in a room together, right? In a big room, and they each get given food and whatever. And like within like a month, a social hierarchy is going to be developed. And there are going to be some monkeys who are good, who are like at the top. And then there are going to be other monkeys in the middle who are trying to like clean themselves and make themselves look attractive so that they can stay with the people at the top. And then there's going to be the people at the bottom who are looked down upon, not necessarily outed, but they look by the others, but they're looked down upon by the others as either weak or as poor and sympathetic. That's all it is. But when you sympathize, when you feel sorry for somebody, you guys might not have thought of this before, but when you feel sorry for somebody, you are naturally putting yourself at a higher position than them. For you to feel sorry for somebody is for you to recognize that you are at a higher level than them. And if you feel sorry for somebody, and especially if you vocalize it, God forbid you vocalize it, but if you vocalize that you feel sorry for somebody, then you have put yourself at a higher position than them. That's why I hate people feeling sorry for me. It's because I know this. I know that they're taking pity on me because they are, and in effect, they are putting themselves at a higher position than I am. At least I'm not as bad as he is. At least I was born white, right? At least I'm not, I'm not a black person, so I feel really bad about the racism that they have to go through. It's a form of disconnect. You're disconnecting from the person or the group of people that you're feeling sorry for. You're separating yourself. In your mind, you're separating yourself from them. We're all human beings. How is a black person any different than a white person? But these black people sympathizers, these Black Lives Matter protesters, they're the racist ones here. They're the racist ones because they're the ones who are actively recognizing a difference between themselves and another race of people, between themselves and black people. That's what they're doing. People take pity on the homeless, right? It's the same thing. With the Black Lives Matter thing, a black person's greatest desire, from what I can tell, the normal black person's greatest desire is to just be treated like normal. They don't want to be given extra privilege. They don't want to be given compensation for their disadvantaged birth or their disadvantaged living conditions. They just want to be able to go up to somebody and strike up a conversation and have the other person treat them like a fellow human being. That's all they want. That's what everybody wants. But the people who are joining the Black Lives Matter protests aren't doing that. They're not doing that. They're doing the furthest thing from it, which is to feel pity on them. To say, oh, you poor black person, look at what you have to go through. I feel so bad. So much white guilt just wells up in me as I think about how my ancestors enslaved your ancestors. And you have to go through all that trauma. I feel so bad for you. Shut the fuck up. Nobody said anything about freaking any of that. But these people just automatically say, these people will look at these people, I have no doubt, will look at a black person and then feel feelings of sorrow and feelings of sympathy for the person before even knowing them, before even talking to them. If someone's had a bad life and they need a little extra sensitivity, then sure, go for it, right? But you don't know the person. I'm sure a lot of these people look at a black person and they think these racist thoughts. These are racist thoughts. Just because it's a positive thing doesn't make it any less racist. Racism is racism is a perspective that you are different than another race of people. That is what racism is. That another race of people as a whole is different than your race of people. You are categorizing people based off the color of their skin, whether it's for bad or for good. And these people who are doing it in good, quote unquote, they're racist. They're racist because they're creating and now exemplifying these differences between themselves and black people, these differences between black people and the rest of the world. And they're using that as a way of virtue signal, and they're using that to draw differences between one race of people versus another, which is racist. And the worst part of it all is that they're using it to virtue signal. They're using it to make themselves look good. So in my opinion, the people who did Black Lives Matter are taking advantage of the supposed plight of racism against black people. They're taking advantage of that in order to make themselves look morally superior. And that is disgusting. That is absolutely you are a scum of a human being if you're going to use another person's disadvantage or another person's history or trauma in order to make yourself look good. You are a scum of a person. And every single person who participates in Black Lives Matter who isn't black is doing that. That's what they're doing. Even if they don't know it, that's what they're doing. And it's disgusting, and it makes me dismiss these people. I judge people harshly on how positively they think of the Black Lives Matter movement, on their opinions of it, because this is exactly what's happening, and it tells a lot about a person's character if they are willing or they are just instinctually going to use a certain group of people's issues in order to make themselves look good. In order to make themselves look good. And like I said at the beginning, all of this is pretend care. They are pretending to care because it's right in front of them, and it's convenient to care. It's convenient to care about them. That's what it is. That is the only reason they're doing that. And the reason then they would stop doing it if it started becoming inconvenient. If the Black Lives Matter movement said, okay, give me your cars. We're going to take our cars away from you, white people, and you're not allowed to get a new one as long as we're driving your old one. And that's how you could help. If they took that seriously, the entire movement would dissolve. It would just disappear. Because nobody would give up their cars for that. Oh, poor black people, but get your own car. I'm not going to give up my ability to drive just because you told me to. And they'll come up with excuses. That's what it is. People are so attached to their fucking cars. It would never work. It would never fly. It's pretend care. But the thing is, pretend care to the point where they will try to get things changed as far as they can, up to a point where then it stops being inconvenient for them, or where it stops being convenient for them, right? Banning people on Reddit because they said a no word is convenient, right? And it obviously it's the job of other people. Banning people on Twitter who say less than positive things about not black people, but about the Black Lives Matter movement get banned, and then they get doxxed, and then they get identified, and then they get sent death threats to their house, and then they get and then their employer gets notified, and then they get fired from their job. But that's all with inconvenience, right? They're not going to do anything to actually stop racism. God forbid they actually stop racism. Instead, they're just going to complain about it, and they're just going to go on the internet and try to enact change. Complaining about something by itself is fine, right? You can complain about anything you want, and it's whatever, right? But it's the fact that people are listening to these complaints, and they're getting on board with these complaints, because it's all a bunch of virtue signaling, right? It's virtue signaling. If you don't what was I gonna say? If you don't agree with our opinions, then you are evil, right? That's what it is. If you don't support Black Lives Matter, then you must be a racist. And you must hate black people and want to join the KKK and bring back slavery because you don't support Black Lives Matter. So it's like, in the face of that, what option do you have other than to say, yeah, I support Black Lives Matter, ha ha ha. Yeah, sure, I guess, most people will be forced to answer like that. Some people will actually change their opinion to support it because they actually believe all that nonsense. Oh my god. And then, of course, there's a bunch of articles trying to push back against the people who are calling out others virtue signaling. It's ridiculous. And it's exactly because people virtue signaled about the environment that I can't drive my Vespa. I just want to drive this thing around town. $2,000 is so cheap. I got a check on my desk that could pay for almost this whole thing. I can't have it because it's illegal in California. Because all the liberals in California virtue signaled about the environment so hard that they banned Vespas. Oh my god. I hate them. Vespas weren't banned in the 1950s. Bring that back. I don't care if people look at me weird for not having the latest expensive stuff. What is this? Did Jesus virtue signal? The thing is, when you have... Saying to do something good isn't virtue signaling. That's comic silly. Just simply saying to do something good isn't virtue signaling. Because you're not doing it on the grounds of, doing something good. It's just every action has to be looked at for its consequences. Give your money to the homeless like I do, right? It's like, okay, fine, right? Next time you see a homeless person, just give them $1, right? The world will be a better place because the homeless people will be less hungry. Sure, whatever, right? I said there's flaws in that, but I won't even get into that. But then, compare that to like this. Oh, close the factories and stop global warming. Well, think about the consequences, right? Think about all the poor people who aren't going to be able to get their Dollar Tree stuff, and they can't afford anything in their lives because there's no more factories anymore. Maybe don't fight for this. Maybe pick your battles, right? Maybe, or, think about what you're fighting and the consequences of your actions before it, so. Thing is, like, someone like Greta Thunberg is, like, she's a little crazy, but she kind of has the right idea where, we are destroying the environment. I'm sure Greta Thunberg doesn't drive a car. Let's look it up. Greta Thunberg in her car. Arnold Schwarzenegger sends Tesla Model 3 for climate activist Greta Thunberg. Okay, so she drives a Tesla. Okay, that's fine then. Wow, Arnold Schwarzenegger supported her. Nice. It's a long way when you travel by electric car. Well, at least she's using the electric car. Yeah, electric cars aren't as efficient as regular cars are, though. So. It might be a long way, but at least you'll have a clear conscience. Safe journey home. There you go. Do you guys think she'll ever... You guys know who Greta Thunberg is, right? She's like this giant activist for environmental protection, which she's actually putting her money where her mouth is. So I think she's doing more good than harm, right? She's not just attending one protest and then driving home in a gas-powered car. But anyway, do you guys think she'll ever get sick of driving electric and then switch to gas powered when no one's looking? As a public figure, she kind of can't. If somebody catches her in the car and then snaps a picture and posts it, then she's gonna lose all credibility. She looks a lot different in this picture then. With Asperger's. She does have Asperger's, okay. Huh. Where are these people? What country is this? Uganda? What does Uganda have to do with friggin' environmental? Or for climate justice? Climate justice equals racial justice? Whew, I'd like to see the argument behind that. Greenhouse gas free. I mean, first of all, you guys know that the entire planet contributes to a greenhouse effect, right? Because the atmosphere basically works like a glass window where the sun shines into the earth and then the heat goes to the ground and then bounces off a little bit. That keeps all the heat in. I get that, like, greenhouse gas specifically is bad, but all states other than California, I hate them. And if I lived in another state, I wouldn't be able to use this. I mean, I guess technically I could, but I still probably would if it goes this fast. Didn't that one thing say that I need a license, but I don't need to register at the DMV? Oh no, that was for like 15 miles an hour and under, something like that. Okay, well, if this dude used this in California, because he lives in Yorba Linda, which is... I couldn't find this specific model at 2003. No. Here we go. $75 miles per gallon. God. It would be a good vehicle, looks like. I guess I have to shop around for a used one that's it's gonna be legal here. It's another cost of living in California. There's that one that I was looking at earlier. I was like, oh, whoops. Odin? Oh no, it's on my phone. Darn. Hey, what's Odin? Oh, this thing. Nah. Well. Hey, it looks like I could get one for pretty cheap. I mean, a little more expensive than I would like to pay, but... Oh my god. Holy crap. It's a carriage. It's a carriage. It's like I'm taking Cinderella to the ball. It's like one of those horse-powered ones that they used in the olden days. Oh my god. I could put like a whole bunch of people back here. This is the family vehicle. When I have a family, instead of a car, we're gonna we're gonna have this. I'm gonna be in the driver's seat driving it, and everyone else is gonna be in the back. Oh my god. Talk about dangerous. What the hell? I saw one of these just parked. I didn't know if it was like street legal. It was like for sale. I wanted to buy it. It was cleaner than this and it had a nice top to it, but oh, he's selling 3 different ones, I see. $3,000 for something that's like guaranteed to be street legal. Yeah, I mean, he drove it around technically, so there's a lot of Vespas here. Well, I will always be able to buy one. Just not the one that I want that's super cheap on the internets. Bokutachi no remake. Skates? Oh no, Skate Infinity. Alright. I did my essay. Oh no. Oh no, my essay. Hey, essay. Okay. I only watch highly rated anime. People didn't like Decadence. I liked it. That's all I have to say. Anyway, once Northgard goes on sale again, I'm gonna buy it. Oh. Oh. Points to consider before getting meat rabbits. Oh my god. So yeah, guys, I found out. This is completely. I know I said I gotta do my homework, but real quick. I found out that, yeah, because I've been talking about wanting to do homesteading. I want to grow a little garden and raise some animals and kill them, butcher them for their meat, right? Apparently, one of the you guys know chickens and cows and pigs. Those are your basic three, right? I was looking up other animals. There's goats, sheep, things like that. But then there's also, apparently there's meat rabbits. There's rabbits, and they're a certain breed. And you fatten up the rabbits till they're nice, big, and fat, and they kill them. You kill the rabbits, and then you harvest their meat, and then you eat rabbit. You eat rabbit meat. My husband and I ventured into meat rabbits about 1 year ago. So this is something that like I'd want to do for sure. Like if I started this, because the issue for me with like farming and gardening and stuff is the amount of work, right? It's the amount of work, so it's the amount of maintenance. I imagine that meat rabbits would be very low maintenance compared to, you know, these and chickens be low maintenance compared to like a pig, let's say, right? So the as long as it's a good amount of meat per dollar that I have to spend on, you know, on raising and taking care of the rabbits, then so be it, right? My husband and I ventured into meat rabbits 1 year ago. They're a popular choice for homestead meat production, and it's easy to see why. They produce large quantities of high protein, low cost meat in a small amount of space. Not to mention the meat is delicious. Now, I've never had rabbit before, but I imagine that really fresh, organically raised rabbit meat is probably going to taste pretty good. So, obviously, these are not pets. They obviously, well, I mean, you can, I guess, consider them pets, but it's not going to be like an emotional animal or anything for these rabbits, because you know, a couple of years and boom goes their head, right? Boom. Probably just a few months. You get them small, fatten them up, chop it off. Oh boy. But but yeah, high in protein, low cost, takes up a little bit of space. The maintenance on it doesn't seem to be that bad, so. Like all new homestead animals, meat rabbits can be both a joy and a learning curve. Believe me, we've learned a lot over our year of rabbit ownership. Research how you'll raise your meat rabbits before you bring them home will help to have a more successful experience. So obviously more research beyond just this article, but this article is a pretty good introduction to something like this. So how many rabbits? Many folks purchase a breeding trio of rabbits, one male and two females. This arrangement can easily produce hundreds of pounds of meat in a year. Hundreds of pounds? Wait, how? We didn't need that much. However, so we purchased one buck and one doe. We only bred her 3 times this past year and ended up with about 30 to 40 pounds of meat with each successful litter. Oh, so you make the rabbits mate with each other and then take their little babies and then fatten those up and then kill those. Okay, that makes sense. So that makes a lot of sense. That's great. That's great. What an easy, the phrase "fuck like rabbits," right? So it's like they mated one male and one female 3 times in the year. Nice. There are several housing options: hutches, tractors, and colonies. Oh yeah, so basically she's describing a hutch is a convenient step off where rabbits are off the ground for controlled management. So it's basically just a box, like a wooden box, with the rabbits that the rabbits can be in, kind of like a rabbit cage. A tractor is basically you take that rabbit cage, it's made of wood, you put it on a movable thing, and it can move around on your lawn. And the rabbits can eat the grass on your lawn, the overgrown grass or whatever, so that's nice. Then a colony, a more permanent setup where rabbits are allowed to live together in a group. The owner has less control on breeding schedule and habits, but rabbits live a cleaner, happier lifestyle. Oh, okay, so you just have a bunch of rabbits just hanging out with each other. That'd be nice. You could literally put like a wooden contraption on your lawn and then just stuff all the rabbits in there, and then they'll be able to eat the grass that's underneath them all the time. Make it like a little movable thing, and they'll be able to, and then you can just move them place to place. That'd be cool. Your yard space and management preferences will likely dictate which option you choose. Regardless, make sure that you've designed areas for food, water, and nesting. Also be aware that rabbits are excellent diggers and escape artists. Prepare your housing accordingly. Oh, I see. Well, you could just put like a metal grate on the bottom of the thing so they can't dig through that, but the grass can still rise up through it. So you can do something like that. I'm sure there are good ideas about it, but I could raise a few of these in my home. I could do this in my house. I would love the free meat. How will you dispatch the rabbits? You'll dispatch the rabbits. What time is it? Not too bad. You'll need to prepare to humanely dispatch and effectively butcher the animals, the rabbits, when they are of age. Otherwise, meat rabbits become a very unpleasant venture. My husband uses an inexpensive pellet gun for dispatch and purchased one knife to complete the butchering process. Watch videos of the process, or better yet, invite an experienced friend to help you the first time you butcher. It will help immensely to have a guiding hand nearby. Yeah, honestly, I would hire somebody just to come to my house and help teach me. Well, the whole operation cost. Concerning the costing of rabbit housing, feed, butchering supplies, and the animals themselves, our initial investment for 2 rabbits was $60 total, with reoccurring feed costs of about $15 per month and the occasional repair cost. Startup costs will vary depending on the breed of rabbits you purchase and supplies you already have available. Afterwards, however, rabbits are one of the least expensive meat sources that you can raise on a homestead. If you take the time to research meat rabbits thoroughly before adding them to your homestead, they can be a successful and rewarding project that will provide meat for your dinner table. However, even if your first attempts don't go smoothly, don't be afraid to make adjustments and try again. That's nice. That's nice. I learned a lot from that article. Obviously, that's not enough to get started, but she's basically she gave a nice introduction to getting meat rabbits. So anyway, wow, just $60 for everything, including the rabbits themselves. Nice. I could go like PetSmart or Petco and get I go to the pet store and get some rabbits and then just butcher them. Oh boy. I would feel really bad killing the rabbits, honestly. But I mean, what are you gonna do, right? What are you gonna live a vegan lifestyle on a farm? No, we can't. You can't do that, right? We gotta get meat from somewhere. Killing chickens is sad. Killing cows and pigs, that's sad, right? So killing rabbits is gonna be sad just because they're a little fluffy and furry and they're defenseless to my knife and pellet gun. And it doesn't make it any less cruel that you are killing a living thing just to eat its meat. But every time you get chicken nuggets from McDonald's, every time you eat a burger, every time your microwave meal has like some kind of meat in it, an animal has been killed for your privilege of eating that meat, right? This is why people are vegan, or this is why people go vegetarian, is because they can't live with that on their conscience, that oh, somebody killed an animal for me to eat. So, which there are plenty of arguments against that. Obviously, these animals wouldn't exist if they weren't being served in the first place, if they weren't being grown to be used for meat, right? These animals wouldn't have been born in the first place. So, same thing with these rabbits, right? They're talking about getting a guy and a girl rabbit and then having them mate and then taking the babies and growing those up to kill. So if you didn't participate in raising meat rabbits, those babies of the rabbits that you bought wouldn't have existed in the first place, because the only reason they existed is because you let your rabbits mate so that you could grow these rabbits for food. So you have to compare that. An animal who, is it better to have an animal be born so that it could grow up and become your food? Or is it better for that animal to never have existed in the first place, right? Is it better for that animal to have never existed in the first place, right? These rabbits would never have mated if it wasn't for me using them to procure meat. So, in my opinion, at least, maybe it's a little self-justification, but at least these rabbits, the baby rabbits that are born from this, obviously if you kill the first two that you buy, then sure, whatever, you can make a sound argument for that. But for the babies, how I see it is that if, at least they got to be alive, and they got to, and if you give them very happy, give them a clean cage and a happy lifestyle, especially if you do the colony, where they get to interact with other rabbits and mate when they want or whatever, then at least they got to be alive and they got to enjoy a happy lifestyle for the time that you let them be alive. So they had I guess, I don't like putting it this way, but you gave them the privilege and the luxury of being alive and being able to live up until that point. Yes, you are killing them, but I mean, animals die anyway, right? And I don't know what the life expectancy of a rabbit is, but I mean, obviously you do have to kill these guys, but would you rather have a rabbit live for just 1 year or not live at all, right? That rabbit got to enjoy its time on this planet before you killed it. So that's the best you can give, right? That's why, people are at least fighting for humanely grown animals, right? Or, grass-fed chickens and free-range chickens and free-range cows and all of that, because at least, you're gonna feel better buying meat at the grocery store if you know that that meat came from an animal who got to be happy during its life. So he got to be born for your consumption, but you're paying a little extra for that organic meat so that so that that animal got to live a happy life, right? So that's the best you can do. I mean, obviously it is a cruel thing, but human beings are carnivores. I mean, we're omnivores, but which means that we're carnivores. So we do eat meat, we do eat other things. So, but we're doing it humanely. Looks like the way that they kill the rabbit, they give the rabbit a happy lifestyle, and then once the rabbit comes of age and has meat, they insta kill the rabbit with a pellet gun, and then they use a knife to extract the meat. So you're not butchering, you're not skinning it alive or anything, right? You're just ending its life instantly. It's probably not even gonna know that you're ending its life. So I mean, there is probably going to be a little emotional trauma behind that still, even with all that said. But I mean, if you're growing a rabbit to eat it, then obviously if you're thinking, oh, I'll keep this one as a pet or whatever, then fine. But I think the type of breed that they use to get meat rabbits aren't. I mean, she did say it's an unpleasant experience. Meat rabbits become an unpleasant venture when you don't butcher them when they come of age. So imagine as adults the rabbits probably get a little feisty. So it's probably not good. Like if you want a pet rabbit, get another rabbit, right? Get a different breed of rabbit that's separate from this breed, right? And don't put that pet rabbit in the colony because it's not gonna be good, right? It's for multiple reasons. But if you want your own little rabbit colony or whatever, get some rabbits that are castrated, that can't mate. Get a couple of them or two or three of them, and then just put them all in a cage that's separate in your house, that's separate from all of this, right? And you can take them outside and stuff, but you can have the rabbits as pets and have them be a little more privileged than the rabbits that you kill for meat. So if it's a really big deal, so caring for ducklings. And then a southern fried chicken recipe right next to you know, they're raising animals and then they're killing them for the chicken nuggets. I know a duck isn't gonna turn to a chicken nugget, but it'll turn into a duck nugget if you want. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds great. Sounds delicious. Anyway, this site seems like a very good introduction to the homesteading life, and then and every single thing you read on this site, you gotta research more. So, buying books. Best meat rabbit breeds. 16 of them. How many breeds of rabbits are there? Aw, look at the cute rabbit. Is raising rabbits worth the meat worth it? Wait, didn't I already read this? Oh, look how big that thing is. Oh my god. This is one of the websites that I used for my speech that I did on self-sufficiency. Look how huge that thing is. Dang, that you get a lot of meat from that. It's so cute though, like his little eye. You have to breed. Make sure you have a breed that produces a lot of meat on their very bony frame is important. Otherwise, when I wind up with a tiny amount of meat, a lot of bone, and won't be able to appreciate how productive these animals can be. Yeah. A silver fox. That thing is huge. Oh my god. The thing is so big. It looks pretty docile too, so, or it looks pretty passive. Oh, that's cute. I would feel bad killing one of those. I wouldn't feel as bad killing this guy. I don't know why. Maybe I am racist. But this guy I'd have a harder time. Hardy large breed. The American breed. What the hell? Are those little rabbits in there? It's hard to tell. Choosing a breed that produces large litters can be important depending on how much meat you're looking to produce on your homestead. Yeah, see, I don't really want, like, if I can get away with eating, like, rabbits and chickens, then I don't really want to raise cows. I mean, I could do pigs, I guess, but I do like red meat. So I believe rabbits produce white meat. So I believe, I don't know. Butcher shops. Yeah, it looks pretty white. It looks like chicken, honestly. How about duck? I like duck, but I wouldn't really be too keen on raising duck. A duck's similar to a chicken. I guess they're both birds. Welp. Sucks to suck. I mean, it's kind of how things go. It's a cute little rabbit. I'm thinking me butchering the animals is going to be a solo job, so I'm going to have to steel myself. Luckily, I discarded my humanity long ago. I don't know. I'd still feel a tinge in my heart if I killed a little duck like that, or like a little rabbit like that, no matter what it is. So anyway, I gotta continue on my essay. I gotta open it, and hopefully I can finish it within the next couple hours. So. There we go. There we go. Nice. That's a good distribution. All right. I do need to go to the bathroom, though. I will be right back, guys. Go to the bathroom. Cutie. Cute. Hmm? Yeah. Oh my god, you're getting big. You are getting big. See, I can never butcher her because she's so cute. And because I have her as a pet. It's a difference between pets. I don't think it would be good to grow cats for their meat. It's probably not a good idea. Oh. What? Okay. You're cute. You're okay. You're okay. Cute. No, she's purring even if I hold her. It's so cute. He's so cute. Alright, guys, be right back. I don't think so. I can do one page of it, or I'll do a page in like 3 or 4 hours if you just want to leave it out. Alright, that's fine. Just I'll do one, and then just make sure you bring it back tomorrow. So, because I'll have more time tomorrow to do the rest of it. Oh, alright. Kiwi. Hi. Kiwi. Alright, guys. It's funny. I'm back, by the way. It's funny because I didn't do this last week, right? I didn't turn it in. And so I was checking my college work a couple days ago because I did my sociology or my interpersonal communications homework, and I actually got a message on there, and the message was from the English teacher, and she was like, and she sent a message to me about the fact that I didn't turn this in. It was a copy paste message that apparently she sent. Apparently, a lot of I was gonna say kids, a lot of students didn't turn in this assignment, and she was really concerned about the students who didn't turn in this assignment because she was saying that you need the skills learned from this essay in order to do the final one, in order to do the final project. So she said because of that, she extended the due dates, and she said that, oh, make sure if you have any questions, to if you have any questions on what to do, or if you're confused, or just a message her. But so she sent me a message saying that she extended the deadline for this essay. So if I get this essay done tonight, I'll get full credit for it. It's really nice of her. So that means I need to get this done. I did not do the other assignment that I had, so that one, which is also due tonight. So I didn't really I left myself a little bit of time. I mean, it's 3.5 hours that I left myself. So, but yeah, anyway, I'm going to get back into the mood to do this. So, and then I'm going to be like hyper focused. So anyway, I didn't tell you guys, or I didn't write this on stream last week, so I can read it out today. So let's see here. Evaluating an argument. So if you guys don't remember, it's basically I read this article on social media usage for police officers. So I read the article, I understood the assignment, and then I wrote a bit. I wrote like a page and a quarter of it after stream on last Sunday. But of course, I did this much, and then I got down to here, and then that was it. So anyway, we'll do this, and we'll get this done. Evaluating an argument. The article, Social Media, Establishing Criteria for Law Enforcement Use, written by Robert D. Stewart, expresses and supports the argument that law enforcement agencies should understand and properly control the social media use of their law enforcement officers. The article begins by explaining that social media can be defined as sharing information between people. Social media usage has grown exponentially over the past few years among the general population and among law enforcement officers. Social media has many benefits for law enforcement, such as being a source of information for investigators who are investigating crimes. However, social media can also cause problems for law enforcement officers through the posting of sensitive information and exposing negative information on officers in their personal lives. The article concludes that law enforcement agencies must provide training to law enforcement officers on proper social media use, while restricting their ability to post information that relates to their professional lives. The article supports the main ideas, so that's my summary. Now, the article supports the main ideas of paragraphs with supporting evidence, uses the sub-conclusions of each section to transition from one section to the next in a chronological order, and each sub-conclusion serves as a premise that effectively supports the main conclusion. Because of this, Stewart clearly and effectively communicates and supports his arguments of requiring control of social media use of law enforcement officers. So there's my signposting and thesis. The article properly supports the main ideas of each paragraph with evidence and examples contained in each paragraph, causing the information and ideas presented to be organized, causing the information and ideas presented to be organized in a clear and effective manner. In the Encountering Problems section of the article, Stewart, 2013, starts off one paragraph by stating the main idea of, quote, when exposed, inappropriate information may lead to undesirable attention from the media and other parties, end quote, page 1. After stating that, the paragraph uses an example of a defense attorney using an officer's MySpace information as evidence in court. The use of this example, which describes a potential problem caused by the exposure of inappropriate information, effectively supports the main idea of the paragraph. The organization of this paragraph provides a clear line of thinking that justifies the argument made at its beginning. Another example of this paragraph organization occurs earlier in the article, when Stewart, 2013, begins a paragraph stating that, quote, social media can provide an invaluable source of information for investigators. Social media can provide an invaluable source of information for investigators. Criminals who use social media to share information about their whereabouts and those of their associates. They have also been known to share photos and video crimes of their acts. The paragraph continues by discussing how criminals share information such as their location, their associates, photos and videos of their crimes on social media. Which can all be used for both catching these criminals and as evidence during their trials. I'm like barely in the state of mind for this. Oh, there it goes. God, it's too hot with my webcam. It's too hot with the fan off, but it's too chilly with the fan on. I was turning in an assignment the other night for my communications class, and I took a long time to type out the assignment in the text box. I took like 2 or 3 hours, I believe, to do this one assignment, which I shouldn't have taken that long, but I was getting distracted. Anyway, it was the same problem I described last week, where I pressed submit the assignment and the web page froze and it was loading and my heart stopped, because you guys remember last week I did that and I pressed submit and the web page started loading and then it refreshed and I lost all of the text that I had put in the text box. The other night, the same thing was about to happen, and I almost had a heart attack because of it. And that time I wouldn't have been able to recover any of the data, and I forgot to copy paste, like I said I was going to in the future. But then it ended up not refreshing. It just the web page froze, and it thought about it for a second, and then it posted. So I like barely escaped with my life with that. Oh my god, it's freaking 2 hours typing that thing, and I would have had to restart that. There's no way I would have been able to. So stupid technology. I can't just write this stuff in like a Google Doc or something that like automatically saves it. I mean, I can, but they won't let you turn that in, so I might as well not. Whatever. English has to specifically be formatted like this, which means I have to work on a Windows computer using Word. So. What am I talking? What are we doing? The clear organization of ideas in this paragraph is apparent, or is well done. The organization in this paragraph is well done with the main idea stated at the beginning and followed by clear evidence supporting that idea, that main idea. This is going to be my second sentence. As evidence. Using the example of criminals posting compromising information clearly supports the main idea stated at the start of the paragraph about social media having value to investigators. The organization, using the example of criminals posting compromising information, clearly supports the main idea stated at the start of the paragraph about social media having value for investigators. Having value to investigators. Having value to investigators, having value for investigators, whatever. Having value for investigators. The value is for the investigators. Whereas if I said giving value, then it would be giving value to the investigator. Okay. the difference between a direct versus an indirect conjunction, I suppose. Something that they teach in Japanese class as well, with particles. I learned more about English grammar in Japanese class than I did in English class, because Japanese has its own version of conjunctions and transitions and prepositional phrases and things like that. So, in order to understand what parts of a Japanese sentence did what, I had to understand the English equivalent that I was going to compare it to. So it's tough. The organization of ideas in this paragraph is well done, with the main idea stated at the beginning, followed by clear evidence supporting that main idea. Fantastic. God, if I didn't write this introduction, I would be lost, because it's been a full week. I don't remember what I hardly remember what my train of thought was. I mean, I could watch last week's stream, I guess, but that's gonna take too much time. Okay, I remember how to do transitions. Every paragraph in the article follows a similar format, which causes the ideas presented in each one to be well defined. However, having good organization, good organization in paragraphs alone isn't enough to make a convincing argument. God, how was I going to transition that? Okay. Sub conclusions of each section to having good organization in paragraphs alone isn't enough to make a convincing argument. That's why it's important for the sub-conclusions of each section to transition well into the next, which is exactly what Stewart did. Okay. For main ideas of each section to transition I myself am making an argument to persuade my reader of the efficiency of this article's structure. So it's very bizarre. I'm taking an article that tries to convince you of something, and I have to convinces the reader of something, and now I have to convince you that this article is well organized, or it does a good job in its effectiveness of that. So it's very odd. I feel like I'm peer reviewing something, which I guess in academia they do. They actually do. You know, somebody publishes a paper, and then that paper is then reviewed on a board of academics, who then write up a who then write up an analysis of that paper in order to then present that to a group, justifying why this paper actually seems good to post. So, jeez, what a bunch of nonsense! What a bunch of roundabout crap! Ugh. Whatever. This is exactly what I do on the stream, though. Is I just complain. I just take something that's already established, and I try to like dissect it and try to analyze it, and then come up with an opinion on how my analysis of it means that this thing sucks, or why it's good. Use of subsection uses the sub-conclusions of each section. Okay, I'm gonna have to copy this fucking sentence. I can't memorize that. And we're gonna put it here. Okay. The article is able to effectively use the sub-conclusions of each section to fluidly transition from one section to the next, forming what would it be? Structuring the article in a I would say presenting the ideas in the ideas throughout the article in a chronological order. The article is able to effectively use the sub-conclusions of each section to fluidly transition from one section to the next, presenting the ideas throughout the article in a chronological order. Ugh, I don't necessarily feel good about that sentence, but I don't know necessarily how to communicate any better than that. Okay. Now that I've said that, I gotta find evidence. So, oh yeah, I remember Sunday I was reading this whole article with in mind that I'm gonna have to find ways to justify this person's like article structure. God, what examples were I thinking of in regards to this? I gotta come up with two each. Okay. I want to do this out of order, but I don't think I should. It's not even 6 yet. Okay. This is gonna be a long essay. Oh my god, I'm thinking 4 pages. The second paragraph is definitely gonna take me until the end of page 3, and then I have a third paragraph to do, and I have a conclusion to write. Christ. Okay, I came up with the second goalpost, or signposting or whatever, by I think it was because I looked at this specific point and I was like, oh, that's a good transition. In the section titled Understanding Social, at the end of the first main section of the article, Stewart, 2013. I'm just going to trust myself from last week that he's did this in 2013. No, I'm not. I'm going to look February 2013. Okay. And then Stewart, after stating, or after referencing a statistic on high social media usage by law enforcement, states that, quote, this finding illustrates the interest the thing is, the evidence that you use doesn't have to be good evidence. It doesn't necessarily have to draw your point across. All that it needs to do, or all that you need to do, is to spin whatever you're given in order to support your argument. You guys think about like narcissistic people, right? These people I've complained about endlessly, who they'll take any little thing and they'll blow it up in order to communicate the message that, hey, I'm angry, or hey, this or that or whatever. they'll take any little thing as evidence to justify their narcissistic feelings and their attitudes towards you, right? Essay is the same thing, right? The evidence in your essay doesn't need to be sound. It doesn't need to be something that someone would look at the sentence and say like, oh yeah, that totally supports your idea. It doesn't need to be like that. All that it needs to do is exist and be, slightly relevant. Because in an essay that you write, I'm about to quote this. This sentence doesn't support my idea. It maybe a little bit does. It kind of relates to the idea. I don't need it to directly support my idea. I just need to convince you that my idea is sound with this as backup evidence, right? I'm inversing it. Instead of using an evidence in order to support an argument, I'm using an argument supported with evidence. And the reverse. It's not the same thing, right? The reversal means that whatever crap that I use, whatever quote that I use as evidence, it doesn't matter as long as I can spin it. I can use my wordplay in order to spin it to try to push my argument, right? Just like a narcissistic person would in doing that. And this is what you do. This is what you do in an essay. If it's an essay that requires evidence, and you can't find the evidence, then you take something that is vaguely relevant at best, and you spin it, you interpret it in a way that supports your argument, right? This is how people argue with each other. This is how debates happen, right? A debate club or whatever. Which is why in the world, they say nothing's black and white, but in reality, it's that either answer is correct, right? Think about global warming that I talked about earlier. Should we stop global warming? Well, yes and no. Why yes? Because we're killing the planet and it's going to be harmful to humans. Why no? Well, because the things that are harming the planet are beneficial to humans. The factories making the cheap products. So I can take any one idea and I can spin it into supporting multiple arguments, supporting different perspectives or whatever. If you gave me a topic and an opinion that I have to come up with, it doesn't matter if I've never thought that thought in my life before. I can support the argument because that's what you do, right? When you advocate for something, or when you write an essay, a persuasive essay like this, or when you're trying to convince someone of something, you have to spin it in a way that benefits you, right? That's sort of the skill that they're teaching here. And the media, mainstream media, CNN and MSNBC and the online articles and stuff, they're able to take a little bit of something and then spin it into the message that they want. It's biased news telling. It's biased news telling because they tell you a little bit of it is telling you the news, and then a lot of it is telling you why you should believe what they think based off the news. Right? It's exactly the same as, me writing this essay. It's exactly the same as a narcissistic person yelling at their kid because their kid did a little bad thing, and now the parent is angry and wants to justify those actions by bringing the belt out, right? It's whatever, right? So, or it's this mode of you have an opinion you want to push, right? It's you see it as news first or evidence first, opinion later, but the person writing it sees it as opinion first. I have this opinion. How can I convince people of it, and what can I use to convince people of it? Right? It's very selfish thinking, but it's very self-centered thinking. It's certainly with biased newscasting, and that's why people don't trust mainstream media anymore. But this is what happens, and people fall for it, right? Obviously. And I could write this essay and say whatever, freaking states that Blue's Clues is the best show ever, XD. And then I can go on to say, because he states that Blue's Clues is the best show ever, XD, therefore the argument at the beginning of my paper was valid because he has good organization, and that proves as a proper transition from one paragraph to the next. Obviously, did this evidence have anything to do with what I just said? No, it didn't. Right? Why would I even type that? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because all that matters is that I push my opinion and you think that it has something to do with the evidence that I put. Right? That's all that matters. And that's all that matters here. That's why writing essays is so easy. It's just an essay isn't what evidence do I have and what opinion do I form from that evidence. It's not that at all. It's the exact opposite. An essay, an argument, whatever, is about, I have an opinion, here it is. Oh, but I need a little more proof for it. So what can I take from the real world that'll prove my argument, or that I can use to trick people into thinking that my argument is valid and based off real world data, right? That's what it is. And I've seen this a million places, right? It was where they'll misconstrue information, they'll misconstrue real world events or statistics or whatever in order to fit their narrative. They'll keep certain information in and they'll leave other information out in order to fit their message, right? Because again, what's important isn't reality. The only thing that's important for these people, for anybody doing this sort of thing, is convincing I have an opinion and I want everybody else to have that same opinion. So I'm going to push this opinion onto other people, and I'm going to do whatever I can to trick them into thinking the way I do. That's all it is, right? Any news story that you hear that has an ounce of opinion or commentary on it has that behind it. If a news anchor reports on a story like, oh, this happened in this city or that happened in that city or whatever, and then they say something like, oh, that's so sad, or oh, that's too bad, or something like that, it's biased newscasting. It doesn't matter how little the opinion is, it doesn't matter how little the remark is. They're trying to, if I present you with something and I say, oh, and it's just so sad, you're going to automatically think that that thing is so sad. I didn't even tell you what the thing was, but you automatically think that because I said, oh, and it's so sad, you automatically think that whatever events I had playing in my head must be a sad one. It didn't have to be. If I say like, oh, Trump won the presidency and that's so sad, all of a sudden you have a negative connotation, you have a negative opinion about Trump being president. You have been brainwashed. And you could do the same thing with Trump, you could do the same thing with Biden, you could do the same thing with anything, right? As soon as somebody interjects any kind of opinion that is attached to a real life thing, they are altering your opinion and your perception of that real life thing. It doesn't matter what the thing is. It doesn't matter if you would have originally thought that in the first place. You're being persuaded and you're being brainwashed, and this happens all the time, right? I'm not saying don't be brainwashed or don't be persuaded of things, right? It's impossible, but this is exactly why you got to take a step back and think about this objectively, right? Is Trump being elected really that sad of a thing? Well, let's talk about it. Let's think about it, right? Is I don't know, whatever event is the event that I was thinking in my head that you guys still don't know, is it really that sad? Who knows? Well, first of all, who knows, right? But I wasn't thinking about anything bad, by the way. I was thinking about Build-A-Bear Workshop getting, opening more stores across the country. So, and then I told you guys, and I feel so sad about that. You guys must, you would automatically think like, oh, this thing must be so sad, or oh, there must be a bad reason why Build-A-Bear Workshop shouldn't be across all the nation or whatever, or there must be a reason why it's so sad. And if I cut the tape and leave it there, you have this opinion with nothing justifying it, but it doesn't matter because you still have this opinion, right? And I could spin the fact that there are more Build-A-Bear Workshops across the country as a bad thing or as a sad thing, right? Maybe I could talk about how, oh, it's such an expensive toy store, and it's gonna, all the poor kids whose parents can't afford to get expensive toys are gonna pass by that Build-A-Bear Workshop on their way to McDonald's or on their way to school in their ragged clothes, and with their free lunch money, and they're gonna be sad because they know they can never enter the Build-A-Bear workshop because it's so expensive, and they can never get a Build-A-Bear for themselves, and those kids are gonna be very sad and whatnot, right? So I could spin the story like that, and now all of a sudden more Build-A-Bear workshops are a bad thing, right? I've just spun that for you, right? Because, and it wasn't because I thought it was a bad thing. It's because I had the opinion that, okay, this is a bad thing, and now I gotta spin this in a way where it's gonna be bad. So, or I gotta spin this in a way where other people will think it's good, it's bad, right? Oh, the Build-A-Bear workshops only opened in rich areas of the city where poor kids won't even be able to see them. That has, which complete, if that was the case and that completely dismissed my argument, it wouldn't matter. I would just leave out the fact that, that the Build-A-Bear workshops are only in rich communities where people can afford them. I'll leave that out. I'll just say that they opened up nationwide, because I still want you to think that Build-A-Bear workshop's a bad thing that makes kids feel sad. It doesn't matter how false it is, because for some reason I have a vendetta against the Build-A-Bear company or whatever, or for some reason I don't. Maybe one of the people, maybe the owner of the Build-A-Bear company's daughter like went on a date with me and then never call and then didn't call me back for a second date, and now I'm angry at them and I'm directing my anger at the company. Or maybe I went to the company for a sponsorship deal and they declined me, and so now I feel, out of spite, I'm going to say anything negative I can about them. It could be a number of things, but it's a bias. The whole point is that it's a bias. For whatever reason, I have an opinion that I want to push, and no matter how incorrect or unjustified that opinion is, I'm going to convince everyone of it. I'm going to use my time as a news anchor on CNN, or I'm going to use my influence as a writer for Yahoo News or whatever it is, or I'm gonna pay Google to be the first search results on Google. When you look up Build-A-Bear workshop, you're going to see my article written on my personal blog website about how bad they are. I'm going to do all of that because in order to push this opinion that I have, that it would benefit me if other people also shared my opinion, no matter how wrong or unjustified or incorrect it is, right? And that's what you do. And essay writing is the same thing, right? You're essentially, what's an essay? An essay is you lying to your teacher about the fact that you have a valid argument. Because let's be real, any argument that you have, whether you're the most intelligent person in the world or not, any argument that you have can be dismissed and it can be counter argued against. Because like I said, it doesn't, truth and real factual things and evidence don't matter when you're trying to persuade someone of an opinion, because that's exactly what it is. An opinion is an opinion, right? And it's completely different from facts. So just because you used facts to support your opinion doesn't make it any more or less valid. So that's what it is. And I just spent 10 minutes talking about that. Oh boy, gotta gersh. What was I gonna quote? This. This finding illustrates the interest law enforcement officers have in social media. End quote, page 1, period. There you go. I always think interest is like INTREST, not INTEREST. I always forget about the first E in the word interest. So I've never misspelled it, but it's like whenever I type it out, I have to consciously say like, okay, it's interest. But when you say it, you don't say that. You say, are you interested? Interested. Interested. Is that an interest of yours? Right? You don't talk like that. Is that an interest of yours? Are you interested? Is this interesting? Oh, I find this very interesting. Are you interested? I'm interested. 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 At the end of the first main section of the article, Stewart, after referencing a statistic on high social media use by law enforcement, states that, quote, this finding illustrates the interest law enforcement illustrates the interest law enforcement officers have in social media. ... Page 1. Continue. The next sections after that sentence, I was going to use the word illustrate because I just had that in my short-term memory. The next sections after that sentence discuss the benefits and negatives of social media for law enforcement officers. Okay. What now? Now I have to think of my argument. I just said the facts. Now I have to think of how I'm going to spin this into supporting my argument, which I am in the middle of doing. So, you guys want to know I've been smelling my armpit recently? Oh boy, armpits. And I already had a multivitamin. A little potent. They're a little potent. My left armpit has a slightly different smell than my right armpit. I don't know why. I think it's because of the frequency, like how I use them, you know? Because I sleep on one of my sides at night, and then obviously, you know, I use my right arm more than my left to perform tasks. So, not the kind of tasks you guys are thinking of. But yeah, I have a lot of dirty dishes. Alright, it's not dirty dishes, I have a lot of plates. Or trash, I mean. Trash. I'm so hungry, I'm eating like the dried cheese kernels from my on the side of the plate that fell off the nachos. The chili cheese hash brown tater tots. It's a hash brown. Why is it when it's like long, it's called a hash brown? It's like one patty and it's long, it's called a hash brown. But then when it's like smaller and fatter and cylindrical, they're called tater tots. In fact, Dunkin' Donuts hash browns aren't even the big long patty, or the one long patty. It's 6 pieces. It's 6 circular pieces. So it's basically just a squished tater tot, and they're calling it a hash brown. What's the difference between a hash brown and a tater tot? It's still potatoes and it's still fried. In fact, why are hash browns considered a breakfast food, but tater tots aren't? You would never think of having tater tots for breakfast, but you know, we've all had hash browns for breakfast before. It's the same thing. It's a fried potato. It's not like French fries either. It's hash browns and tater tots use the same exact frying method. It's that like crispy, the bits of fried that cover the surface of it, and the potato is still like a chunk of potato. I guess it's kind of like a shaped chunk of potato. Whereas, like, compared to French fries have like a skin on them. So, why are French fries, or not French fries? Why are hash browns a breakfast item, but tater tots are like a lunch or a dinner item? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. You would never think about having tater tots for breakfast, but you think, oh, that hurt my head. But you think of I look so stupid. But you think of you think of the hash browns for breakfast, but you don't think of tater tots for breakfast. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. This is the first time I've thought about this, by the way. I did technically have hash browns for breakfast, or tater tots for breakfast. These chili cheese tater tots were my first meal, had before noon, which makes it still breakfast, and they've been my only meal since, which has made it my lunch. Hee hee. Tomorrow, I am going to make another batch of tater tots, of chili cheese tater tots, but I only have like a quarter of the can of chili left, so I'm only going to do a little bit of tater tots. Tater tots. Tater tots. Ouch. I'm hyper. It's weird. I'm more energetic. Like, I've been more I've been more energetic yesterday and today than I have been for like the past week. What was the difference? I got good well, but okay, why is that weird? Because I yesterday and today I didn't have any caffeine. I didn't drink coffee. All I've been drinking is water. I've only been drinking water. I mean, I had a little bit of the like a protein shake, but like a sip of it was left in a cup or in a bottle that I used to kill a spider earlier. I mean, it's an inconsequential amount, right? But that's it, right? It's Wait, no, I had a Pepsi yesterday. Today I've only been having water. I had the tater tots and I had water. And I didn't even have a protein bar. I didn't even have a protein bar today. I will in a few minutes, but what do you mean the? I put a period here. The is capital. Kiwi. I want to raise meat rabbits. But yeah, anyway, it's like I have a lot of energy. Like I can feel like, okay, by 8 o'clock I'm gonna die. Or not die. I'm just gonna like I can feel my body like becoming lethargic or whatever, but I don't know. It's how it's been since I've been a kid. I would always get like excited talking about something, and like I would be excited talking about something, and I would get energy the more that I talked about something. But I'm also an introvert, so it's weird. I'm like a I'm not an extroverted introvert. I think I'm an introverted extrovert. I think that's what it is. I'm an extrovert in the fact that I can talk and talk and talk and, just keep going forever, right? And I want to talk to somebody, but I'm an, I'm introverted. I'm an introverted extrovert because the vast majority of people I don't want to interact with, right? I don't want to interact with anybody, like anybody outside of like my romantic partner. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. It's like, so, like, I'm very, very particular. Like, I find it to be a pain. Like, okay, it's because I don't feel like I can talk like this outside of the stream. I don't feel like I can talk about any of my thoughts or any of my ideas outside, outside of YouTube. So not even with like my immediate family either. So I'm very like reserved in that sense where it's, and then because of that, I don't talk to anybody because I don't get to talk about the things I want to talk about, or I can't participate in a conversation with them in that way, or in a way that I want to. It's like I feel very like, I feel a little embarrassed being myself around others. So I guess that, if that makes sense. I've gotten good at putting on a mask and, just being able to give standard small talk responses to people, but it's not healthy. So I try to avoid it where I can. And it is draining in order to do something like that because I actually have to put an effort for it. So anyway, what was I doing here? Effectively uses sub-conclusions of each section to fluidly transition from one section to the next, presenting the ideas throughout the article. Instead of jumping into the dangers of social media, used by law enforcement, the article took time in the beginning to introduce the concept of social media and the interest that law enforcement has in using it in general. Afterwards, or after establishing that, the article then transitioned into stating the benefits and dangers of social media. After establishing that first, the article using the quotes above to draw a bridge between the two sections. The article uses the fact that law enforcement officers are interested, are active on social media to justify continuing the discussion, about its pros and cons. Instead of jumping into the dangers of social media used by law enforcement, the article took time in the beginning to introduce the concept of social media and the interest that law enforcement has in using it in general. After establishing that first, the article then transitioned into stating the benefits and dangers of social media, using the quote above to draw a bridge between the two sections. The article uses the fact that law enforcement officers are active on social media to justify continuing the discussion about its pros and cons. This order of presenting ideas, the order of presenting ideas, allows one the order of presenting ideas allows one idea to build upon another, thus creating a very chronological order of ideas. Thus, what does that make sense? Thus creating a chronological order, thus establishing a chronological order to the article. Sure, fuck it. It's just screw it. I don't care. I do not care. It's all a bunch of bogus. It's all a bunch of bogus. I just pulled these words out of my ass, honestly, and it's gonna work. It's just gonna work. My second paragraph was a full page. This third paragraph is probably going to be a full page as well. Okay. What else can I say? I think I'm going to save that last sentence to tackle onto this. In the section Encountering Problems, in section 3 of Article 2, presented on page 394 of your textbooks, the author goes to show, and justifiably so, that the article is well written. Now, if Miss Granger, you can raise your hand and state exactly how the author does a good job at this, you will earn 10 points for Gryffindor. I am going insane. I don't need water right now. I can't. I'm getting sick off the water. I'm drinking out of boredom rather out of necessity instead of out of necessity. Where's Kiwi? Oh, there she is. There she is. Kiwi. Kiwi. Yeah? Yeah. You're so pudgy. You're so pudgy. Look at you. Look at you. Pudgy cat. Pudgy cat. She looks fat, but I don't think it's that. I think it's the length of her fur. I think her fur is just so long that when she like sits or when she like lays down, it all like folds in layers, and it covers up a larger area than how much her body's actually taking up. So. Don't wait, Big Pasta, it's almost your birthday. Celebrate on us with a free any size pretzel. Bada bing, bada boom. I think, because you guys remember how much trouble I was having, or how difficult of an essay I said this was, that I need to, the fact that the assignment seems like it's about dissecting how well presented this guy's argument is, and it actually took me a long time last week in order to come to that conclusion, in order to be able to say that, okay, this guy, you know, in order to say, or in order to like understand that that's what the assignment was. I think that if a lot of people weren't turning this in their class, they probably didn't understand what the assignment was at all. I mean, I had to use all my brain power, like honest to God, I had to use all my brain power in order to come up, in order to interpret that from the assignment, because I didn't know what the heck they were talking about. But, okay. So I think a lot of people just didn't understand what the assignment was, and so in her email, the teacher said, the teacher basically said what I had, you know, she basically reiterated what the instructions were, which I can understand how there would be confusion with that. If I got it wrong, and this isn't actually what the assignment's supposed to be about, then first of all, I'm going to be very embarrassed, but second of all, I'm going to be pissed that I just wasted my time writing an article, or writing an essay, that this isn't even the main idea for. So I can't imagine what else this article would be about. I am basing all of my ideas here off the lesson that I read for today's notes, but whatever. Because I'm not going to have time for my second freaking assignment. I'm going to be turning my second assignment a few hours late. For sure. What am I using? Law enforcement agencies must understand the problems that can arise when work and personal life converge in social media. Officers establish what they intend to be a personal presence in their social media. Okay. In the section titled Encountering Problems, Stewart, 2013. Presents the idea that comma, quote, mixing brackets officers, unbracket, personal officers, hyphen, not hyphen, apostrophe, personal lives, personal and social lives with their professional ones can bring discredit and discredit to them and their departments. End quote. No period. Page 1, comma, close parentheses, period. The rest of the section after providing supporting evidence of this sub-conclusion using relevant examples, I know what I'm gonna write. I just don't like I just don't like. I know the ideas. I just don't like crafting it into words. It's a vacuum. I vacuum my room like twice a year. So it's looking like that time. It's that time again. Christmas. I ate my last glazed donut protein bar, and I'm really craving a glazed donut protein bar right now. It's terrible. Oh, that chocolate salted caramel one looks good. What do I get? I'm gonna get a cookies and cream. I don't want a cookies and cream one. I don't win that. Stupid article. After providing supporting evidence of the sub-conclusion using relevant examples. I hate the language I'm using in this. Ugh, I hate the language I'm using in this. I feel like I'm trying to condense ideas with my vocabulary, where I'm jam-packing one sentence to communicate like 3 different points. The evidence supports the idea. The idea itself is a sub-conclusion, and the examples were relevant. That's what I'm communicating in this prepositional phrase that's not even the main sentence. Because I'm going to say something, and then, by the time I write my main idea of this one sentence, it's going to have like 5 or 6 different points in it, or different details in this one sentence. And if every single sentence is this dense with information, then it's such a hard essay to read. Because when I read a book and I see a sentence like this, I really have to sit down and I really have to get intimate with this sentence, and I have to caress it, and I have to cuddle with it, and I have to tell it that I love it. I have to really get intimate with this sentence. I mostly don't mean that. But anyway, I have to sit down with a sentence, and I really have to dissect it and be like, okay, what do they communicate? What are the ideas that they are communicating here? And after I spend a minute dissecting the sentence and figuring it and expanding it in my mind and figuring it all out, I'm like, okay, I understood the sentence. and then I read the next sentence and it's just as dense, and I have to do all of that over again. It's like, oh my god. But it's either that or the ideas just fly over my head. So, and people would look at this and be like, oh, this author is really intelligent. It's like, I guess, but intelligence doesn't matter, right? I don't want people to say that I sound smart. I want people to understand what I'm saying, because the whole point of communicating with your words is that people understand the ideas that you're trying to communicate to them, not just that they hear you and they have they have respect for you because I'm not that smart to follow along with you. It's like, well, okay, gee, thanks, I feel alone now, right? That's what's been accomplished here. So I get it. Not everything that I say is very coherent or is easily digestible or whatever, and that's fine. If I'm talking to like somebody who's at a lower intellectual level than I am, then I'll dumb myself down in order to or I'll spend time with them to try to make them understand what I'm saying. I mean, this is what I did at my last job. I was patient. I put in the effort to make other people understand exactly what I was saying, not until I communicated with them, but until they understood what I was communicating to them. And that created a bond between the two people, where it's like, okay, I get I'm picking up what you're putting down, sort of thing. And there you go, right? And it's, it makes me feel better, so. Well, whatever, yes. I don't know. I guess I'm a very patient person in that sense, with other people in that sense, because I don't want to talk just to talk. I want people to understand me. It's been a whole life of I wanna be with other people, or like I wanna be with somebody else, and I want them to understand me and understand who I am and the things that I'm saying to them. So naturally, patience would develop out of that, because it's like, okay, if this person needs me repeating myself 5 or 6 times, or me re-explaining it in a different manner 5 or 6 times in order for them to understand me, well, my goal is for them to understand me, and so that's what I'm going to do, right? I'm not just going to throw up my arms and give up on somebody just because they're a little dumber than I am, right? It doesn't matter to me, because in my opinion, it's not that they're dumber than me, it's that I'm too smart, right? It's not that I'm too smart. I'm not stroking my own horse with this, but it's that, I guess, the way that I speak and the complexity of the ideas that I have, there are too much. I believe that they're too much. If sometimes I do wish I was born a little dumber, to be honest. Then I wouldn't have to deal with any of this stuff, right? Then I'd probably already be married, right? Because I would have found an average person to relate to. So, intelligence and depression are very closely related. They're very directly correlated as well. So I read an article in high school that was talking about that, how the smarter you are, the more likely you are to commit suicide. And it's for this exact reason. It's because the smarter you are, the less people who can actually relate to you, and so the more alone you'll feel in life. So it's terrible. It's honestly like, I feel bad. Smart people shouldn't be driven to the point of killing themselves, but that's what it is. I think smart people, they deserve to have happiness and to have other people who they relate to in their lives. But chances are, if you're smart, you're not going to be surrounded by smart people. Yeah, if you're smart and rich, then you can go to Harvard and, study alongside academics who are also as intelligent as you are, or go to MIT and, join clubs with fellow nerds who are all just as disproportionately smart as you are. But if you don't, if you're born in like Africa and you're, at a genius IQ level, then tough luck, right? There's not really much opportunity to get out of that and to surround yourself by other academic level thinkers. when you're stuck in Africa and, you know, being sold into child war, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. Even if you're, you know, in a situation like I am, right? It's like my family was poor, and, you know, I don't have that much motivation. I wasn't given the resources necessarily to really, like, come up to my full potential or whatever. So now I'm stuck in this rut where I'm amongst everybody. I'm amongst the people who don't have college degrees, but yet I think on a level of somebody who's finished their master's program. But I only think on that level relative to the ideas that I have, or whatever. So it's this really weird limbo that I'm in. So I wouldn't call that an intelligent place to be in. I wouldn't call that, you know, being intelligent. So anyway, what the frick was I saying? After providing supporting evidence of the subconclusion using relevant examples, the article transitions to suggesting solutions for the problem of law enforcement social media use. Huh? What? What's up? What? What's up? Yeah? What? What's wrong? What? She just started meowing all of a sudden. What do you want? Huh? What do you want? Do you... What? Huh? What? What do you want? What? Do you want to go out? We can go out. It's fine. You want to go out? No, it's fine. She did want to go to the bathroom. Wow. That's the first time that she's actually, like, gotten my attention in that way. Huh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna wait a minute. I'll finish the sentence and then I'll go check on her. I already finished the sentence. The article states the negatives of social media usage first before transitioning into developing solutions by presenting the information in this order. Stewart is able to convince the audience that a problem does exist, by providing solutions to that problem that he established in the encountering problems section. The article as a whole maintains its chronological order of presenting ideas to the reader. Whatever, that's it. That's all I'm going to think. Yeah, you do. You do. Alright, that's good. That's good. Cute. Yeah. There you go. Cute. Yeah, it's right there. It's right there. She she's going for the other cat's food. So, which I figured she would. So I told her no. I did a little thing where I said, "Who wants some kitty food?" in my voice, and she followed me back to the room. I came over here. I poured the cat food in for her. And then she looks up at me like afterwards, and she looks up at me and she meows. And she meowed twice, and it's like, I'm thinking, like, what do you want? Like, you clearly went for the other cat's cat food, and then you responded when I was gonna give you cat food, and then I poured the food and she didn't eat it. She doesn't mind this cat food. She'll eat it all. It's just she like doesn't understand when it's being given to her, I guess. Something like that. Oh no. I guess I put too much cheese on my chili cheese tater tots. Anyway, let's keep going. The order of presenting ideas allows one idea to build upon another, thus establishing a chronological order in the article. To the article. The article as a whole maintains its chronological order of presenting ideas to the reader. to the reader. Okay, that's fine. And then what was my third signpost? Each sub-conclusion serves as a premise that effectively supports the main conclusion. The article while the article is able to effectively transition from one point to the next, both in each paragraph and from one section to another, is able to effectively transition from one section to the next in a chronological order. The most important thing that the article accomplishes is and then whatever I set up here is supporting its main conclusion by effectively using each sub-conclusion as a premise supports is effectively the most important thing that the article accomplishes. Okay. Well, the article is able to effectively transition from, or is able to naturally transition from one section to the next in a chronological order. The most important thing that the article accomplishes is effectively using each sub-conclusion as a premise to support its main conclusion. Each sub-conclusion as a premise to support its main conclusion. Gods. What do you mean by that, Big Pasta? Nope. Not gonna explain it. Never ever. It'll be a lot of work. Okay, here we go. I still haven't put the reference page on here either. What was I saying? Law enforcement administrators must establish appropriate controls over the use of social media to increase benefits. This can be accomplished by setting criteria for social media use, train personnel. In doing so, the potential of social media as a law enforcement tool can help departments better serve the public be fully realized. Therefore, law enforcement agencies must establish criteria for social media usage that balances the constitutional rights. I don't want to do this. I so do not want to do this right now. Oh my god. I hate essays. I guess I'm good at them, but I just hate essays. I don't like writing. That's what it is. I like thinking of the ideas, but I don't like translating them to the page. So no water. You're just gonna get sick, Big Pasta. You can't do that to yourself. Did you like that? Did you eat your food? Did you eat your food? Wait, they said they paid $15 a month to get 40 pounds of food over the year? Wait a second. What does that translate to? What's 40? Let's say 36. That'd be 3 pounds of rabbit per month. They're paying they're essentially paying $5 a pound for their food. To get meat. To get rabbit meat. But that's not good. $5 a pound sucks. That's just feeding costs. If the rabbits can just eat grass from my pasture, that's gonna be good, right? It's like, like cows. I think like raised cows are probably cheap because like you just let them graze forever, and then you kill them. £5 or $5 a pound is not good. That does not translate well, like at all. What are they thinking? And as long as you never see the rabbits, then it doesn't really matter. So as long as the person feeding the rabbits is an inhumane piece of poop, who doesn't mind killing them, then nobody else has to be really exposed or attached to the rabbits. So. Like, I wouldn't show my kids the rabbits. Probably not. God, I really don't want to do this. Oh my god, I have one more main paragraph and then just a conclusion to write, which I should be able to finish before 8, but... Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, Big Pasta, you're not in the shot. You're not in the camera shot. Come on. How am I gonna develop this point? I don't remember how I... However, even though this guy did one thing right, it means nothing if he doesn't do the next thing right. Signature beef sampler. I have a box of like cheese and crackers. Of like meat, cheese, and crackers on my desk. I can't eat it while it's on my desk, but I put it on here to remind myself to eat it eventually. But I don't. Missed. Lebanon. Developing, so what? Oh my god, Grassy Nuggets, thanks for the 500 gifted subs. That's so generous of you. You didn't have to do that. Oh my god, but thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh my god. Team Trees 1067, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Oh my gosh. Haha, that's so great. Hey, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay. I'm not even, like, I see the words on the screen, but, like, they don't mean anything to me. The article effectively uses each sub-conclusion as a premise to support its main conclusion. What did I mean by that? Can I just cut this paragraph out of my section entirely? Please. I'm not gonna get full credit on this. What? Okay, first of all, what did I mean? Okay, I'm saying, basically, okay, I'm saying, okay, I'm saying, this section, understanding social media, this section, where they, where, find it. And this section about applying it to, about, benefits of it, and then this section about the problems, and this section about the conclusion. I'm basically saying that all 4 of these sub-conclusions that came from here they supported the main point of the article. Over the past decade, social media has become a widespread presence that touches the lives of countless people, including law enforcement officers. Certain risks and rewards face officers as well as their departments who use social media. Missteps in its use can endanger the safety of officers and compose criminal. Okay, so the first sentence is basically the summary of the first section. The second sentence is the summary of the second section. The third sentence is the summary of the third section. And then the fourth and fifth sentence here is the summary of the fourth section. He doesn't... This guy is literally like... they found the perfect article for the fact that, argument organization. It's literally this is textbook. It's like, drag the pieces of your article together, and they basically did that. So. Okay, what was the main point of their article? Law enforcement must establish appropriate controls over the use of social media to increase its benefits for their department and reduce instances of misuse by officers. This can be accomplished by setting criteria for this is the main idea of the article is that establishing control and rules over social media use by police. Wait, did I already describe this? Speciesism supports the argument that law agencies should understand and properly control social media use. Okay, I already did state that, so I didn't need to. Oops. Oh, whoops. No color. Okay. God, the instant I turn my fan off, it's too hot. Kiwi. It's all your fault. It's not your fault. Kiwi. Okay. What if I do this? Just having it on. I hope it's not like annoying for you guys. Okay, you guys can't even hear it. Alright. I don't think you can. I couldn't hear it on my copy of the stream. The article effectively uses each subconclusion as a premise to support its main conclusion. So how does it do that? Well, I know what the premises are. It's just... law enforcement administrators must establish appropriate controls over the use of social media to increase its benefits for their departments and reduce incidents for misuse by officers. In the conclusion of the article, Stewart, 2013, states his main idea of, quote, law enforcement administrators must establish appropriate controls over the use of social media to increase its benefits and for their departments and reduce incidents of misuse by officers, end quote. P1. This conclusion draws off of all the sub-conclusions stated in each section of the article prior. Stated in each section. Beforehand. increasing benefits for law enforcement departments directly draws off of the idea that law enforcement can draws off the conclusion made in the second section of the article, which stated that law enforcement can use I like how the past 3 days of streams have said homework stream, how Big Pasta homework streams. But what, I stream for like 10 hours, like 9 hours a day streaming. All Friday, all Saturday, and most of today, I didn't even touch the homework on stream. And so it's only now during after 24 hours of collective streaming this weekend, and now I'm starting the homework, right? Or well, I mean now as in like a couple hours ago, but still, it's like it's a little late for this. Samui. Burp. Law enforcement can use social media to their benefit, to their advantage through public relations and obtaining information on criminal activities. Reducing incidents of misuse is the idea of reducing incidents of misuse relates to the main conclusion of third section of the article, which described problems and officers, which described the negative, which was that problems can occur when officers' professional life mixes with professional lives mix with their social media use. The benefits and dangers of social media use, which the article bases its conclusion off of. Benefits and dangers of social media use, which the article bases its main conclusion off of, are properly discussed and evaluated in their respective sections. Giving a strong backbone of evidence to support the claim made to support the main conclusion of regulating officers' social media use. All of the sub-conclusions of each section come together to support the main conclusion of the article, providing a well-supported argument as a result. Whoa, why? There's a fragment? All the subconclusions of each section come together to support the main conclusion of the article, providing a well-supported argument as a result. They're saying all of the sub-conclusions of each section come together to support the main conclusion of the article. You guys know prepositional phrases, right? If I say all come together, that's a full sentence. So all this other crud, all of the sub-conclusions of each section this is a full sentence. Whatever. I'm ignoring it. I don't care. The teacher can determine if it's actually. If only you had Grammarly. Is that why I'm getting Grammarly advertisements? Is because they know I'm in college? Must be. I'm hungry. Ah, shit. Well, I finished that paragraph. Time for the conclusion. Which is basically an inverse of my intro. As we can see, Stuart is able to clearly and effectively communicate his arguments with this article. The article organizes its paragraphs well, provides supporting evidence, organizes its paragraphs well, provides supporting evidence for each idea, and effective and properly transitions from one section to the next in a chronological order that makes sense. Each idea in the article is relevant, builds upon the last, and is relevant, builds upon the last, is relevant, and builds upon the last. All the ideas in each section come together to form sub-conclusions, and each sub-conclusion serves as a premise to support the main conclusion. Did I already write all of the sub-conclusions come together to fucking... I already had a sentence like that. It's the same exact sentence, fragment twice. All the ideas in each section, all of the ideas in each subsection. Okay, whatever. Article is exceptionally organized The article is exceptionally organized. And there is no better way that Stuart could have communicated. It's exceptionally organized, and there is no better way that Stuart could have communicated his idea, his conclusion of law enforcement officers needing their social media usage controlled. The end. The end, guys. 4 pages. Holy hell. God, it only took me a week. Anyway, so almost done with this. I gotta I actually have to make a reference page, which APA reference page. See if I can get this from Google Images. Harada. Centered and bolded. Indented double space. How to cite a source in APA. Center, bold, references. Unbold space to the left. Stuart Robert D. Author's surname and initials. Okay. Stuart, comma, R.D. 2013. Period. Depends on what format it's being. Yeah. Okay, what is the format? Oh my god, why are there so many rules? This is so stupid. Who cares? Edit a book, chapter, ebook, e-chapter, journal article. Online. A news article online. Wait. Is this a news article? This it just says article. Whatever, I'll do news article. Wait, title of newspaper. Oh my god. APA work cited generator. Here we go. Can I website? This one. There it is. Yep. Yep, cite it. Oh, yeah. That's... Website title FBI. FBI, open up. LEB. Sure. So, is this today's date? Oh, it's May 1st. Oh, shoot. Yep, complete citation. Here you go. Copy it. Good. Oops. Paste. There we go. So Roman 12. We're just going to edit the paragraphing for this. Don't add space. Double. I did it. Wait. Paragraph. Double. That seems a little off. Whatever. There we go. Look at that big old article. I finished it. It's done. It's turned in. I don't care. I didn't add a second quote to my third paragraph, and that conclusion sucked. But we're turning it in. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I do not care. I don't care. Wow. Oh my God. Do I not care? No, I don't. Wow. How'd you know? I knew. I knew it. I knew it. Do you not care? I do not care. Do you care? I do care. Do not care? Do not care. Alright, I have an hour and 10 minutes left to do my letter assignment. Personal opinion. The whole thing's supposed to be personal opinion. Oh my God. Okay. Evaluate an argument. Boom. There you go. I got confused on how to properly APA format the in-text citations. Let me know if this was okay or if I need to change anything for next time. Also, sorry for turning this in late. Thanks. Thanks. Okay. Let me know if I need to change anything for next time. Let's just we'll do a please let me know and turn it in. Bam. Yay, you did it. Late. You're so late, Big Pasta. You're too late. Alright, here we go. Letter assignment. After reading the lesson, write a letter about a problem on your campus, in your community, or at work to a person who's in a position to correct the problem. Provide convincing evidence that a problem exists, and in suggesting a solution to the problem, keep in mind the needs and values of your audience as well as those of others on the campus, in the community, or the workplace. This assignment does not require research. APA format, blah blah blah. A greeting and a closing. The letter must include an inside address with the name of the person or organization to whom you are targeting. I'm targeting them. Okay. So I already know what I want to write about, but I already know what I want to write about, but oh, oops. Welcome to Purdue. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to necessarily do that. I mean, I'm gonna read through this first. All men are mortal. Also, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. This is logic, huh? Dispose. Xanos is designed to help writers develop and use logical arguments in writing. This handout helps writers analyze the arguments of others and generates their own arguments. However, it is important to remember that logic is only one aspect of a successful argument. Non-logical arguments, statements that cannot be logically proven or disproved, are important in argumentative writing, such as appeals to emotion of value. Illogical arguments, on the other hand, are false and must be avoided. Tell that to CNN. This one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. Quest cookies and cream. Oh, this one has stevia in it, I believe. Contains milk. Oh, I see. That's why it tastes good. Well, hope it doesn't get me sick. LMAO. Logic is a formal system of analysis that helps writers invent, demonstrate, and prove arguments. It works by testing propositions against one another to determine their accuracy. People often think they use logic when they avoid emotions or make arguments based on their common sense, such as everyone should look out for their own self-interests, or people have the right to be free. However, unemotional or common sense statements are not always equivalent to logical statements. To be logical, a proposition must be tested within a logical sequence. The syllogism. Premise 2 is tested against premise 1 to reach the logical conclusion. Isn't it tested in conjunction to premise 1? Ah, whatever. Within the system, if both premises are considered valid, there's no other logical conclusion than determining that Socrates is immortal. is a mortal. Oof. Dang. Aristotle, man, come up with some good stuff. Logic in writing. Lay out each premise clearly, provide evidence for each premise, and draw a clear connection to the conclusion. Okay. Oh, so basically I'm creating an argument for my issue in this letter that I'm writing. Okay. You have to think about it like that. Today, a writer was crafting an editorial to argue against using taxpayer dollars for the construction of a new stadium in the town of Mill Creek. The author's logic might look like this. Projects funded by taxpayer dollars should benefit a majority of the public. The premise 2. The proposed stadium construction benefits very few members of the public. Conclusion, therefore, the stadium construction should not be funded by taxpayer dollars. This is a logical conclusion, but without elaboration, it may not persuade the writer's opposition, or even people on the fence. Therefore, the writer will want to expand on his arguments like this. So, paragraph 1 supports premise 1. He elaborates on the statement by stating it as fact, and then he supports it in that paragraph, just like the FBI thing did. God, this is difficult. Ugh. Presenting arguments in such a fashion is really difficult. Then he transitions from paragraph 1 to paragraph 2. Oh my god. It might like work in people's heads like this, or in some people's heads like this, but this takes a lot. Like it's a sound argument, and this little example is very convincing. But in order to structure a logical argument like this, it's gonna take a lot of work. To do it yourself, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to mimic this. Do the Bears really have a 0-43 win loss streak? That's really bad. What? Notice that the piece uses each paragraph to focus on one premise of the syllogism. It's not a hard and fast rule, especially since complex arguments require far more than 3 premises and paragraphs to develop. Concrete evidence for both premises are provided. The conclusion is specifically stated as following from the premises. Okay, I can see the difference. Because in the second example, he's just stating a bunch of things. He doesn't build upon each. He doesn't expand on any of the things that he says. Which I can kind of see how the lesson says that he just expects people to already agree with him. The second example reads more like a war cry rather than, at like a rally or something, rather than like a persuasive argument. In order to develop a logical argument, the author first needs to determine the logic behind his own argument. It's likely the writer did not consider this before writing, which demonstrates that arguments which could be logical are not automatically logical. They must be made logical by careful arrangement. The writer could choose several different logical approaches to defend this point, such as this one. Premise 1, minimum wage should match the cost of living in society. Premise 2, the current minimum wage does not match the cost of living in society. Conclusion, the minimum wage should be increased. Once you form this, okay, so they're literally giving me an outline on how to do this. This is actually really helpful. I'm actually learning something. I didn't expect to actually learn something in college. This is some advanced stuff, though. This is like... I wish they taught this in high school. I really wish they taught this in high school. I would have loved writing essays. I mean, I wouldn't have loved it, but I would have enjoyed writing essays on logical arguments. And if they had taught this in high school and had us do this then... This piece explicitly states each logical premise in order to allow them to build to their conclusion. Evidence is provided for each premise, and the conclusion is closely related to the premises and evidence. Notice, however, that even though this argument is logical, it is not irrefutable. An opponent with a different perspective and logical premises could challenge this argument. See the next section for more information. I get how someone could challenge this. That's not what I'm... That's not really what I'm worried about. I don't need my assignment to be convincing, I just need to be acceptable. Oops. This is, this lesson on how to construct an argument is actually, like, very similar to how to write stories. A lot of time, people will have a story, and they'll have it start to finish. And most authors know the ending to their stories, or know the ending to at least a section of their stories or whatever. So, what you do when you write a story is you think up of an event. You think of an event that's going to happen, and you think of a series of events that happens that leads to a conclusion, or that leads to the ending of the story. And then once you have that clear list of, you know, this these events that are listed very plainly, like the premises is here, then you can expand on those, right? You can't just say, oh, the main character went to the store, and then he got home, and then somebody had robbed his house, and then and then the police said that they couldn't find him, and then he went to look for the guy, or whatever, right? You can't just do it like that. You have to, like, actually expand upon it, right? So, because you have to expand upon it, but those are the basic events, you know, it's the lead up, that's the series of events. So it seems like they're organizing an argument in very much the same way. And if they're saying that it works, then, you know, then it works. So. But this is for, like, academic writing. I don't know anybody with the attention span to read through a whole, like, online article, to be honest. Is this how, like, online articles are written? Huh. I didn't think about that. Anyway, guys, it is 8. I am getting off stream, so I gotta finish this, but then, I gotta finish this, and then definitely gonna finish this whole letter thing tonight. I'll get this done, turn it in, whether I turn it in, like, before the deadline or after. I have, like, 50 minutes to do this, so I'll get to it. It's less. It said 2 pages, and it's all stuff on my own, so all I gotta do is, I already have an idea, so I just gotta organize it into premises, I guess, and then do a conclusion, so. But even if I don't make the page count, I don't care. She said 2 full pages. I doubt I'm gonna get past 1, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, guys, yeah, that is, but yeah, guys, that's gonna do for me. I hope you all enjoy the stream. Hope you all enjoy me. I just talk about whatever I find important, or whatever is important in my life, you know, so. So, a lot of these things, like the whole virtue signaling thing and stuff, is, you know, it's an important issue to me. It's definitely something that's causing an impact, and it's not good. So you guys will probably hear me complain about it more in the future. But yeah, other than that, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I know we played a little bit of Eidolon, and I complained a lot about virtue signaling. I did get that essay done. I got the last week's essay done, so that's really good. So the teacher said that she pushed the due date for it, so I'm hoping I still get full credit, or at least close to it. I don't mind if I get like a B- or a C on it, honestly. But yeah, this one it's worth the same amount of points, and it should be easier to do. So, God. But yeah, I really shouldn't wait till the last minute to do this stuff, to be honest. So, hopefully this week, I will actually get my work done in a speedier manner. So, that'll be good. I got been getting sick. But yeah, guys. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for me. I hope you all will have a good week this week. I hope you all get your sleep tonight and this week. So that's necessary. It's necessary. But yeah. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for me. This has been Big Pasta Gaming, and you guys have been Little Pasta watching, and I will see you all on Friday. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Sayonara. Take care, everyone. Hope you all get your sleep tonight. I'll see you all on Friday. Have a good week, guys. Take care, everyone. I look forward to talking to you all next time. Good night, everybody. Sayonara. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a good sleep. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Ugh, God, I'm starving too. I gotta do this first, though. My punishment. Take care, everyone.